I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet. Theruwan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. May all our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. May our Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. This is yet another session of our PeoTV Buddothpado English Zoom series, which is running 24/7, and a discussion session from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time for anybody who has any queries from the sermons that they are listening to during the rest of the time. So this is a small attempt actually that we are doing to convey this message of truth to the world for anybody from any background to join us and find out if you want to, if you are curious about this truth. Truth is common to every living being, not only human beings but every living being. But unfortunately for the others and fortunately for us, only the human beings can identify or understand this this Dhamma, the deep Dhamma facts, which was initially disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. And we are hearing it again from the voice of our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, using simpler versions and of course mostly in Sinhalese language. But there are discussions that we are doing with him in English medium also. And you have the opportunity to listen to this that Dhamma in this English channel. And also there are books written by different Dhamma friends as translations of our noble friend Aryan Mahanse's sermons, which are available when you go through the websites, Buddothpado websites. For the English speaking people, www.wisdomofasia.com is a website, and you can find a lot of information about our teachings with our noble friends' teachings. And also there are some scientific evidence also with links, so you will be able to find more details about those. So sorry, Lord Buddha never said that believe me, and he always said come and see this Dhamma. Ehi passiko is the word in Pali. So you are actually quite free in this philosophy called Buddhism. You're 100% free to research yourself, experiment yourself, and see how matching these things are to your day-to-day life and how it is changing your life pattern. Lord Buddha always said that whatever the Dhamma you hear, do not simply believe because I have told them, or because you read it from a book, or because you hear from another person. Always match it to ධර්මය and විනය. ධර්මය සහ විනයට ගලපා බලන්න in Sinhalese. Match these things to Dhamma and Vinaya. Now what is this? What is meant by Dhamma? Dhamma means the dependent origination or the cause and effect phenomenon. So everything is a sequence of cause and effect phenomenon. So match and see whether it tallies with cause and effect phenomenon. And the vinaya means the defilements, the cravings, very in very crude way it is the cravings, aversions, uh, things like that, the defilements, whether the defilements are fading away. Now that is something that you can experience yourself. So apply to these two things. Uh, is it matching to the cause and effect phenomenon? Is there a particular cause that leads to the effect always? And secondly, whether you are experiencing yourself that the burnings that you had is getting less and less. The cravings or the anger, hatred, so whatever the frictions you had with what you expect as the outside world is becoming less and less. In other words, whether you feel uh, comfortable uh, living than earlier. So, this is the beauty of Buddhist philosophy, because this is something that you yourself have to understand, and you yourself will experience it. The word Sandhitika is used in Pali, it's a Pali word. Something, it is something that you yourself have to understand. It is not something like studying a syllabus or trying to by heart something, or just reading something which you have no idea about the meaning. They are all not within the teachings of original teachings of Lord Buddha. Actually, now the things have changed. Influences of lots of other religions have been combined with the well, they are infused, I would say, infused to the Buddhist teaching. So right now, in most of the instances, what you hear is actually a mixture of many influences of the other religions along with the Buddhist teaching. Not only that, the priority is given to something else, because Lord Buddha never said that priority should be given to the materialistic offerings. What he said was the practical following is what is needed, but that is not actually what we are seeing nowadays. We are seeing it in a different angle, and people are doing the things which are convenient to them, shortcuts, or trying to reach nirvana in a shortest possible way and the most convenient possible way. So like the supply for the demand is something that I can tell you to explain the present way of Buddhist teaching. What people like is something short and sweet and convenient, easy to practice. So that is what people are getting now from most of the Buddhist teachers, which is actually a sad thing, because what Lord Buddha explained was such a valuable and such a unique teaching, uh, which is something that the self has to understand, and which is the truth. And it took so many years for Lord Buddha to experiment all by himself, because there was no one who understood this truth before him. He went from teacher to teacher, so many teachers, they were all concentrating on the meditation, and they were all actually experiencing the formless world, or the arupa loka, arupa meditative states, or the formless meditative states. They could be just feeling very much relaxed and comfortable. They were kind of floating in that, like feeling like floating in the sky on a cloud. That comfortable feeling made them to believe that they have reached the end. And they were having so many followers, so many disciples at that time, and all believed that their leader has reached the end of it. And they could tolerate very harsh weather conditions, and uh, they could show some sort of miraculous performances. So everybody were uh, impressed so much. And Lord Buddha, before he reached this understanding and the inner transformation, he went from these teachers one by one. Actually, when those teachers realized that this disciple was superior to any others and he has learned the art so soon, they were encouraging him to stay with them, and then half of the followers can be handed over to him. So that was the option that he was given. But he took a bold decision. He felt that this is not what I have been looking for. He left all the wealth of the palace, leaving behind the 1 day old born baby prince and his wife, Princess Yashodhara, who was a devoted wife and a beautiful princess, and all the wealth, and his he was the heir to the throne after his father. So he left all those things because he felt that there is something that he has to find out behind all these things. He felt that these are not permanent. He felt the how serious this impermanence is. People are just like dancing and eating, drinking, enjoying on a frying pan. Uh, they do not realize that there is fire underneath, and at any moment they will be burned to ashes. So that is how dangerous this samsara journey is. But people did not realize that. So he left all those teachers and he wanted to find out what is the truth actually, what is this system, and where is the root of this sorrow and the suffering. He did so many trials and errors. He was with all kinds of trials and errors, all kinds of testings on himself. Uh, One thing we know is that he reduced the amount of food that he was taking, just became a bare minimum of leaves and the seeds which are falling to his uh, just surrounding uh, under the tree where he was seated and meditating, and he was left with just the skin and bones. And we hear in the Buddhist history that he got fainted so many times. He became unconscious because of the bodily weakness, because he was given the impression that if you allow this physical body to suffer as much as possible, you will be able to reach this nirvana, or this come to the supreme bliss. But then he realized that this is not what is this is not the pathway. So he stopped that and he started taking food by walking for alms. And there were 5 of his colleagues who were meditating with him, who were going to follow him if he's successful. They felt that he's going to go back to his comfortable life. They were disappointed and they left him. So he was all alone. And with this, only little by little, he was experimenting with his own mind. Because Buddhism is the only philosophy where a detailed analysis of the mind is taking place, none other religion. So he was experimenting with his own mind. The process that he took is called the dependent origination or the paticca samuppada. In simple words, what is meant by paticca samuppada or the dependent origination is how the thoughts are formed and how this world is created. In other words, how this suffering and uh, uh, sorrow occurs. So he started from that tail end, from what is obvious to the world, and he started analyzing uh, why people are dying, why people are becoming sick, why people are having this decaying of the body. So, in other words, uh, jara means a decaying, marana means a death, and shoka parideva means the sorrow and suffering. So these are the obvious things. The shoka parideva or the sorrow and suffering is obvious to you and me, and the death is obvious to you and me, and decaying of the body, which includes the illnesses also. So those are obvious to me, obvious to you and me both. So he was now, with his wisdom, the wisdom was blooming. Actually, the wisdom eye is called the seventh sense, or the third eye. Third eye means the Dhamma Chakshusha in Pali, the Dhamma eye. Or also it is given the name as the seventh sense. So actually his wisdom was blooming now that his physical condition became better. Because we know that the physical fitness is necessary for a person to have a clear mind, a clear act of thinking. So therefore, first Lord Buddha had to, actually that time he was not Lord Buddha, he was a hermit. He was still the Siddhartha hermit. So he was thinking now. Uh, you know that we need the thoughts to liberate from the mind. We know the mind is a fast flowing flow of thoughts. So mind is not something separate from the thoughts. The fast flowing thoughts is called mind. So we know that the mind and the thoughts are the ones which gives real trouble, isn't it? And for you to understand or for you to liberate from the mind, you need the thoughts. So in other words, one example that we are using always is that if you are in a garbage pit and if you want to come out, there is no other escape, but you might have to use the garbage itself to make a rope to get out of the garbage pit. So it's something like that. You have to use the thoughts to understand the behavior of this mind and to liberate from the mind and the thoughts. So that is what the Siddhartha, the hermit, was doing. He was experimenting with his own thoughts. The word in Pali is called savitakka. You are experimenting knowing that these are thoughts. You are experimenting with these, with the thoughts itself, but you know what you are doing. It's like using a knife, knowing that the knife is very sharp and it can cut from any side. So now the wisdom was blooming. The obvious things for him was the jara marana, or the decaying, the death. suffering, sadness, sorrow, all those things were the ones which were on the top layer of the uh, deep sea, I would say. Yes. So the top layer of the water. So he was trying to now dive deep and deep. Why do people die? Why do people have decaying of the physical body? And obviously because of the death and the decaying, and also there are several other reasons to feel the sadness and the suffering and the sorrow, isn't it? When you do not have the things that you are desired to have, then you feel sad or you have sorrowness. When you uh, when you can't keep the people that you like close by, again you feel sad and sorrow. And when you can't sort of get distance from the people that you do not like, that also again brings the sadness and sorrowness. And when you can't get rid of the things that you don't like, again you feel the sadness and sorrowness. So in addition to the death and the illnesses and the decaying of the body, these things also can lead to uh, sadness and sorrow and suffering. Not only that, the so these are the more obvious things. So uh, Siddhartha the hermit was thinking, then what is the cause for these? What is the cause for the death and this decaying of the body? Then he got, okay, that is the birth, isn't it? Birth or the jati. If somebody is born, there is definitely the death is following, and the decaying of that physical body or the illnesses all will follow when there is jati or the birth. So now there's one point. Now I mentioned earlier, this is what is called the dependent origination. So always there is a cause and there is an effect. So up to the point that we discussed so far, the cause is the birth or the jati, and the effect is the jara marana or the death and the decaying. And also the cause is the uh, jati or the birth, and the effects are suffering, sorrowness, sadness, all sorts of things. So now you have one cause for leading to so many effects, cause and effect phenomenon. Then Siddhartha hermit wants to go further, study further and see now what is the cause for the jati. Then he found that he further was evaluating how did this, what is the cause for the jati or the birth. Then he found out this is all his wisdom actually. The bhava is the cause for the jati. What is bhava? Bhava means the feeling of existence, or itta sanyava in Pali. If there is something felt really existing, always you can call it there is jati. Actually, when I talk about this jati, what comes to our mind straight away is the birth that you and me had so many years ago from the mother's womb, isn't it? And when you talk about the death or the marana, instantly what comes to our mind is the death that occurs after so many years, and maybe at home or on the road or in the hospital, where the body is considered as useless and the body is discarded. So that was the jati and the marana, or the birth and death that you and me knew. But actually what Siddhartha hermit understood was something much more deeper than this. What he understood was that this jati and marana, or this birth and death, is something which is happening with every thought. Now see how unique this teaching is, because it is not something that an ordinary man, an ordinary person would have understood. It's some very complex matter. But when you realize this, when you follow these teachings, it becomes very obvious. It's very clear that this must be the truth. But you and me would never have been able to understand this fact without the help of the noble friend. We would never have been able to invent it ourselves. So, what is this bhava? The basic understanding about bhava, or the existence, was that actually about the existence in the previous births, this birth, and the future births. That was the basic idea that most of us had. Perabhavaya means the previous births, and this present birth, and the future births, or the Anagata Bhava. So it was kind of spreading its wings to the the two either directions, the future and the past. So in that case, it's not confined to this birth, because always Lord Buddha was preaching a Dhamma fact which is always related to this moment only. He never encouraged about thinking or investigating about the previous happenings or the future things, because he explained very clearly that these past and previous things are always coming up as a thought at this moment. So always, if you are thinking about the past, it is a thought that is coming up right now about the past. If you are planning something about the future, it is a thought that comes about the future right at this moment. So Lord Buddha always said that now and here. He didn't talk about things in the past, present, or future. And only if a stimulus or a thought is felt as real, only you can talk about these three worlds or three time parameters, which is the natural thing that is spoken in all the other all the other religions, but not something that is taught in Buddhism. So therefore, talking about this bhava, or the existence in the past and the future and the present existence, is going to be invalid. So it's only about this present moment. It is only about this present thought, present moment only, present stimulus. So I'm using so many words trying to convey the importance of this thing. Always it is related to this present stimulus only. Stimulus means, in other words, the thought. Or you may have, if you have been listening to Dhamma sermons, Nama Rupa, or the form and naming is another term that you can use. So, a thought or a stimulus is the one which is going to be born here, and it is the one which is going to be dead or come to an end right at this moment. So both the jati and marana, birth and death, occurs right at this moment of that particular thought. So if that is not understood, if this sequence of being born right at this moment and dying in this moment is not understood, then there is bhavaya. That means if you feel that the thought is real, then the bhavaya is there. Then only you end up with all kinds of sorrowness, sadness, suffering, because you feel that that thought is real. So, bhavaya, or the existence, wherever, if the system feels that it is existing at some cost, then the jati, or the birth of the self, is there. So that is what is explained as bhava leading to jati. So there the bhava is the cause and the effect is the jati. So invariably, when there is bhava, or when there is the itha, or when there is the perception of existence, feels that something is existing, always the self is here, or the jati is here. If I go for a more simpler example, uh, whatever you look around, whatever is experienced from your surrounding, right now, if you feel that it is real, it's really existing, not understanding that it is something confined to your sense functions. It is not something uh, created at your eye level, created at your ear level, without understanding those facts. If you really feel that, yes, outside there, this is existing, then definitely the self is there. In other words, wherever there is itta sanya, or the existence, and then definitely the atma sanya, or the self, is born. So here the itta sanya, or the existence, is a cause, and the effect is the bhava pacha jati. Jati is the birth. So up to that level, it is clear now. We are going backwards actually. As Lord Buddha very sort of wisely, what he did was starting from the obvious thing. Starting from the obvious thing, he's going diving deep and deep to find out what is the root. This is called yoniso manasikara, penetrating into the deepest end where it begins. Yoni means the beginning, and origin, or the beginning. Origin, I would say, better is a better word. Origin, trying to focus on the origin and finding out, concentrating about the origin to find out the exact truth. So this was the process is called yoniso manasikara. That is a Pali term. So the Siddhartha hermit was now trying to go deeper and deeper. What is the cause for the bhava? Why is it felt that it is existing? The cause for the existing, I mean the feeling that this is existing, the cause is, he found, was the upadana. Upadana means desire or the attachment. And attachment is, in the other words, upadana means kind of holding. So when something is, when a system is felt attached to a stimulus, kind of stickiness, due to the stickiness, when it is felt attached, then it is going to be felt as if it is existing. So the upadana is the cause here, and the effect is the bhavaya, or the existence. So whenever there is an attachment or a desire to keep it, and obviously there is going to be jati. So then he was trying to go down further. What is the cause for the upadana? So upadana means, these are actually words which has very small changes between each of them. what is important that we have to remember is that even though this dependent origination is explained in 12 steps, this all 12 occurs instantly in one stimulus. So, as I said, Lord Buddha never mentioned about a Dhamma which is spanning over the past and the present. It's always something at this moment, right now, here, now and here. So, uh, then even though it is stretched and written as 12 separate things as the cause and effect series, these 12 will occur instantly in each and every stimulus, which means if a stimulus or if a thought is felt as real, these all 12 steps are going to be uh, coming into action. So, what is the cause for the upadana? Then he found out that it is a craving or the tanha. So, craving means simply the attachment, a little stronger version of the attachment. Craving, you want to have it by somehow. That is the word for the explanation I can give for the word craving. So, craving or the tanha is the cause, and the effect is the upadana or the attachment. So, what is the cause for the tanha or the craving is the next question. So then the hermit Siddhartha wants to find out what is the cause for this craving. Craving doesn't mean actually always something that you like. Craving to have it or craving to get rid of it. Now, there are certain things that you want to keep it to yourself. There are things that you feel comfortable when you are away from it. So, actually, the craving comes in both ways. So, taking this fact into consideration, Siddhartha Hermit wanted to explore more about what is the cause for the craving. He found that the cause for the craving is the sensation or the feeling or Vedana. In Pali and Sinhalese, it is called Vedana. Under this Vedana or the sensation, three categories have been explained. Dukkha Vedana means the sensation of the sadness, and Sukha Vedana means the sensation of happiness, and Adukkhama Sukha Vedana is the neutral type of sensation where the system feels that it is existing, but there's no particular attachment or aversion, but just feels that neutrally that it is there. So those are the three types that is explained under the category of Vedana. You can feel a particular stimulus as attractive. You can feel a particular stimulus as something averse that you don't like, or you can feel a particular stimulus as something just neutral. We will take an example. Now, if you see your child, your favorite kid, I would say, I am not talking about a child who has been stubborn and you are not happy about that child, but your favorite only child, that is a Sukha Vedana, isn't it? You are sensing about happiness and attachment to that child. If you experience a putrefying smell due to some rotting dead body of a rat or something, that is something that you are averse, isn't it? So that is a dukkha vedana. You want to get rid of that. You want to distance from that. So that is a dukkha vedana. And thirdly, you just see You are walking on the road and just a bus is passing you. So you felt as if the bus is there, really there, but you have no particular feeling about it. But you feel that the bus is really there. So, in other words, the three categories, just you can apply any other stimulus that comes to your mind to the three categories. The sukha vedana, the stimuli which gives rise to the happy sensation, stimuli that gives rise to the uh, unhappy sensation, and the stimuli just which are neutral. So sukha vedana, dukkha vedana, adukkhama sukha vedana, those are the three types of stimuli that are uh, explained under the category of vedana. So the Prince Siddhartha, the hermit Siddhartha found that it is the Vedana or the sensation is the one which, as the cause, which gives rise to the effect of tanha or the craving. When you experience it, when you sense it, that gives rise to the effect, which is the craving. So, as I said, craving doesn't always means that something that you want to keep close to you. If you want to get rid of something, you have the craving to be distanced away, be distant from that. So, craving or the tanha has both ways. So, what is the cause for the Vedana? Now the question comes, what is the reason for the Vedana? So, hermit Siddhartha was trying to think, what is the cause for the Vedana? So that was next was a very important point actually in this cause and effect phenomenon. Now we know that the cause for the Vedana or we are trying to find out what is the cause for the Vedana. Why does the system feel a happy sensation, sad sensation, or unhappy sensation, or a neutral sensation, but always with that existent feeling? Now, that sensation means always it is existing, it has become real now. So, the important point, which is the passa, sparsha or passa, those are the terms used in Pali and Sinhalese. Passa is the Pali word, sparsha is the Sinhalese word. In English, what I can give the closest is a contact. Actually, contact doesn't give an exact interpretation, but I will try to explain it, because when you say contact, uh, it it gives a meaning of something which is more like physical contact, but actually this is nothing to do with the physical contact. So what is this passa? Passa means the formation of the thought, how the thoughts are formed. So when the thoughts are formed, only that sensation of whether you like that thought, whether you don't like that thought, or simply that thought is real, those sensations will occur. So how are the thoughts formed? So this is a very important turning point that Siddhartha Hermit wanted to understand. This, I would say, is the most important uh, point in this cause and effect pathway. Passa means formation of the thoughts, and then Siddhartha Hermit found that thoughts are formed with the help of the five senses. That is what he interpreted was a human being. Human beings, we have five senses as parts of the 5 organs in the physical body, but actually the sensor doesn't mean that the physical component, but that physical component is essential uh, for this sensor function. So if you do not have an eye, you can't talk about seeing. You need ears to talk about hearing. So that is ditta and sutta. Ditta means the seeing, sutta means the hearing. And the third category he explained, mutta, or the feelings or sensation. Actually, certain words have to be used again and again to give different meanings. I apologize for that because we had a struggle always with finding out the most suitable English term for this. So, what we can do is actually from my side, what I try to do is that try to explain that in a sentence, not stopping just mentioning the word, because just mentioning the word will not give the clear interpretation, because that itself will lead to some confusion also. That will sort of give the indication that the same meaning is given in different places. It's not actually like that. So the mutta, third category, mutta means the uh, feeling of taste, feeling of smell, and the feeling of the skin. So those three are felt, explained as mutta. Uh, what about the skin feelings? Under the skin feelings, uh, it's explained that there are 4 areas, 4 things that the skin can feel. Skin can feel the hard or soft nature, that means the solidity. When you touch something, whether it is hard or soft, is an interpretation of the skin. And if you feel something warm or cold, is another interpretation of the skin. If you feel a moisture, whether it is watery or some just moisture, that again is an interpretation in the skin. And lastly, if you feel the cold or warm air or just some blowing of air, that nature of the air is something that is felt by the skin. So under the skin, there are 4 components: the cold or temperature, solidity, liquidity, uh, and solidity, liquidity, and airiness. Uh, it's also called in Pali, Patavi means the solidity, Apo means the liquidity, Tejo means the temperature, Vayo means the airiness. So those 4 are felt by the skin. So that comes under the group of mutta. Mutta means, in other words, the tongue, nose, and the skin combined together. So the Siddhartha hermit found out that these are the 5 senses which are responsible to form the thoughts. In other words, whatever the input which is created by the 5 senses, collectively combining as a result of the natural process, thoughts are formed. So, in other words, actually, our noble friend R.N. Mahanse gives some beautiful examples about other animals, other living beings, how they have different sensor functions. Therefore, what is created in their mind as thoughts is completely different from what you and me are experiencing. So, in other words, it is something that that has to be very clearly understood, that the world experienced by you and me is completely different from the experience of different animal species. This is what was explained by Lord Buddha as Chittena Niyati Loko. The world is a creation in the mind. And Salayatana Loko. World is a creation in the six senses. Sixth sensor is actually the mind sensor. So you have the eye sensor, ear sensor is there, the tongue sensor is there, nose sensor is there, or the smell sensor, taste sensor, light sensor, sound sensor, and the skin sensor. Even though I use the word eye sensor, it's nothing to do with the muscular eye. But of course, the muscular part is necessary to create this function. So when you talk about the sensor, always it means that the function. So therefore, the sensor functions will combine together to form the thoughts. So that is where the word passa is explained. The sparsha means combination of the senses to create a thought. So now we know that the cause is the passa or the contact, and the effect is a sensation of the Vedana. So when there is a thought which is created, it is sensed. So the cause is the passa or the contact, and the effect is the Vedana or the sensor of sensation of the sad sensations, happy sensations, or the neutral sensations of existence. So, as I'm repeatedly saying, that these things, even though we stretch out and try to write it separately, all these are happening together. Just in one instance, it is happening. So, this is for the sake of understanding. We are trying to explain all this because the Buddhist teaching is always something to do with this moment only, right now and this moment only. So now we have come to that important point called passa. And now the Siddhartha hermit wanted to find out. Now he got to an important turning point. He found out that it is the thoughts which lead to all these problems. Formation of the thoughts seems to be a part of the process, and the process of this thought formation is one which gives rise to so many sequences, ultimately leading to the suffering and the sadness. So Siddhartha hermit wanted to explore more and wanted to find out what is the cause for the contact or the passa. Now we can see that the cause is there for the effect, and that effect becomes a cause to another effect, and that effect again in turn becomes the cause for another effect. So it is a chain, but the chain, all steps are occurring instantly right at this moment. It's something like a bit of imaginary thing, but if I tell it in very briefly, if a thought is felt as real, all 12 steps have taken place. And that is where the birth is, death is, that is where the sorrow and sadness is also there. So, in simple words, that is the truth. If a thought is felt as real, that is where all these sequence taking place. So then he wanted to explore more and find out what is the cause for the passa. Then he realized that, as I mentioned briefly earlier, that cause for the passa is the functions of the five senses. The five senses will give rise to the combination of the five senses will give rise to the thought. So, in other words, the salayatana is the cause or the the senses is the cause. They are the, even though you call it salayatana, even the mind sense is also included there. So it is the five senses which lead to, they are the cause, and that leads to the passa, or the combined formation of the thought, which is the effect. So the effect is the passa, and the cause is the uh, five senses. So, so up to now, it looked very clear to him that the five senses which is responsible, and that is the one which leads to the formation of the thoughts, and the thoughts is felt, and there is feeling of reality, or real feeling of the thought, which is the existence feeling is there, and as a result the thought is given a life, which you call the jati, and sequences that the death and all kinds of suffering and sorrow. So uh, when the five senses are functioning, there's uh, no sort of predictable way that the five senses are functioning, and the five senses will give rise to the formation of the thoughts, and the thought is felt as real, and the real feeling of the thought is the one which gives rise to the sequence of all kinds of the sequence in this samsara journey. So we were talking about the passa or the contact, and now we know that passa is the effect or the contact is the effect, and the cause are the functions of the five senses. So that is meant by the ayatana or the institutions or sensor functions, and combines to form the thought. So in other words, a mind consciousness is another word for this contact point or the passa level. Passa means formation of the mind consciousness or formation of the thought. So those are simpler ways of explaining. Formation of the thought, which is felt real, is the problem here. Formation of the thoughts cannot be stopped because the five senses are functioning at any given time, except the time where a system or a person is in deep sleep, where even no dreaming is occurring. So all the other times the senses are functioning. Even the times that the person is experiencing dreams, the mind sensor is highly active. And we know that always mind sensor is a combination of the other five senses. So in simple words, if you are talking about a thought, we know that the thought means simply uh, anything that you experience is a thought. A picture, wall hanger, light, sky, window, carpet, pillow, slippers, anything. I'm just telling you something that I can see right now, flower vase. So they are all thoughts. The sound of a car and the smell of some food, they are all thoughts. So, in other words, the thought means always a combination of the five senses. So, if you are talking about the dreams in the night or whenever you are sleeping, dreams that you experience in the sleep, they are mind sensor creations, and always the mind sensor creations are something that happened at some point earlier. So at some point that experience has occurred, and as a result the thoughts have been formed, and that thought is the one which is repeated here, reproduced here. So as I said, if the physical body is functioning, you cannot have a moment where the thoughts are not formed. So either in the form of a mind sensor product, or then and there as an experience of the five senses. It may be something seen, something heard, something felt. Ditta, sutta, mutta. Felt means you might remember the taste, smell, and the skin sensation. So these things are non-stop functioning. The five senses are non-stop functioning, and in the sleep, these five may not be working, but the mind sensor is functioning as a separate sensor at that time. Or at the times where you are awake, you say that in uh, the accepted the naturally mundane world, you call that I was thinking, but I was not focusing of any of the five senses. You say you were thinking, so that time is somewhat similar to the experience that you are having in the night dreams. So that time the mind sensor is functioning, and the mind sensor is the result of the five senses, combination of the five senses at some point. So these are some of the theory facts actually, which I used to explain to what we are trying to talk about now. So the Siddhartha the hermit wanted to find out what is the cause for the uh, five senses then. What is meant by the senses? What is meant by the salayatana? In other words, it gives the impression that something is experienced by the sense faculties. This experience is something that we have to study very deeply. Actually, I'm just reiterating this fact. These facts we would never have been able to understand ourselves if not for the noble friend Lord Buddha and subsequently our noble friend R.N. Vahanse, who helped us to get it clarified. It was Lord Buddha who found it initially, and the due respect always goes to him. And Lord Buddha's teachings now coming up uh, as kind of refreshing thoughts, and also it helps us to understand in a more simple manner with the teachings of R.N. Vahanse. So then he found out it is the form and the naming. What is meant by the senses means, sense of function means, it is form and naming. What is this? Nama Rupa is the Pali term, and the Sinhalese name is also, we use the same term, Nama Rupa. What is meant by this? A vibration is named. So simply, all vibrations are manifested as something. That is the very simpler way that we can understand. Fast vibration is manifested as if it is something is there. So that is the sensor function. Fast vibration shows which was not there, actually as if something is there. A fast vibration shows something which is not existing as if it is real. So those are the sentences I can use to explain about the form and the vibration, or form and the naming, Nama Rupa. What is meant by Rupa? Rupa is the fast vibration creating something as if it is real. So very fast vibration creates as if there is a light. Very fast vibration creates as if there is a sound. Very fast vibration gives rise to the feeling that there is a smell. Similarly, very fast vibration gives rise to the feel that there is a taste. And very fast vibration of that part of the skin gives rise to the feel that there is the skin sensation. So what is meant by this fast vibration? One of the metaphors given by Lord Buddha was that something which matched to that time, spinning a fireball tied up to a wire very fast, and that gives rise to the appearance of a fire circle. So actually there is no fire circle there, but it gives rise, or it gives the impression that there is a circle. But really speaking, there is only a fireball. So you can't say that there is no circle because you can see, and you can't say there is a circle. No, you can't say there is because it is created right now due to the speed. So this is the story about the rupa. So the five types of rupas are explained. Varna rupa. Varna rupa means the vibration of the light giving rise to a shape. Shabda rupa. Shabda rupa means the creation of the sound due to fast vibration. Gandha Rupa, creation of a smell due to fast vibration. Rasa Rupa, that is the fast vibration giving rise to this taste. And Pottabha Rupa means the four senses, sensations of the skin, again created due to fast vibration. So the fastness is the most important thing here. Because of the fast speed, something is created. That is the Rupa component. And Nama means the naming. Rupa component means the form part. And naming is the mind consciousness, or the naming or the description that occurs, or the thought which is created as a result of the combination of the five sense functions. So now there is five senses, and combination causes the thought. So this is what is explained by the Nama Rupa. So the Nama Rupa is the cause, and the effect is the sense functions. So now the Siddhartha hermit is going deeper and deeper. Now he found that this is the functions of the five senses. Due to fast speed, something is created, and those creations combine together to form a different type of a vibration, which we call it as thought. So if we take this in a more simpler way, now I have a picture in front of me on the wall. It's a shape to the eye. In other words, fast vibration at the eye level creates a shape to me. And if I touch it, it has a firm texture. That is, the fast vibration of the skin gives me the feeling of solidity. The other things, of course, are not relevant, the smell and the taste, but the sound, straight away a thought comes, picture or wall hanging, wall picture. Now, how did I get that thought called wall picture in my mind as a thought? So then you have to dig deeper into this matter. That is what the Siddhartha hermit found out. How did you get that instant creation of this picture in the mind? So picture is a sound there. So it's a three sense functions. The function of the eyes there, function of the ear, even if the sound doesn't come as audible right now. Picture is a sound. And of course the touch, you have the skin sensor functioning. So three senses have functioned, and an existing picture, a real looking picture, is coming up in the mind as a thought. Then Siddhartha hermit wanted to go back again. How did this picture, or whatever he observed at that time, he must have wondered, how did it come up in the mind right now? So this is where we talk about the Purana Sanya and Nava Sanya. What is meant by Purana Sanya is the old perceptions, and the Nava Sanya is the new perceptions. So how did you get the old perceptions right now? And how did it happen? So the Siddhartha hermit found out with his wisdom that the thought formation is something that happens as a spark from the previous experiences. So we know that as a baby, I had no idea that whether this is a picture, whether this is a scenery with a picture, that might be an additional information. If I was a little baby, like 1 year old, and if I was shown this one, it's just some shapes. And if I touch, I would have felt the same firm texture. That's all. Even as a small child, I may have tried to lick it, but there is no taste. I may have tried to smell it, there is no smell. So there is no input from those two. But that's it. Those are the only experiences that I can talk about. Then my mom or somebody may have said, "Baby, this is a picture. It's a scenery." Now the sound is tied up to the other two sensor functions. The sound, picture, or the scenery is tied up to the sensor functions of the eye and the skin. And when these things happen again and again, the feeling of really existing picture comes and it's established. Now, whenever I see a picture, I have the idea or I have the system feels that it is really existing. So that is how it became the real. So now the Siddhartha hermit understood that it is the Nama Rupa which has led to this sense of functions, or vice versa. As I said, all these things occurs in one instance. So actually speaking, you can't separate them out. But he felt that if the form and naming is there, that means it is the sensor functions. So the cause is the form and the naming, or nama rupa, and the effect is the sensor functions. Now he was digging further down inside, or diving further deeper and deeper. What is the cause for the form and naming? Then he found that it is a consciousness, or the vijnana. What is meant by vijnana? There are lots of misconceptions about the vijnana. There are talks about vijnana going from this birth to another one, which is a totally incorrect thing. That Lord Buddha never said something like that. Vijnana means just being aware. දැනගැනීම. So when kara දැනගැනීම is a singular word, this consciousness means it's separated out. You feel as if it is there. So that means the self is on this side and whatever is experienced is there. So there's a kind of separation. When you talk about the vijnana, there is a separation of the two to the two sides. This is where we call the duality actually. So vijnana, or the consciousness, means there is some form of duality. Now about the consciousness, or the vijnana, in other words, nama rupa means, or the form and the naming, again, in some way, it is also talking about the two sides. If there is no form, or if there is no fast vibration, there is nothing to be named. And without naming, you cannot recognize a fast vibration. So the form and the name go hand in hand. Fast vibration should be there to be named, and without naming, a fast vibration is not understood. So name helps the form, and form helps the naming. So that is something that I wanted to mention at the time that I was talking about the form and the name. Now going back to consciousness, as I said, consciousness is not something existing. Consciousness is not something that you can give a value. Consciousness means a feeling of separating it out, or duality. Thing is there, something is there, and the self or the perceiver is here on this side. So consciousness We know at the sensor level there are five consciousness experienced. Five consciousness is explained: eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, smell consciousness, uh, s- uh, taste consciousness, and the skin consciousness. Now, what are these? What is meant by eye consciousness? Or we call it in Sinhalese and Pali both Chakku Vinyana, or the eye consciousness. What is exactly meant by this is that a feeling of light there, or feeling or experiencing a shape there. I use the word shape and the light to give the same meaning. So, experiencing a light over there, experiencing a shape over there. So, always when you talk about something over there, the self is here. So, this is the experience that the small baby has. You and me have passed that age, and small baby has this experiencing light only. Uh, Small baby has the experiencing of sound only, and the taste only, smell only, and the skin sensation only. So when you experience these separately, this is the level that is explained as radiant mind. No combination of these to form the thoughts yet. So the eye consciousness means the baby experiences light, or baby experiences some shapes. So in a very subtle way, baby feels that baby is here on this side. So these are called perceptions, sanya. Baby experiences a sound. So in a subtle way, the self is here on this side who is experiencing the sound. That is a sound consciousness. Taste consciousness. The taste is experienced by the baby, and the smell is experienced by the baby. So the baby and the smell, taste and the baby. So like that, there is some way of separating it out. But at that level, the word duality is not used because still the thoughts are not formed. But still there is the self feel is there. So the next, the skin, similarly, feeling the cold or warmth, solid feeling, liquid feeling, the feeling of air. These all can happen at the sensor level. So the baby feels them as separate things. What happens when the mind consciousness is formed, or in other words, the thoughts are formed? Then you have the uh, thought which is felt as real, and myself is here on this side. So that is the most important point where the mind consciousness plays the role, where the things are felt as real, the thoughts are felt as real. So now I feel as if the picture is real. That is my thought. So when the picture is felt real, definitely myself is here who is experiencing that. This is where the definite duality is explained. So mind consciousness means always it is a thought, and whenever the thought is felt as real, myself is here. That is the birth of myself. Each and every stimulus, when I feel it real, the myself is born. That is a jati. And jati is always followed by death and all the sequelae, the sorrow, uh, suffering, all those things will follow. So, uh, now what happens? In other words, the consciousness or the vinyana is, in other words, in a different way is explained in the form of form and naming. Both are same actually, where more or less it gives the same meaning. So Vijnana, the Siddhartha hermit found out that Vijnana is the cause and the effect is the form and the naming. Vijnana Pacha Nama Rupa. Now, Siddhartha hermit wanted to find out what is the cause for the consciousness. Now he's going deeper and deeper to find out what is the reason for the consciousness. Now he is finding something very important. He found out this cause for the consciousness is due to the construct or aggregation. And what is meant by that? The Pali term is sankhara. Same word is used in Sinhalese also. Sankhara is the cause and the effect is the vijnana or the consciousness. What is meant by sankhara? Sankhara means construct. Repetitive things will aggregate together to form as if it is really there. So sankhara in Sinhalese we use the term sakas kirima. In English, the closest term we can use is a construct or aggregation. So, because one such perception is not very effective, not very obvious, the perceptions occur repeatedly, very fast, to construct something which is seen as true. So, sankhara is the result of the repeated happening and empowering or reinforcing of the perceptions or the sanya. So, for the sankhara, the Lord Buddha gave a beautiful metaphor. It looks like a mirage. Actually, mirage shows that there is something really there, isn't it? But there is nothing. So it's like a mirage. Easily, a person can be played out, or the person will be taken away with that impression that it is really there. So, sankhara is the cause for the cause, and the effect is the vijnana or the consciousness. What is meant by sankhara? It's kind of repetitive happening of the perceptions, and repetitive happenings will give rise to as if something is really there. So that is basically what is meant by it. All these places we talk about the speed. If the speed is not there, you can't talk about any of these things. So then the what is the cause for the sankhara? That is what was Lord Buddha, the Siddhartha hermit wanted to find out. And he felt that ignorance or the avijja is the one which is the cause for this whole process. It's not actually effective at the beginning. Avijja or the ignorance is the cause, giving an umbrella cover to this whole process. Because you don't know this truth, these constructs are happening. And when the constructs are happening or the sankhara is happening, you know that there is ignorance. So they are actually mutually feeding. Because of the ignorance, the constructs are happening or the aggregations are happening, which gives rise to the experience of something really existing. And on the other hand, if the constructs are there, if the constructs are happening, always that is underneath is the avijja or the ignorance. As I said, ignorance is the reason for this whole process. So even as I mentioned earlier, even we stretch out this and write it as 12 facts. It's very important because I am repeating this sentence again and again. It's very important to know that all these steps occur instantly in each and every stimulus, provided that you still have no idea about the true Dhamma teachings. What happens when you learn about this process? When you study and find out that there is something like this, a process like this is happening, then you realize that this is due to the ignorance and not knowing this process. And this whole process is moving forwards. And the thought is felt as if it is real. Thought becomes alive. Alive doesn't mean that living, but real. So now I can see this picture, and the experience that my system has or this system has is it's a real picture over there, and I'm watching it. So that explains these all 12 steps. Because of the ignorance, because I do not understand this Dhamma path, because of the avijja, it's created as if it is really there. So there is construct of the sankhara, and there is a kind of duality where the picture is there and I'm here. It is a result of the 5 sense faculties. Out of 5, of course, 3 are relevant to this stimulus. And when that existing picture is there, I experience it with a pleasant impression. So my thought is a picture, wall hanger, and I have a pleasant feeling about it. So that is a sukha vedana. And I like to maintain it. And I have a sort of kind of an attachment. So that is the upadana. And of course, wherever there is an upadana, the birth of myself, birth of the self occurs. So that is a jati. And instantly that thought comes to an end. That is the marana of that thought, the death of that thought. This is a very fast sequence happening. Every thought is born and dying, born and dying, and each thought we feel real. So this real sort of feeling, wherever there is, the self is also created. So this creation of the self, with each and every stimulus, each and every thought, this self, creation of this self will aggregate to form, together to aggregate, will aggregate to give rise to the feeling that persistently existing myself is here. So the self-perception is felt as if it is something permanently lasting. I feel I am here. I am the one who is seeing this picture. I am the one who is standing here. I am the one who can hear the sounds of my voice. I am the one who is feeling some smell of some food. I am the one who is feeling a bit cold at this moment. So everything is I am, I am, I am. Because with each and every stimulus, that self perception is coming up. So the self perception, if it is just understood that it is always happening with one thought, and that comes to an end, and another fresh thought is coming up, that is where you are applying the Dhamma that you have learned. So this is a very fast process. Every stimulus you are born, and you don't see that dying part. The birth of self is the only one which is obvious. So this birth of the self is seen as one single solid thing. It's like that AC current, isn't it, in the bulb. where there is an uninterrupted, where there is an interrupted flow of the light, but because of the speed, it looks as if it is there is an uninterrupted light there. Similarly, that self feel, myself, is something that is persisting. So self perception is felt as something permanent. So I am here to experience everything. And on top of that, there will be additional thoughts also to this perception. I like this picture and I'm enjoying this environment. I'm enjoying the weather, all kinds of things. I like this dress. I feel very comfortable on this chair. You can talk anything about yourself related. So, this is the life. This is what we have to understand. This is the changing pattern of the thoughts is called life, living. So, do you agree now? This is the truth which is common to any person. So, the Siddhartha hermit understood finally it is the ignorance or not knowing this truth is the cause for this long drawn samsaric journey. He sort of screened through back and forth in this cause and effect phenomenon, dependent origination. And then he realized that this is what he was looking for. He found out actually there is no self here. That self, that feeling of self, is because of that changing pattern of these thoughts, which is due to the fast speed. And there is some kind of live feeling in this thought flowing. And that live feeling is because of the current which is generated. So, and he realized actually that is the essence of the Dhamma, this Paticca Samuppada, or this cause and effect phenomenon is the essence of the Dhamma. And the most important thing, as I mentioned earlier also, it is something that is happening in this fraction of second, applicable to each and every stimulus or each and every thought. So he found out from this, when the causes are there, the effect will be there. When the cause is not there, the effect will not come up. And when the cause disappears, the effect disappears. And when the cause appears, the effect will appear. So those are the four important golden phrases in this Paticca Samuppada, or the cause and effect phenomenon. So then there is actually no place for the karma that we are talking quite a lot in this Buddhism. Karma is something that is explained in many other religions. So, as I said, this is a unique teaching, unique truth. So it can't be then common to the all the other religions where they are talking about the good karmas and bad karmas. So what they explain is that action and effect. Whatever the good actions, the good effect. Bad actions, bad effect. So that is what is being taught in the karma pala, or the action and effect story. So if it is the truth, then a person like Angulimala, who was a serial killer, because we have talked about this many times, Angulimala will not be able to reach nirvana at any cost because of all the bad actions that he has done. He will have to suffer for many more births before even considering to be another to be born as a human being to understand this Dhamma. But Lord Buddha was very wise and he could pick him up. He could identify that this person had the wisdom to understand this Dhamma and he can escape this samsaric journey because he did all the killings, not all by himself, uh, not all by his decisions, but it was something that he was forced to. As an obligation, a deep obligation that he had for his teacher, he was compelled to do that. So he was a wise person, a wise student. So Lord Buddha, every day, it says in the Buddhist history that he used to oversee the things early morning to find out whom should I help today, who is in trouble, who should be given the attention today. So with his wisdom, he could see this Angulimala who was killing people who were entering that jungle, and Lord Buddha went there. Uh, we do not know how far or what was the way he appeared there, or whether it was some sort of way of uh, showing him that Lord Buddha was there. So, because Lord Buddha had those capacities, though he didn't exhibit them. So, the only intention for the Angulimala was to kill this person and get another finger to his necklace that he was wearing around his neck, where one death was equal to one finger in that. So he was chasing behind Lord Buddha, but he couldn't reach him. So he was saying, "Stop, stop, you clergy," because he knew that he's a clergy because he was in a robe. "Stop, clergy. Why are you running? Stop, I want to get your finger." So Lord Buddha said that, "I'm not running. You are the one who is running." And Angulimala was saying, "Clergies will not tell lies. Why are you telling lies? You are running and saying that you are not running. And I am running behind you. I can't catch you." So Lord Buddha said, "Angulimala, I am not running. I have stopped. You stop now." So that was a message that went through and through his thought pattern, because he was a wise person, very intelligent person. He could recognize that there was some deep meaning in that couple of sentences. Why does he say that he is not running, he has stopped? He's asking me to stop. So then he realized it was not this physical body running. He felt that it is a running of the mind. And then he decided to give up everything and he fell on his knees. And that is how he became a monk actually. Because he became a monk, he got a special excuse from the king also. Otherwise, he would have been just beheaded for all the bad karmic things that he has done. But Lord Buddha intervened at the very correct time and he became a monk. And rest of the stories I think we have mentioned so many times earlier also. What I wanted to bring up here was that if the law in the nature is only the action and the effect, karmaya saha, karma and phalaya, sorry, then Angulimala wouldn't have had any chance. But because this is the cause and effect thing, so then he had a chance of escaping from this samsaric journey. So mind you, you can't say that there is no karmic effect also. It is there as long as you believe that the world is real. So those are two categories. A group who believes about the worldly things, who believes about the existing people, and existing myself. So, in other words, the thoughts which are alive, thoughts which are real. So, in other words, the Paticca Samuppada or the cause and effect is moving forward. That's a normal way. Well, within quotes, you have to say normal. For many people, the thought is real. Thought has become a thing, and thought has been given a value, and thought is felt alive. So, that instance, for that person, the Paticca Samuppada flow or the Paticca Samuppada action, the cause and effect phenomenon is moving forward, and the end result is that there is the birth of the self, and which is always tagged with the death of the self and the sorrow and suffering, all those things. So, for such a person, whatever is done will have the karmic effect. If you do the good actions, you are expecting the good effects, and bad actions means bad effects. So, but if a system or a person learns about this Dhamma and learns what Lord Buddha was trying to explain, then it is something different. Then that karmic effect will not have a chance, and then it is going backwards, as if what the Siddhartha hermit, what hermit was trying to do, he will understand that this is not the only thing, the karmic thing is not the only thing. This is actually, when you understand this Dhamma path, you know that there is nothing real called thoughts. And when the thoughts are not valued or the thoughts are not felt real, there is no birth of the self either. And that ends up the sorrow and the sufferings of this life. Not only that, the sufferings and the sorrow will end up permanently. So, as long as a physical body is there, the system will continue to form the thoughts. You know that even because you understood this Dhamma, even Lord Buddha was experiencing the things in the normal way. Lord Buddha was getting the thoughts in the normal way. You can't live as long as this physical body is there. You can't live without having the sensor functions, because Lord Buddha will say that this is a time for the bath, or this is a time for the arms round, or this is the time to do a sermon, and he will do some sermons that is with the help of the thoughts, because he has to find out more facts, what is suitable for this person. How can I get him to understand this Dhamma? Because the different people will understand the Dhamma at different levels. So these are all thoughts, and that means you need the thoughts to live. So the difference between the Arhant and the normal person is that the thoughts are formed in the normal way until the physical body comes to an end. The thoughts are formed in the normal way, but they are not felt alive. They are not felt true. They are not creating any kind of current or power within the system. The system will be flowing in the normal way. Things will be experienced in this normal way. But of course, the beauty is that without the fire or without the burning within itself, the things will move forward. And that means you are experiencing the beauty of the nirvana while you are alive. And that is called Sopatisesa Nibbana. That means the Nibbana or the Nirvana, that you are experiencing while your physical body is there. When the physical body comes to an end, that sensor functions will stop, and then that will sort of be like switching off a machine completely, where there is no more current there. So that is the anupatisesa nibbana. We used to have that concept that nirvana means not going to be born again uh, after death. So some were sort of wondering, we have to wait until the death to experience that. So what is the point? Now, what is important is actually, as long as you are alive, you can experience the nirvana. And that is the beauty of it. You can do everything in the normal way, but everything you realize that they are all uh, the action minds or the kriyasit. Action mind means the sensor functions. The sensors are functioning and the thoughts are formed, but those thoughts do not have a power or a value. But that that doesn't block you, or that doesn't prevent you from taking the appropriate actions and doing whatever is relevant, what is essential. There's no hindrance at all, there's no obstacle at all to such things. And what our noble friend R.N. Mahansi says is that you can be more effective in your life. You can be more presentable to everybody, and people will notice that you have become a different person, and that vibration of yours will actually affect the others also in the household, which is the beauty of it. There are many mothers who are talking to the Zoom discussions that we are having with our noble friend Narayan Mahanse. They explain how the household has changed, and particularly the mothers who have been having lots of sufferings due to the things happening at home, sometimes even domestic violence or so many things. Sometimes the facts with their children, grown up children giving rise to problems. So when they calm down from this side, the other side generally cannot light up the fire. You know that when two dried sticks are rubbing together, uh, there will be a fire created, isn't it? But the when one stick becomes raw and only one stick is dried, then you can't get a fire by rubbing it. Or if one stick stops rubbing and just only one stick is rubbing to that, again there's very little chance or no chance of getting any fire. So this is something that will happen within you. You become the green stick, or you become the stick which is not rubbing with the other one. And people, we hear that people say that they notice a change and they are wondering what happened. And sometimes even they ask, what are the what sermons do you listen to? So all this credit actually has to go to our noble friend R.N. Mahanse for opening up this path for us, which is a beautiful pathway actually, which helps hundreds and thousands of people now. He's going around the country uh, giving this uh, message to the village level people, because people in the villages are very innocent and they do not have a big knowledge about the theory components also, and they do not have any idea about the Pali either. So he is explaining, or Mahansi is explaining this Dhamma in a very simple manner, very beautiful examples and metaphors which are matching to the present time. It's very interesting to listen to him. The way that he handles different people is different from person to person. Lord Buddha used to do that those days. Lord Buddha was waiting for the opportunity to give the Dhamma to that person if it is somebody who was not ready to take the Dhamma. And not only that, Lord Buddha felt that some people anyway will not take this Dhamma. So there was a person, a butcher, who was just next to the temple that he was living, the Jetavanarame. He used to slaughter pigs. I mean, a person might wonder, he was just living in the next door, and why didn't Lord Buddha try to take him to the correct path? Lord Buddha knew that some people cannot be changed, and by trying to uh, approach them, it will give rise to a much bad, much worse disaster to that person, because that person might get angry and then uh, even try to sort of be offensive to a person like Lord Buddha, and he will have much more stronger karmic effects. So, therefore, Lord Buddha was very selective about the people, and he approached, or he tried to explain the Dhamma depending on that person's level of education, the level of ability to understand, and the age of the person. So that is very important actually, individually understanding that person's ability. So now recently, RN Mahasi has been going from village to village, and he is addressing the gatherings there in those places. And those sermons are being uploaded to the YouTube, which gives very beautiful explanations, very simple explanations. And he also is supervising Zoom discussion for children, where the priority is given, like having a simple chat and maybe explaining some sort of Pali stanza, simple one, things like that. In a very simple way, the Dhamma is being given to the children. So it actually greatly varies depending on the person's ability to grasp it, and the talent is that to select what is the best method and what is the best way to convey the Dhamma to that particular person. So it is not something that we all have. It is actually R.N. Mahasi has that skill. It's beautifully explained, and each day from his sermons we are gathering more and more information, more and more facts actually. However much we have listened to his sermons, we feel that there is no end to that one. And we know that so far, over the last 5 years, he has done about 12,000 or maybe more sermons, and which are there in the YouTube. And in the websites, they are nicely categorized, and you can find out from the beginning all the Zoom, all the discussions that he has done. So there's wealth of knowledge actually. It is an interest that should come from your side, and uh, if you feel that these facts have raised the interest in you, listen to more Dhamma facts, and then try to uh, understand these teachings. And you are being born as a human, and only the human beings can understand this true Dhamma. So we have fulfilled that most important requirement. So why do you waste time? So I think I will conclude the session from now on. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. That is the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, three triple gems. And I worship at my R.N. Mahansa's feet. There was Arne R.N. Mahansa, And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may all our Dhamma friends who are helping with the background things be blessed by Triple Gem. So we will meet up with another session then. Until such time, keep up with your curiosity. Try to find out what is this true Dhamma is, and try to investigate about yourself. Try to turn the camera towards yourself and understand what is meant by this thought, what is meant by this mind, how the thoughts are formed. So they are actually all self-study. So it is something that you have to do it yourself, because no outsider can feed you with the Dhamma, or can feed you with the Dhamma understanding. It is all your research and your experimentation which will help you. Whatever your age, don't say that I'm too old to understand that, or I have still more time. We don't know when this so-called precious life is coming to an end. It may be just in few minutes time, it may be in 10-15 years, so you never know how much you have got. So try to find out the truth, try to raise your curiosity, try to research yourself and find out what the truth is. Teruvan Saranai.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahasa, Padma Namaskar. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Uh, we'll start with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6, page number 151, Part 2, Participant. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahasa, I bow down at your feet. On yesterday's Zoom discussion, you explained the difference between the bliss created by an advanced level of spiritual experience, Lotura Suvaya, and the bliss of real Nibbana, Nivan Suvaya. Can you please explain this a little more for my clarification? Aryan Mahansa, this happened in two ways. Some people when traveling along this path, think that they have achieved the Nibbana due to the blissful states of the mind that they experience, and this is just a thought and not the real Nibbana. Explain to me the way you understood this concept. Participant. The way I understood this is as the liberation from the sixfold basis. Aryan Mahamsa. The people who follow this path at times experience this situation. The sixfold base always creates a burning fire. Having seized the burning fire, if someone thinks, I am liberated, this is a misconception and a wrong view. The illusion in mind can sometimes create this view. The people who are caught up with this idea think that they are arahants. This is also a thought just like any other thought such as mother, father, tree, etc. The situation creates bhikkhus similar to bhikkhu Potila. This path must be traveled carefully and mindfully. Do not get caught by the creations of the illusionary mind. When preaching, one must be careful to see this situation. The people who truly achieve the Nibbana or Arahant state do not go after results. If someone goes after the results, there is a self in existence behind that thought. This can be referred to as the Lothura Suvaya, the bliss created by the experiences. The Nibbana Suvaya or the bliss of Nibbana can be reached only with the renunciation of this idea created by the illusionary me. The real concentration can never be destroyed, but the other type of concentration can be destroyed. The wise person who can go through the illusionary me automatically gets the opportunity to observe how the defilements are fading and dissolving. Just like the Kemaka Bhikkhu stated, yes, most of it is gone just like a cloth become clean after washing. However, the smell of the soap is still in the fabric, which means the process is not completed yet. The story presented by the Jesus Christ also talked about let go of everything and you could get everything. In this situation, there is a being, self, who would get something here. Here, the soul is still in existence. Without completely acknowledging the stanza, Salayatana Loko Loko, the world is nothing. Nothing else but the creation of the senses. No one can reach the Nivan Suvaya or the blissful state of Nibbana. During an era that the Gautama Buddha Sasana appears to be going towards its disappearance, it is the duty to keep it alive. The Buddothpado discourses are available to fulfill this purpose, and Buddothpado Aryan Master is trying his best to preserve the Gautama Buddha Sasana. Therwan Sarana.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Shanika. Uh,
Therwan.
First of all, we all pay our homage to Buddhothpado Aryan Vahanse. So, you read from volume 6 of the books, right? Is
Yes.
it? Yes. So, it is evident that from the extract that you read, the feeling of living of a person happens due to the six sensory organs that you mentioned, Salayatana Loko Loko, isn't it? Yes. So, basically, from today's reading, what did you try to highlight?
Mhm. Um,
Okay. So, Now, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, as we all know, has revealed the Dhamma of Gautama Buddha uh, dis- dispensation or Gautama Buddha Sasana, which was hidden from the world for well over 2,500 years. So earlier, what people thought was as Dhamma, what we heard during our lifetime also was that the outside external world is there. So there are people, no, so the self is also there. So we have to get rid of this samsaric journey by understanding the suffering that comes from external entities, that come towards us from the external entities. We believed that this body, it is subjected to death, suffering, so everything is impermanent. Now we took about the 32 parts of the body and we contemplated on the impermanence of each part, each body part, and then we also we that way we decided, we tried our best to end the sufferings. And uh, so actually, though people meditated and contemplated on the impermanence of this existing body and the existing entities of the world, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. They were all suffering, they were feeling sad in the face of death, in the face of illnesses, in the face of separation of loved ones. So it was again unending suffering. But it is not the suffering or dukkha preached by or disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddha. So this hidden truth, ultimate truth, that there is nothing external, was rediscovered. Actually, it was hidden due to various reasons. When it comes to like this 19th century, 20th century, 21st century, it was completely the Gautama Buddha's true message was completely disappeared from the entire universe. So when we know that Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has been to diverse teachers during his lifetime, to find out the truth, to understand the truth, to get this true message from someone, both in local context as well as he traveled over the world where they said that true Buddhism is available. He went to different teachers and ultimately he came to a certain level, and still he understood that no one is actually able to, this is not from a critical perspective, but it became self-evident to him that no one can guide him till the end in the sense to understand what the extreme or ultimate truth is. So he himself, due to perseverance, tried his best and worked on it, and it became self-evident to him that there is nothing external. It is, we only live momentarily, and the lifetime of a person, of any being, is only the single thought, only the length of a single thought. So for that, actually, what in his Dhamma, what he basically emphasizes is one should know how the mind is created, how the mind is created, unless and until how a person understands, how the mind is created, how this consciousness or vijnana acts as a deceiver, creating a non-existent world in front of us. One cannot think of liberating from the suffering. Suffering becomes a part of this and a part of our life, integral part. So basically, what we should try to do is to understand how do we feel that there are things outside as well as there is the self here that experiences the external world. To gain this understanding, you can stop me. You can stop me and question at any point, Shanika. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
And Mr. Bernard also, please contribute whenever you think you have to add and you have to elaborate. Okay. All right. So for that, what we should basically a beginner, what we should do is to understand how we feel as if the external world or the entire world is there, or that how this feeling of self existence, I am there, how does it first occur? How does it uh, how did we get that feeling that there is a person here and the external world is out there, and we uh, deal with all the stuff external and we live a life and one day we die, because that is actually not the truth. It's an illusion. It's an illusion, as if a dream that we happen to believe due to ignorance. So for this, what we should do is to understand the mechanism, understand how we feel that there are things. So if we carefully look at the concept of living through our own experience, it's actually evident that we do not experience anything other than the depictions of these six sensory organs. So if I name them, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, then the body and the mind. So very basically, we need to understand clearly the mechanism of one sensory organs. So the easiest and the commonest and the most deceitful is the eye. So if we think about the birth of eye, or how the eye occurs, or how we get deceived by the projections of the eye, we can apply this to all other sensory organs, and we can try to kind of understand this illusion. So the moment we open our eye, there may be some object. Shanika, so can you do this now? Just tell me, when you open your eyes, what do you see around in front of?
In front me, I see a cupboard
Ah,
and a
cupboard.
door. Yeah,
Okay. Now you see is as a cup. You see at once, you see it as a cupboard, right?
yeah.
So what do you actually see? How did you first come to know that it is a cupboard?
It was taught to me.
Sorry, it was
taught to me by my mother.
exactly. So now just imagine you have a small kind of baby, infant at your place, and that baby who is unable to talk or unable to name anything outside is taken in front of this cupboard, as you say. And do you think this is an imaginary situation? Do you think that little one is also able to see this figure or see this shape, the color, or the light, shape of light, let's say, as a cupboard? Do you
Uh,
think?
Not as a cupboard, but like the child might see there is something. Like he might think,
Exactly, exactly, Shanika. Because that is the work of the eye. Some shape of light will arise, right?
yeah,
But
yeah,
as we see the cupboard, that infant may not see a cupboard out there, but
yeah,
we at once see the cupboard. So now this is a very good point. Thank you for your contribution. So it is the same scenario that is happening in all other entities, happening with all other entities, right? The human eye has a certain capacity to capture certain vibrations. So basically, Shanika and all of you, that basic thing is the entire universe is just a ball of energies or vibrations. So the eye, not this physical eye, that if we consider the seeing, the process of seeing, so here in this the physical eye, there are certain vibrations that occur with certain frequencies. Okay, so all the vibrations world over have different frequencies. So here it, there are certain frequencies. So out there, cupboard or whatever, there are certain vibrations. So the matching vibrations as a natural phenomenon, their sparking happens. The sparking of the vibrations of similar frequencies occur, and this sparking happens continuously. It is a natural phenomenon. It happens continuously, especially these vibrations with like opposing kind of powers. The plus and minus, they come together. It's a natural phenomenon, so it happens continuously. So due to ignorance, the one perceives this as an existing object. But seeing the cupboard, as you said, is also something that have you seen how how things spark continuously? Now if you light up fireworks in the New Year season, you see sparking like it's not consistent. It is occurring and it's going away again. It occurs, goes away. But due to the human eye cannot capture that speed, so we see it as a continuous thing. Do you have any questions on that?
no, no.
Are you okay with that? So so if I quote another example to explain this, Shanika, now when you spin a fire band, right? Or
Yeah,
a fireball, let's say, you spin it very fast, right? You spin
yeah,
it, so ultimately you see a circle or a fire ring there. So
yeah,
if the person did not see the fire band at once, whoever comes to that place after you start spinning may not say that it is a fireband or a fireball,
Yes.
isn't it? The person would say that it is a ring of fire. It is a ring of fire. It's not a fireband. So that's why we call it a cupboard. We see it as a solid figure, isn't it? Isn't it? But somebody who knows the truth that this is a fire band that I am spinning, or whoever this is a fire band, not knows the truth. However much the other person says, no, it's not a fire band. It is not a fireball of fire. It's a ring. The person who knows the truth knows that it is not an existing ring. It's just a fire band. So that is what happens once we understand the truth, that it is a kind of vibrations coming together, and it sparks continuously, not something permanent. I mean, it is this truth revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. As you mentioned, it was originally discovered by Gautama Buddha 2500 years ago. As we mentioned before, it was disappeared from the world due to the long time span and due to various other factors also. People misunderstood, people preached it differently, people amended it due to ignorance. But due to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's perseverance and effort and wisdom, he was able to reach that original truth, right? And now he has disclosed it for us. Now we know that it is the fire band, it is not the ring of fire. So that way, now we were discussing the eye. So we said that sparking is the shape of light, Shanika. Sparking is the shape of light. It happens continuously. It's a natural phenomenon, and it happens with a extreme speed. Like you are spinning the fire band very fast, you see a very thick firing. If you slower down the spinning speed, then there may be gaps also. People might notice, right, that it is a fire band that you spin. But when you do it speedily, okay, with extreme, unimaginable speed, it is a ring of fire. So that is where all humans have got this existent feel. Okay, that cupboard appears, this chair appears. But since we know the Aryan Wahanse have given us the fire band, this original thing, he has disclosed the truth. So we shouldn't get cheated or deceived by it, isn't it? We know that it is a vibration, natural phenomenon. Sparking happens at a very high speed, and then the objects appear to be as real, and we get that existent feel. Okay, we feel that as if it is there. Now, if we take the very example that Shanika has in front of her, the cupboard, now Shanika feels that there is a cupboard. So you said your mother introduced it to you as a cupboard, right? Unless
Yes.
you do not know that it is a cupboard, Shanika. So
Yes.
if just imagine a friend of yours from Japan, China, or Africa, or Kenya arrives at your place, and they also see the same thing, what you call as a cupboard, right?
Yeah.
So will they say that it is a cupboard? Oh, Shanika, there is a cupboard at your place. Will the Chinese say the same thing?
No, they will call it in another name.
Another name. So
Yeah.
it's very clear. We come to the next point, right? So
Yeah.
now externally we don't see anything. Now the mind, the cupboard, the combination of the name and form, it is also not a truth. It is also a concept only, isn't
Yeah.
it? So,
Yeah.
because a Chinese would call it using another name, there is the name and color combination is different. It is different for another person. So, somebody who hasn't seen a cupboard this shape before might say something like another object, some similar object. We'll connect it to a similar object and attach that to this figure, this form. Do you
Yeah.
get it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's why we call this name and form, all these labels, they also are creations done by us to facilitate the existence, because we are happy to exist in the world. Ignorance, due to ignorance, we try to expand our world because learning new things, traveling around, what we do is ignorantly people expand their world by adding new objects, giving new labels. So now we are going on a backward journey, right? That's why we call that it is so far we have been going with the current, and now we are going against the current with this on this path, isn't it, Shanika?
Yes.
We are going against the current because now you are young, I am a middle aged, so my world is much bigger than yours because I have lot of labels, lot of names and forms. Uh, Throughout the life, I have got lot of, because the amount, the volume of myths that I have, right, is much larger. But the magic is, Shanika, once we understand the truth, right? Once we, because Aryan Vahanse always says, you don't have to cut every mangosteen fruit to see the kernel or the inside of it, right? We can't,
Yeah.
you don't have to always contemplate, okay, now this is a chair, it's a name and form. So I have to go back to my Montessori level, kindergarten level to see how it first occurred in my life. Or now there is a handkerchief. How first I saw it as a, when I first show the shape of light, it it was like a piece of cloth maybe, right? Because if I have seen that this material is called cloth, it's not a handkerchief even, but somebody with a beautiful painting showed this square piece of cloth, nicely done, with a beautiful hem, and introduced it as a handkerchief. So from there onwards, the handkerchief came into my life, right? Into your life. So can you tell me such few examples how, going back to your kindergarten age, how you first came to know stuff like that, Shanika? Like I explained, handkerchief, chair, and how things came into your life. A few things, even maybe people, even may be you. How did you come? Can you just go down the memory lane and see, contemplate on how we first came to know the self? This, we have a certain image. No, now in photographs we see, in a video we identify, oh, this is, I identify, ah, that's me. Oh, that's now Shanika. That's Shanika's mother. So, how did you first came to know that it's you? This image is called you.
In so I actually I don't remember, but like
Yeah,
it had to be my mother. Like
yeah. Yeah, that's true. Maybe we can't actually, when it comes to self, Shanika, we can't remember. Honestly, I do agree with you, right? Maybe the age, at the age that mother was carrying us, maybe, no, maybe the first birthday.
Yeah,
Maybe at that time we came to maybe somebody showed took us in front of a mirror.
yeah,
Unless there is something called a mirror or a camera, Shanika, uh,
yeah.
will we be able to attach a shape to the concept I?
No, never.
Not at all, no. So
Ah,
we might see the body parts except the face.
yes.
So what if we do not have mirrors and cameras in the world? What would have happened? The perception
People,
of I would be the sound, the voice we might hear, and the
yeah,
rest of the body except the face, isn't it?
yes.
So the self image would have been very different. But now, thanks to cameras and these mirrors, to a certain image, we attach the sound I. Is
Yeah,
it clear to you? Yeah,
yeah,
so that is the same scenario. All entities in the world, all entities in the world, that mechanism I explained at the very beginning, right? Is it clear? Do you have any questions related to the first occurrence of things related to six sensory organs and how we mistakenly call the external world is existing? Because we took the example of the cupboard and how that we explained that the cupboard is nothing but uh, uh, vibrations that happen at very high speed, and I is nothing but uh, vibrations. Even the trees or so-called all entities are vibrations, but we can understand that only through the example of this ring of fire.
yeah. Um,
You don't please ask.
well, actually, like, but even a child can see there is a thing, right? Like,
Hmm.
even
Yes.
it's like it's what I does,
Yeah.
even a child can see that. So, like,
Yeah.
but like the child can see there is a depth and like a 3D.
3D. So that
Yeah,
also happens, Putha, due to ignorance. No, the 3D, that is the biggest trick here. Because that gaps, we see it as a 3D. But the infant sees it as a 3D? Unless and until that, do you think the infant, the who is in the cradle, sees it as a 3D? Now the thing is, Shanika, now
yeah.
as a grown up, now apple first, when the first step, the apple is seen from a distance for the first time, do you think we have a sense of that round shape if
No, no,
someone sees it for the first time?
no.
No, or just the eye works, right? Eye
Yeah,
saw the color, the shape. But once the apple is given to the person's hand and get the person to touch it and then introduce it's round, now the ignorantly the sensation of the body or this round shape, smoothness, and also the eye, the color of it, and then if the person tastes it, piece of apple is given to the person tastes it, and it then the taste of the apple, and at the same time somebody calls it apple, apple, apple. Okay, in the teaching methodology, of course, Pute, there are a lot of strategies uh, being used to introduce, to establish these labels, name and label concepts. So, if I explain to you a primary class experience, right? First of all, when something is introduced to the beginners, what they do is they show the picture card, flash card, an apple drawn in a flash card, and the teacher shows it to the class and shows the picture and then call it's an apple. It begins with sound a, apple, and always showing the picture, continuously showing the picture. Okay, so they
Yeah.
are the concept that the image is being attached to the word sound apple, apple, apple image, right? Then the next stage, what they do is they bring a real apple to the class. It is introduced to the teaching through research that you have to take the real object to the class. So they take real objects to the class. In Sri Lanka, we don't have facilities to implement such sophisticated teaching strategies. The Sri Lankan teachers cannot afford to take apples and all real objects to the class. But if you go to developed countries like especially UK, Australia, they do this. In primary classes, they take real objects, real apples, and get the children to feel the texture. Now, first day it's the image and the name. Next day the texture. They get them to touch and introduce that it is round. Then they get them to cut it and taste. Then smell. So you see all six sensory organs, right? Are
Yeah.
you are kind of given this experience of apple. Get nose, then the tongue, then the body, eye, ear, all. So they make a lot of effort to introduce this to a new person. So that's why it's very difficult once the concept is established. As Aryan Vahanse always says, you cannot convert butter into milk. It is quite true. He's a scientist actually, because Lord Buddha has also, Gautama Buddha has preached that also. You can never convert butter into milk. But it is true that butter is made from milk. Got it? Now,
Yeah.
once the concept is established, Shanika, the name and the form, using all these, giving this all sensory experiences to a small one, that one will never see it as a name and form combination after he or she is given this true Dhamma experience or finds this true Dhamma experience, this true message. So that's now what we are doing is that's what actually called going against the current, right? Otherwise, once the concept is established, it's apple, it's the chair. So through knowledge, we always try to say, no, Aryan answer, it's the shape, the image, and then the chair, the word comes next. However much we argue with him, he doesn't accept that. I personally used to argue at the very beginning, about 2 years ago. I used to tell him, no, Aryan answer, the ball, I feel that the word is coming later and the image is seen first. No, it is due just because we know this as knowledge, we apply the knowledge there. But Aryan Vahanse knows, no, that you see it as a ball, right? That is why he is telling it's a chair. You can't, as knowledge, we know it's the name and form combination, right? So still you think the infant sees the apple in a 3D shape unless the child is given the experience of touching and dealing with, playing with an apple? Can the eye person?
So, like, let's say the child is not in age to go to preschool, but
Yeah,
he can walk. So, we keep the apple on a table And the
Yes.
child can walk around the table and see the 3D shape, even
Then
though
they,
he
true,
can't.
exactly. Then also walked around the table unless and until the child touches the apple, right? Feels the shape, the round shape. Still, the child sees the color only until that child is getting the concept that it is round, okay, and attaching that shape ignorantly to attaching that kind of feeling of touching is as round with the name apple. Still the child sees only the color without. It is at once we don't see anything in 3D. It is through our ignorance. Now I'll tell you another example, right? So when you go to a new place, you look at, actually when we went to, I can recall that international meditation center, that serene beautiful environment. They are also uh, if you actually contemplate by looking at the environment, if you went there for the first time, seated under a tree, if you look at the environment, your eye doesn't perceive the gaps, the distances, right? Exact distances. You can experiment it. If you walk through that path and you knew, okay, I have walked 100 meters, I have walked 500 meters. So this is, those trees are placed at that distance. These trees are nearby. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That, that due to that only when we sit at the place and we look at that scenery, we feel, oh, these trees are close by, those are far. This near and far is also knowledge. I doesn't perceive near and far. I think Aryan Vahanse is also there in Dhamma Mandapa. We can uh, invite Aryan Vahanse to explain this further, isn't it, Shanika? Oh, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. So Miss Surangika is also there. Miss Surangika.
Yes, Teruvan Sannai Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika. Now, will you be able to elaborate on this? Now, what Shanika is asking is whether the eye perceives the distance or the 3D of objects, the eye. So, unless and until the person gets the experience of touching it or walking through that distance, that knowledge helps the person to figure out that it is 3D or that gap, the distance, but the eye only uh, feels the sensation of the eye is only the shape of light. So, will you be able to elaborate on this, Ms. Surangika?
Yes, I can try Sudharma. And first and foremost, let me pay my respects to our Mahansa and Thiruvan Sannai Dhamma friends. So I think the basic thing for Shanika to understand, Shanika, is that at the newly born infant stage, the perceptions, the sense faculties really are at a very basic level. So what happens at that point is that the baby can actually, there is a sensation of light, there is a sensation of hearing or sound, and so on. So in that very basic sense, the light consciousness occurs, the sound consciousness at that very basic level is existing, but there is no identification of those as different consciousnesses even. That is just what the sense faculties experience at the newly born baby or infant's level. And if you think about it, I mean, do you think that the baby knows what 3D is? No, right? So whether it's 3D, 5D, or 7G, or whatever it is, all these are concepts that have been taught, as Sudharma was explaining, later on. At that stage, even if the baby has eyes, the baby has ears, the nose, and the mouth and the tongue for taste and so on, it is only at that very basic level where those initial, through the vibrations happening in the eye, the light consciousness occurs. So the baby can react if you put a very harsh, very bright light in the room where the cot is, for example. The baby can maybe even squint because the light is too bright for the baby's eyes. But that is just a natural reaction because the baby is reacting to the light. But the baby doesn't know it's light. The same thing with the sound. I mean, if you put a very loud blaring music of even if it is a nursery rhyme, if it is too harsh for the baby's ears, the baby will feel very uncomfortable and start crying because it's getting a bit, it's hurting the baby's ears. So that's not because the baby recognizes that sound is sound, but that is a natural reaction because the vibration happens. And due to the vibration, sound is a perception that occurs. And through that, because our tolerance level is 20 to 20,000 hertz for a baby, which is a really newly born infant, and all the faculties are at a very basic and growing stage, it is difficult for the baby to withstand that kind of sound. Similarly, even the light, if you think an adult can probably withstand a brighter light, but probably not a baby, and so on. So it is in that sense, even if you think about placing an apple on a little stool and the baby, comes around or say toddles past, comes to the table and takes the apple to its hands. I don't know whether you have heard, Aryan Mahase has given a good example. If you give a phone to the baby will touch the phone, put it in the mouth, and so on. So the same thing happens with the apple. The baby will be curious. The baby will touch the apple, put it to the mouth, maybe even lick the apple. But the baby has no perception that it is an apple, no perception that it is round, no perception that it is circular in shape, and so on. Where do these concepts come? How did we learn that it is circular? How did we learn that it is round or smooth, that the outer skin is smooth? Or, for example, that the apple is red in color? These are all concepts, as Sudharma pointed out earlier, that one learns, and learns probably at the Montessori or nursery stage. One is shown an image, and then that image is given a sound. And with the sound associated with it, the light consciousness combines with the sound consciousness, and then the mind consciousness occurs. In the same manner, if, for example, they have an actual apple in the classroom and the teacher cuts the apple into pieces and lets the little children in the Montessori class taste the apple, then the children get the sensation of taste as well. So then that as a perception also combines with the light consciousness, sound consciousness, and then combines to form the mind consciousness. And at that point, the baby then, through repeated reinforcement of that same signal and name and label being taught in class, gradually it starts becoming of value to the baby or the child at that stage in the Montessori, and gradually the perception surrounding an apple as a lived experience is understood. And each time the baby then sees an apple or hears the word apple, the child, instantly the earlier experience and this experience telepathizes to form the mind perception and the whole experience of the taste of the apple, that the apple was round, that the apple is spelled this way, APPLE, all that will come to the child's mind. So the example that Sudharma gave earlier about distance, that it's also a mind perception. The baby has no idea that something is far away from the baby or close by to the baby, or that it is dark, or that it is daylight. Things like that. They are all, if you think about it in Sinhalese, it's called upadaya rupa. Upadaya rupa in English means perceptions. It is the mind that interprets all these things. The fact that there is that we say that something is far away, distance, whether it's close by, whether it's far away, whether it's high up there or whether it's low down, whether it is cold or whether it is hot. These are all conventions, names and labels that have been interpreted and given names. There's nothing like that. All this is mind made up. It's a construct of the mind, which is why when you understand the mechanics of the mind, you understand that all these things, because if something is tall, sometimes we like tall people. Now, why did we give value to tall people? Because we have created this false notion that this is tall, this is short, or I like tall people, and so on. With these various interpretations that we have given, we falsely, through our ignorance, attach value to it. And through that, we create all these defilements of, certain things we like, certain things we don't like, and so on. So these notions, one has to understand, are things that are created only by the mind consciousness. But the important thing from an apple perspective, if you think about the true Dhamma and the understanding is, for example, Shanika, if you think about an apple now, you would have had an apple before, you would have had different types of apples before, but when you think of an apple now, immediately you will know the apple is round, you will know the apple is green or red, you will remember the texture of the apple, the taste of the apple, whether it's sweet, whether it has a slight sour note to it, all that. But all this is coming through a perception, isn't it? It is nothing but a perception. It's a flash of a thought, and it is a mind perception. But in that mind perception, you feel as if you heard the sound of the apple, the word apple being mentioned. You can almost feel the texture of the apple. You can almost feel as if you feel the taste of the apple. But is there taste in the apple? Is there taste in the perception? Is there sound in the perception? And was there color or an image in the perception? Nothing. The perception gives that false belief that it is, that all this is there. And then if you don't know the true Dhamma, you take it for real. But all we are associating here is just a mental picture, sanya. And in sanya, there isn't anything. Perception is actually made of nothing, because you know that perception is a combination of light, sound, touch, taste, smell, and so on. So those basic consciousnesses come together to form the mind perception. But then we know through the true Dhamma that Aryan Mahanse has taught that there is even nothing called light. Light is also a result of the speed of vibration occurring at the point of the eye. If you're blind, you don't even have the vibration for the light to occur. If you're deaf, you don't have the sound for the sound consciousness to occur. So that perception of an apple, the taste, touch, and smell, and so on, you have to drill deeper and see, was there even something called light? Was there even something called taste? No. So then really that mental picture that we formed and attached ourselves to, saying, I like apples, or I like red cars, or, I like so-and-so who is my friend in school. Aren't these all mental pictures that we are associating? And is there anything of substance in that mental picture? No, isn't it? So all you have to do is you have to just look at it. Look at the way the mind is formed. what are the elements of the thought? How do these things come about? And where do we go wrong? Where do we mistakenly believe these things to be true? And it is through that understanding that then one realizes, and gradually one then feels that the attachment that we have had, whether it is to the apple, whether it is to our school friend, whether it is to anything out there, starts gradually diminishing. And with that comes that inner transformation. So I'll just stop there because we are still talking about the basic consciousnesses. Yes, Sudharma. Thiruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Ranga. Thank you so much for the beautiful explanation. Shanika, now it should be crystal clear to you. Am I correct? So can you, Shanika, are you there? Oh,
Yeah, I'm here.
yes. So still now you feel that near, far, distance, the 3D, all are perceptions, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Or do you still have doubts? Only problem is we do not have the ability to go back to our infancy, right? To
Yeah.
see how we accumulated all these perceptions, how we ignorantly continue to believe that they are existing, right? So
Yeah.
it is again going back through using this true Dhamma, we got to analyze in the sense to go back and see how things came into our life as real objects at the very beginning, right? So we were discussing how the eye perceives stuff and how ignorantly we take them as real objects, as existing stuff. So the another point, as Surangika also highlighted, that the cupboard or I am taking the same example as it was just in front of you. So now if just you close your eyes, Shanika, for a while, so the others will also understand when we do it practically like this through using examples. So Ms. Surangika, please contribute. Mr. Bernard also, please contribute, and let's have a more interactive discussion in terms of this. Okay. So Shanika, please close your eyes. So what is around you? What do you think, what can you see when you close your eyes?
It's dark, but like before that there was like a little like a blurred image of the cupboard, but then it's also
Blurred image of the cupboard. Is
yeah.
it actually the eye? When you close the eye, do you still see a blurred image of a cupboard?
It
Close.
goes for a while, then it vanishes.
Is it the derived form, as Surangika said, the upadaya rupa, the mental image, the derived matter, or actually they are the shape of the cupboard occurs? What's it?
It's like the one in front of me, but not clearly, just like a blurred
Is it?
shape. Yeah,
Is
but then
it when you close your eyes? Well, now there is a book in front of me. Now I closed my eyes, but I cannot see any image of it or anything. It's total dark, pitch dark. It's around. No object is seen. Maybe you are not closing your eyes. Oh, that mental image comes. That belief that there's a cupboard makes a shape of a cupboard in front of you. Can you just experiment and see whether is it your mind or actually the eye perceives a blurred image of the cupboard?
it's the mind.
Exactly, that's what Surangika mentioned as the derived form, that when we get the very first experience of an entity, what
Yes.
happens is the moment we hear the word, the cupboard or the apple, that the mental image or the derived matter appears we cannot give a place, but it automatically appears, telepathizes.
Yeah.
It does actually in the image that telepathizes. I don't know whether it's okay to use these prepositions as in also, because we are talking about nothingness, but there is no other way to communicate this. So that in that derived matter or upadaya rupa, all the qualities, all the characteristics of that image, if you think about Vatalappang, okay, now the word, the sound you heard is Vatalappang. Now in the mind, the picture of Vatalappang appears, the mental image, if you have seen, tasted it before. But for someone who just arrived in the country, for the first time, the person is going to have Vatalappang, right? Now the person doesn't, now there are dishes on the table, various desserts and all, but the person has not tasted. So when you say, when the person is seeing all the stuff, if you say Vatalappang, the person will that mental image or whatever, the at least will the person be able to identify the dish Vatalappang tray at once.
No.
So there you are. Now with that previous experience of the perception, nothing is there in the world other than the bunch of colors, right? On the table, or just bunch of colors. So once you introduce, now this new friend, okay, this is a delicious dessert called Vatalappang, you give the background, and this is the fruit salad bowl. This is the ice cream. So you introduce, this is the fish curry or chicken curry. After the moment you attach that label, introduce that to the person, now the person connects the color and the shape of light. Shape of light means the image of that Vatalappang dish with the sound Vatalappang. Is it clear?
Yeah.
But does the person when the person sees the Vatalappang dish, does the taste of it, texture of it telepathizes into that sound? No. But now you serve some Vatalappang into a dessert bowl and get the person to taste it, right? And you while it, this is Vatalappang, it was made like this and all. Now the person gets the taste of that, experiences the taste. So that perception is also there. Taste coming of the tongue, occurring in the tongue. Then while eating, the smell is also there, the other perception, right? Nose. Then the person must be not using the spoon, using the finger that touches it a bit. Then that texture is also there. Okay, so all the perceptions, like eye perception, the seeing, the shape of Vatalappang, then the sound, the name Vatalappang, and then the taste, then the texture, then the smell. Okay, all this telepathizes and form the thought, or the mind consciousness comes to work and form the concept Vatalappang. And the beautiful thing is, next day, the person visits you and the Vatalappang dish tray is there on the table. And the moment the eye perceives that shape of light, the taste of Vatalappang, the texture of Vatalappang, the smell of Vatalappang, the name, the shape, everything telepathizes in one shot. And the moment the label, the sound Vatalappang comes, all of them instantly occurs, and the mental image, before the person goes to the dining room, if you, as after welcoming the person, if you say, okay, there is that delicious dish of vatalapan there, the person knows that that derived matter or the upadaya rupa will arise. In that image, not only the shape of it or the color, all the smell, texture, the taste, everything is there, Shanika. Is it clear to you?
Yeah.
Or do you
It's clear.
have any questions?
No.
No, you can try it for several times. Go back to, because at the very beginning, this contemplation is important. How to understand how things appeared in our life, like people, even the children or the friends, not all sorts of pets, maybe. This same concept is relevant to all those entities that we believe as if existing externally. So shall we move on to the ear, how to understand this better? Because six sensory faculties we need to go into deeper to understand, because
Teruvan
this
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and thank you are there. I didn't see. Could you please
No,
explain?
I just
Yeah.
wanted to add something there. Actually, you went on very nicely about this, the Vatalapan story and stuff. It's really good. I just wanted to add something. Actually,
Yes.
what is the mental image of I? You didn't actually go there, so you stopped in Matalapang. It's better to go on to
Yes, Dr. Kokila.
I, me, my. How did that happen? So Lord
Yes.
Buddha has cut the body and has tried to show there is no me there.
Yes.
And Lord Buddha has tried to explain every aspect of this, what we feel, what we hear, what we, in every aspect that there's no self. So better, it is better to actually go on to that as well, rather than stopping in Vatlapang, because it's nicely done. So anyone can
Yes, Dr. Kokila.
that bit. So when we tell that, it is very good to add that other part, because we are not actually worried about Vatlapang here. We are not worried about.
Yes.
Actually, we are worried about why we feel as alive.
Yes.
Why we feel as existing. So that is what the magic is. That is what the actual thing that we need to know. Why do we feel alive, and how that feeling came, and also why there is a thought attached to that. Like similarly to Vatalapang, you exactly nicely said, Vatalapang is not there. You have a taste, you have something, a texture, you have a smell, but there's no Vatalappan there. So at the same time, you have to mention, it's the same with the thought of me, or I, or
Yes.
mine. So
Yes.
that thing that we talk about, how do we, what is it? So it's the same thing. We just have to talk about that at the same time, so that someone takes the message of Vatalappan, that it is not there. At the same time, if you go on to say that, you will not miss the actual part of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, because otherwise the message will be only about the Vatalapang and not about the self. Because we are actually mastering these things, not for anything else, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
So what is me? What is me? When you try to understand what is me, then you are lost, because that's why Lord Buddha tried to tell, is there me in that body? Is there me in that
Yes.
sensation? Is there me in that perception? Is there me in that the sankhara? Is there me in that consciousness? There's no any of these things actually didn't have me there. So actually it is something like Vatlapam, which didn't exist.
Exactly.
Which didn't exist. So it is nice to actually, if someone is coming to that step nicely, there's somebody was talking with you. So if that person is coming with you nicely, then it comes to that Vatlappan level, then you show her nicely that actually Vatlappan is not there.
Yes.
And even the light perception, or even this consciousness, or those are the things from you feel that due to the speed. When you say that and you stop there, then the story is not adequate. So
Incomplete. Yes.
incomplete. So
Yes.
you add it to that. So what is the, how did this thought
Yes.
has happened in this world?
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
only to humans, it's to even the animals, it's to even to
Yes.
any being in 31 stages,
Yes.
worlds have this problem. What is the problem? They feel like alive, they feel as existing. So they fear about the other, when their life is going to finish, they feel a fear, whether it is an animal, whether it's a human, whether whatever. So that is what we are actually trying to find out. What happened here? Why do we have a death? Why do we have, like, what is happening here? So then we try to find out, what is this like? Vatlapang is not existing. Is I existing?
Yes.
So we try to find out where is I. So that's the basic the research you have to do.
Exactly.
Where am I? Am I here? Am I there? Am I where? So Lord Buddha has tried to explain whatever the things that it's only 5 aggregates you have. Whether so the explanation should extend to that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise, it will be similar to like deyak na in that
Yes.
line, but not the kenek na part. That
Exactly.
so everything will be discussed in such a manner that the correlation between where am I here,
Yes.
where is the perceiver, because there's a feel that you perceive something. How did that happen?
Yes.
So that should attach there, because you came very nicely to that point. I just wanted to add that.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thank you so much. That is your kindness to remind, and please, I invite all of you to comment. I mean, this is make this session more interactive, especially Dr. Kokila. Please always correct and improve whatever I try to explain. So let's go back to the beginning. So at the starting point, we looked at how the perception of self came into our life, right? So I explained to you that had there not been a mirror and a camera, even today we do not know who I am, the image wise, right? We might say that we hear the sound and the rest of the body, so-called body, except the face, because without these instruments like mirror or the sophisticated instruments like cameras, video cameras, we wouldn't have been able to see the image of the person even, right? So as I recall, I want to re-emphasize what I said at the very beginning, because we do not have any experience other than the 6 sensory organs. So I recollect a simple experiment that helped me to understand that we do not have any other experience other than the six sensory faculties. This was actually done by some presenter, some teacher here. I think Miss Asanti. So what she did was she asked me to close my eyes. Now, Shanika, you also can do that, right? Please close your eyes. And tell me how you feel that you are existing. When you close your eyes, how do you feel that there is someone called I? Because we already identify this self as I know that I live or am there. How do you feel that you are there?
Well, with the sounds I hear
You
and
hear some sounds. Yeah.
and the feelings in on our skin.
The touch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Some
And
thoughts must be occurring, right?
yeah.
And now open your eyes.
Okay.
Now, how do you feel that you are there? You are alive, that there is some, forget about your history, background, everything, and just focus on this very moment, this second, and tell me how you feel that you are alive. You were correct actually. Earlier you said I hear sounds, I thoughts occur, and I get the sensation of touch. And yes, now
It's kind of like thinking.
I'm thinking, and the I also perceive stuff around you, right? As you earlier said, the cupboard and stuff.
Yeah.
So now, if I share my experience, the seeing of the phone and the feeling that I'm sitting on a cushion and the sound that occurs in the eye, that ear perceives some sounds. Yeah, some thoughts that the talking that happens as a process. Other than that, I do not know that I am alive, or we do not experience a life other than that, right? So the problem is, it is the eye that perceives images around us, as Dr. Kokila, this is what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight. Actually, she explained well. So the eye perceives stuff around us, right? As I at the beginning explained, due to vibrations and all that sparking, the speedy occurrence of vibrations, that's the science behind it. Otherwise, there are no permanent objects anywhere. So on this side also, it's vibrations, right? The self, unless and until somebody showed us the image of this body in front of a mirror and told, Baba, this is you. Puta, this is you. Or the name, you are Sudharma or Shanika or whoever. We don't know that there is a person like this. Originally, what we experienced was actually the experiences of the six sensory organs without any feeling of that I experience, I see this, I hear this, I feel this. But gradually, when the self was introduced, the self perception of self got stronger and stronger, we began to get the ownership of these experiences of the sensory faculties. Now the eye perceives stuff, but ignorantly the strong feeling that I see this. The sounds occur in the eye, ear. The ear perceives sounds, but ignorantly, we say, I heard you saying this. So we go on and go on. And the nose perceives certain smells, okay, sense, but ignorantly, we say, I smell this, I taste this. So it's very important to untangle this knot. How this self, the sense of self, the feeling of self came into our life. At superficial level, we can say it's okay. Somebody said you are there, so it's you who sees, it's you who hears, it's you who feels, it's you who kind of smells, tastes things, so on and so forth. But is it the real fact? Is it the real thing? It is just because that somebody said that you are there, that the self is there, we took it ignorantly and we believe. No, there is some hidden truth that actually without the explanation of Kalyana Mitra or a noble teacher like Buddothpado Aryan Vansi, so we cannot actually Gautama Buddha. That is the truth revealed to the world by Gautama Buddha to relieve the sufferings of people, which was disappeared from the world over the time and now has been disclosed by the redisclosed by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Now what happens is, so if we take the eye, so the eye perceives due to that the similar vibrations of speedy occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies, the sparking, continuous sparking occurs. So I don't repeat that. This is the concept that I explained using the example of fire band, spinning the fire band at a very high speed. So it doesn't matter, right? Now the sparking occurs, so it occurs continuously at very high speed. So we feel as if it's existing. So if I take the very example of the cupboard, you feel as if the cupboard is existing. But the problem is, as a natural phenomenon, when this sparking occurs, it creates some power. It generates some power. Okay, so it generates some power, and with that power, the mind power, we begin to give a value. We feel as if it's there. We feel as if the cupboard is there. The birth of the cupboard occurs. And another problem is this doesn't stop at, or this doesn't cease at eye level, this power. So there is another important point, concept that we should understand, that some vibration which carries, we can't actually say which carries something also, but which occurs from life to life, some strong vibration, internal power occurs in the zygote. I mean, when the conception or the combining of a sperm and the ovum occurs in the mother's womb, at the very beginning we call it a zygote. So this special vibration, internal power, telepathizes into the zygote. So this vibration always kind of activates or deactivates with the powers, with the different levels of powers that are generated through the six sensory faculties. Hopefully you get it, or you can stop me and explain, or ask. If I ask Shanika, is it? Do you get it, Shanika? Okay, so Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Shanika is not a baby. Shanika, no. Yeah. Shanika,
Okay.
something is outside, other side is you. It's a simple.
Yes.
What is
Yeah.
Sudharma doing? Is why are you going round? It's direct way, no. No, RNS is telling simply, no. Something is outside, is chair is you. Why? Chair is there. Where are you? I'm looking the chair. Chair is there, chair is the me. How is this chair is coming? That's the our thoughts how is coming. That's the Buddha's philosophy is there. That's the dependent origination Dhamma. Otherwise, this thought how is creating, that's important only. That's why Kokila also try to explain that. So no chair is there. So no me is there. That's the Nibbana is there.
Yes.
It's a simple no. What you think about Shanika? Is real no? Yeah. How long you are stay here? No, it's 1 hour. No, no, 1 hour 15 minutes. I think. No, it's okay. Shanika is newcomer, but Shanika is not new this Dhamma because Shanika's mom is long time is here in this Dhamma. So Shanika know this one is very very important. No, Shanika, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you struck? No, because Sudharma long period, long time is here. Like a baby, Shanika becoming a baby. Sudharma is a teacher. No, Sudharma actually is a teacher. No,
No, Aryan, no answer. I am sorry when you mentioned
no.
Shanika Dua, I thought she's yeah. I am sorry.
I think Shanika is right. Shanika, what you feel?
I am sorry about that. I actually.
Oh. Sometimes Shanika, that Zoom. No, you is still here. It's okay. Sometimes phone is somewhere, Shanika is somewhere. Because how is heard this? No, Shanika. Oh, I hear in this long period, long time, but I can't hear this. What is this? I will stay here. What is Sudharma is doing? Sometimes it's okay. It's okay.
Sorry,
Babies is okay. Yeah,
yeah.
Sudharma is okay. Baby.
When you asked all of a sudden halfway through, I couldn't actually. I tried my level with Aryan also
No, it's okay.
without any preparation. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
what do you think about Kokila?
Teruvan Saranai
Leda?
Aranwansa.
Yeah, Kokila, what's this explain? What's your idea? This Sudharma must explain.
No, actually, there is a gap. I don't know how to fill that gap. Actually, that gap is really manifesting, showing. So that gap, the ability to actually get that story out. We all struggle here. It's natural. It's okay. It's just that you have to feel it. So whoever who that Shanika, she if she actually understand a little bit of this and understand that if she feels this, because at one point Sudharma said, you will not be able to feel this, but then it becomes a story. This is not a story. This is not an explanation only. So then if someone has to feel this, then the stories should come nicely also. But not necessarily that the story should be straightforward as well. Story shouldn't be like very so how a 7-year-old can understand this Dhamma and feel it, because the 7-year-old will not understand all this, the explanation we did, but still that 7-year-old can actually feel this. So, and we know from Lord Buddha's time, the house, the people who help cooking, who acted as helpers, got to know this, like felt it. But then that helper actually teaches the whole household that. So the knowledge itself is not actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you have the knowledge or not. But the thing is, you have to feel what you are actually trying to say. So when you feel it, what is there to feel is, if you give any value to any of these things, so the story, the way you have explained is nice, but we have to understand how the me story comes here, and why you feel like alive. Alive feel comes because you give a value to whatever you're feeling. That happens even in the baby's vibration. So you can't say that you can't feel it, because in the actual experience that Aran Wahanse is trying to get, like trying to give to others, is the same thing. It's the same thing. Like when you understand that there is no value to the what lapang or whatever, then what happens is you just don't give any value to that. Then you come to the either texture, or either the feel, or either the sight, the vision, or that only one modality will be there. Then at that point you will feel the vibration. It's a feeling, it's not a story. So this message should be there. It's a feeling. It's you will feel the vibration. That's your vibration.
That's fun is good. That's a feel, no? I like feel.
Yeah, that should be felt. And then you say that also has happened because the vibration was taken as granted. It's taken as a thing. But then the vibration is actually not a thing, because it's actually happening because of the rapidity of the speed. Then only you can telepathize into the non-vibration. Otherwise, how will you be telepathizing to non-vibration? Every day you will be telling this story, and at the same time keep vibrating to the vibration, keep telepathizing to the vibration. So the story will never end, but we will keep holding 1,000 Zoom discussions, but still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That's not the thing that Aran Wahanse is trying to tell. I mean, I don't know whether I'm putting it right.
Yeah, Kokila, because the value won't there's a fading. No, that's why defilements won't be fading. This Nibbana is there. This tranquility is there. The especially message is what is Buddha's try to doing? What is Buddha's try to try? Buddha try ending the suffering, ending the sadness. So how is ending the sadness? How is ending the suffering? Is truth. What is the truth? Is, you know, this nobody is here, but everything is happening in the system. So, but human have feel, alive feel. That's the soul. So, what is this? What is this? What is this alive feel? It's a feel. It's a feel. It's okay. How is this feel is coming? It's a value. It's a value, no? The chair have value. The chair won't you. Existent feel. Existent feel is the consciousness we are using. Word. That's a itta sanya. It's the existent. It's the existent perception. You know, yesterday we explained this. Non-existent perception is coming because, you know, it's a sound and form. It's a simple. You know, thought is sound and form. The sound is not real. It's the waves. So it's is otherwise is a eye creation. It's a picture. It's not real. It's a waves. You know, eye creation also waves. Ear creation also waves. These two waves together coming. That's thought is create here. There. Thought is the effort. The cause and effect dharma is effect is not real. So you see this value how is coming. The every spark, every vibrations have power. That's why existent feel is coming, light also, sound also. So that's why existent perception is sound. That's the living beings feel. That is why we are not talking about the tree is a living being. Who is living being? How is living being feel is coming? That's a power. So power is vibration powers. It's okay. But finally, it's a waves. Vibration powers meaning is waves. So waves is power. It's together coming. That's thought have power. Thinking power. It's a mind power. It's a thought have power. So what's your word? Buddha word is, this word is your sensor. Creations given to you. Thoughts. Thought have power. But not but finally we are thinking everything is real. But everything is not real. That's the existent perception is not still yet true. What's the other one is coming? Non-existent perception. Because it's not you understand in this Dhamma, you understand in the truth, meaning you know it's your thinking. Goal, where's the goal? It's your thought. Thought is not real. Sound and form. So non-existent feel is coming. Non-existent is coming. Feel is coming. Is the existent feel is, that's why after your thought have the value. Finally, thought have the value. Chair is there. You know that one is chair. Chair is sound and form. So is real chair is there? No, it's your mind. You're thinking. So this something someone understood this is nothingness. Everything is because there's gravity power, electric power like that, solar power system like that, automatically, systematically, this sensor creation has given you this is thinking power. You are thinking something happened, this chair is, you try to keep it. That's power is there, thinking power. So thinking power using your physically body after you try to something to do. So what is this? Like a robot. No. Signals are coming, robot is working. Power is automatically coming. What is this? You see, unbelievable. So you understood this. You are inside. What's your ego? What's your defiance? How much you want it? You don't
I think
want it.
Aranwansa, everyone understand it. It's just that they don't put it to like the experience because they surely understand it very well. But understanding is not enough. So that message,
Not enough. Yeah.
that's
Because
the message
internal
I think we need to
transformation,
do.
yeah, it's want to be happen. It's a nature like that. You can't do that. It's automatically is fading. That's why Buddha's word is Sankatam Paticca Samuppannam Kaidammam Vaidammam Viragadammam Nirodham. So the meaning is dependent origination is this thought how is creating understand. Finally, your power, your ego, your defilements automatically fading. Finally, is tranquility is here. That's why Nibbana Paramasukha is a Nibbana, is a Nirvana, it's a tranquility. It's a peaceful mind. It's a calm and peaceful. And how smooth this finally your feelings. No, very nice. Everything can be happen, but you're inside like a mint. How is it? No? That is why Buddha told finally. That's birds fly in the sky like that. How is free mind? liberation of mind, freedom of mind. No, anywhere, and no problem anywhere. So it's okay, Kokila. It's okay.
Yeah,
Explain how is that?
yeah. It's good, Taranasa.
Yeah.
I think everyone knows this now. I mean, only a newcomer will not know.
Yeah.
Most of us know this. It's
Yeah.
really important that you get into the Pratipada and try to feel it.
Practically, is experience coming everybody now. Yeah. So their own experience. It's not belief. It's not trust. It's happening. It's internal transformation. It's becoming non-vibrations level. It's nice feeling. No anger. So no anything happen. So how is telling? Yeah, but you can experience. That is why Buddha telling this Dharma is practically this present moment you can experience. Is your endless happiness is here. Is because who is sadness happening? Who is suffering? Nobody's here. System is working. That's why. Nice, huh? It's okay, everybody. Okay, Kokila. Okay, so Dharma, Shani, are you there? It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's nice. No? Nice. Yeah, Sudharma, it's okay. Sudharma, don't worry. It's okay. You try. No hard work today morning. You're a good teacher. We all of them realize that
apologies.
you are a
I
good
mean,
teacher.
I do apologize for if something went wrong. My apologies and thank you so much. Mistakenly, I took Shanika as a young one because Aryan Hansi mentioned as Shanika daughter. I'm sorry.
No, Shanika, it's okay. We understand it. No, it's okay, Shanika. Yeah.
It's so challenging, Aryan Hansi, the message that you have given, as Dr. Kokila said. I mean, until somebody truly feels it, it's very difficult to communicate it to the world, also to others. So it is definitely the person has to struggle, because until the person feels it truly, must be struggling.
No, even these thoughts are not true. So that's where we struggle. Actually speaking, we talk about thoughts not being true, but then we don't adhere to that. I mean, we just keep forgetting that, I think, because now the words you are telling is also not true. So whatever we talk, the words can be used as a communication weapon, like it's a way of communication, but it's actually there's no value. So that you need to come to that, and then that is actually the best way of doing the Pratipada, then, because then you will feel very light anyway.
Yes.
Because none of the thoughts are true. So whether we think it as we can do it or we can't do it or whatever, none of these thoughts are just manifestations. It's just a part of the film. And film is not true. Even the light is not true. How can the production of that light and the audio visual, how can those be true? If the audio visual part is not true, how can the film be true?
Yeah. You won't wake up in the film. That's the experience. This practical Pratipada. It is after you know this is a knowledge. It's okay. After you can practically you can experience it. It's automatically is happening. You don't worry about it because you know the truth. But you won't try because Virya is Buddha's word is everywhere. Bojjhanga also Virya there. So Pancha Indriyam also Veera there. Vyas without Veera. Veera, what's the word is English? Encourage? No. What's
Yeah,
that?
effort, Aryan Mahamsa. Effort.
Effort. Effort.
Effort.
Effort. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, you don't give
It's
up.
yeah, it's okay.
And
Because
over
yeah,
this time,
yeah,
there is so many stories that they didn't give up.
yeah.
Yeah, so much stories. How they didn't give up.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, everybody. Teruan Saranai.
Then
Tomorrow we can join again because
Teruvan
others
Sannai.
will
Teruvan Sannai.
Thiruvan
Aryan Mahamsa. Teruvan
Saranai.
Yeah,
Sannai.
Dharma, I'll go to that. Thank you.
Thiruvan Saranai. Thank you so much for joining.
Teruvan.
Terun sana announcer, terun sana everybody.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. It's with great joy and gratitude I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for this meaningful Dhamma discussion. On this blessed morning of 27 September 2025 at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we come together in the spirit of learning, reflection, and spiritual growth. Before we proceed with our discussion or the discussion, let us first take a moment to offer our deepest respects to our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpado and Vansi. His wisdom, compassion, and unwavering dedication continue to illuminate our path, guiding us towards the ultimate goal of Nibbana. So we are actually fortunate, or we are truly blessed to have such a noble teacher leading us on this profound journey. May I also extend my heartfelt blessings to all who have joined today's discussion. So, Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Before we delving into today's discussion, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce or remind you about our main websites. The main website is www.dhamma.com website. This website serves as a huge reservoir of Dhamma knowledge. So it offers numerous invaluable resources to aid our spiritual progress. Here you can access a collection of profound Dhamma books, including this esteemed series, The True Dhamma Has Awakened. This consists of 6 insightful volumes. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6. So actually these texts serve as guiding lights, helping us deepen our understanding and accelerating our path towards the true liberation. So it serves as kind of a what do you call this, a foundation, a solid foundation, a solid base for our understanding. So other than then we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com. So people who seek, people who are interested in the modern day findings, modern day science, so if they are keen to search about what is the relationship between the ancient wisdom and the modern day science knowledge, so this website is available for you to visit. So it clearly reflects how this modern science uh, well uh, align with the wisdom that has been revealed by the Lord Buddha about 2500 years. So it can clearly bridge the gap actually. So I invite you to visit that site as well. So then we can start our usual book reading session. So I'd like to invite Miss Shani to read few pages starting from page number 149 on the 6th volume of the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So so then we can start the discussion afterward. Thiruvan Saranai, Miss Shani.
Thiruvan Saranai, good morning everyone. Thiruvan
Thiruvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Thiruvan
Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 20th October 2023. Participant, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan answer. I bow down at your feet. I am taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burnt inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma principles I presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fires created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your Deshana. Besides this, I also realized that everything is just an occurrence in the mind or a thought, because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentation. When I was looking into the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of cause and effect. Mind actions are based on this principle. I found out that there is no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomenon. Actually, there is nothing that is coming from the outside. Aryan Mahansa. For how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant. For about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. Aryan Mahansa. You are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant. I try to understand that. Venerable Sir, also as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a construction of the perception. Aryan Mahasa. In you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I am saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. Participant. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by these illusions in the mind. Aryan Mahasa. Get the experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or Nibbana. Therwan Saran.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Shani. Yes. Uh, so yeah, we can discuss. We can start the discussion on top of that part. So I think it is a very nice kind of discussion that had happened between a participant and RNYC. So a participant says here, it is very nice. The participant says that he or she, I don't know the gender of him, gender of the person. Anyway, we'll say he. So he says that never like before, he feels like he does not have the burning sensation like before. So what Aranwanse says is, you are thinking. So the participant is trying to explaining that he has no kind of inside burning like before. But again, what Aranwanse says is, you are thinking. See, there is a very nice part here. So that we usually miss this part. So now we see it in again, see it again. So we will be able to understand that yes, that participant was thinking, and what he was doing is he was trying to compare his earlier stage and the present stage. So how does he compare these things? By the mind again. Again, he uses his mind to compare the previous instance as well, with the present instance. The burning previously he had, and the level of burning at the present moment. So from what he does it? Through the mind. That's why RNYC keeps on telling him, you are again thinking. You are again thinking. My burn was large at the previous instances, but now my burn has been reduced. Likewise, again, he gives kind of value to that thought. He gives a value to that present thought. The thought of comparing two instances. So that again done by a thought. So that thought automatically gets some value assigned. So that should not be happen. So what is the way of getting away from that? So as we start listening these discourses, we also did the same thing. That's all right. That is the nature of the mind. So we always comparing. We always compare ourselves through mind, through thoughts. So that is the behavior of the mind. So whether we want to assess ourselves, whether I'm improving or not, that is the curiosity of the mind. That is the nature of the mind. Mind wants some power to keep it going, keep it's rolling out. So it generates its power in that way. The comparison, previous stages and present stages. So what R.N. Maharaj said, the advice that was given by R.N. Maharaj to him is, you are just again thinking. So what you lacking is the experience here. So what you have to do, you have to make this Dhamma into practice. You have put this Dhamma into practice. Then of course, you will feel the underlying burning gets diminished, getting dissolved. It is a feeling. It is not another thought. So that's why R.N. Maharaj clearly say, put your knowledge into practice. So that is the challenging part here. Now most of the listeners here, they have been listening to this Dhamma for 1 or 2 years or more. So they know this Dhamma very well. But the lacking part is the practical part. This practical part does not really mean that you have to allocate some time and allocate that time to practice and see what's happening. This is not the thing. Once you become thorough with this understanding, if you are thorough enough with this understanding, it will automatically apply to your day-to-day life. It is not something that should be done forcefully. It is not something that should be done forcefully. If you are going to do this forcefully, again, there would be a person who is doing that practical session, who is doing this practice. So this is not what Lord Buddha said. Let it happen within you. Let the practice come within you. So in earlier stages, that is all right. You have to do some kind of a practice forcefully, intentionally. That's all right. But doing it again and again intentionally won't help you for the true realization. So that's why this first half of the Pratipadava, that means the Purabhaga Pratipadava, is very important. How much you become thorough with this understanding, automatically you will be pushed towards the true experience. If you do not still experience the Dhamma, that means there is some part is lacking in your understanding. Some part is missing. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful about that. So that if you don't feel this Dhamma from inside, that means that there is some amount of gap is left behind in the understanding part. That's why Lord Buddha said the first half is the most important part. Nowadays, if you look at any temple, any ashrama or monastery, this part is lacking. This part cannot be seen. The first half of the um, uh, Pratipada is missing. They are lucky they don't know the truth. They don't know the theory behind that. What is, they don't know the illusion, how this illusion gets created. They don't know it. Even though they know, they just keep in their memory as a knowledge. This won't help. So they know the advice that has been given by Lord Buddha to Bahya. Dikte ditta mattam sute sutamattam mute mutamattam. They know it. They they have practiced. They preach to the others as well. But they don't know the real meaning of that. In order to have that proper understanding, they have to have the knowledge of how this formation occur, how this mind creation occur. So, in order to understand how the creation of the mind, you have to have the knowledge of cause and effect Dhamma. There is a step-by-step guide which has been prepared, which has been revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So that is the same preach that has been done by every Buddha who have born so far. That is the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So if you know, not actually the word, we can't use the word knowing, but at the beginning you have to know what it is, what it clearly says. Then of course you can apply to your practical life. That means how the mind gets created. So you have to analyze, put that knowledge into that in practice. So you have to analyze and see, do the experiment. You have to conduct your own experiment by putting yourself into as the sample. So am I the one who is there? So the Atma is here. So how this Atma? So I feel that I am existing. So how this has happened? How this the perception of self had been created? So that is the challenge. That is the question for the entire research. That is the research question. Who am I? From where am I? Where have I come from? So what is the purpose of being here? That is the major question. So with that question in mind, we have to conduct our own research. So how this, the self, notion of self had been created? So we can use the model that has been preached by Lord Buddha. The model is the Paticcasamuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma. So we can apply that model and see how this self has been created. So the path is very clear. This cause and effect Dhamma is very clear. So that's clearly explained how the self gets created, how the soul gets created. So in order to do so, we have to go from the beginning, how this thought gets created. So thoughts collectively form the mind. There is no such a thing called mind. So the thoughts collectively forms the mind. So then we have to analyze how these thoughts get created. So if you go to analyze that thing, you will understand without the faculties, the 5 faculties you have, there is no way of creating a thought here. So then you have to analyze what the functionality of these uh, faculties. Then you have to get one faculty at a time, and you have to analyze each and every faculty very delicately. So that is the vidarshana that you have to have. So creation of a faculty is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. So when you do this uh, experiment, you will understand, even though you tell that there is kind of a vision, there is kind of a thing called light, there is kind of hearing, there is kind of thing called sound. All these things are creations. They were not there before, and they will not proceed further. They get constructed then and there at this very moment. So then what you have to do is, then you have to uh, escalate further to how this magic gets created in that very moment. So to that, we have to go back to the Majja Sutra level, and we have to have a clear idea of how the different polarities make some kind of a feel like existing. If we can apply this knowledge to one single faculty, it is not very hard to apply to the rest of the faculties as well. The same mechanism can be applied to the other faculties as well. Same thing happens. If somehow you feel, if someone, a feeling of alive thing gets created in the eye faculty, that is the moment where the lights get created. The perception of lights get created. That's why it is called Nama Rupa. There won't be any kind of perceptions without a feel underlying. So all these things are creations, not had been there before, not not they will not pursue further as well, persist further as well. So yes. So what is the message that can be taken from that discussion, which has happened earlier? What the advices that have been given by Aranwasa to that particular person is to, you need experience. So experience is the non-self state, non-source state. So let's go back to that first thing. If you feel there had not been self in the previous experience and as well as this experience, so what is the purpose of comparing those instances? You are comparing these two instances because you were there in both instances. Previous I had a burning, the participant said, previous I had a burning, now it has been reduced. So who were there? The soul was there, the self was there. That's why he compares those two instances. But if he were not there, he was not there in the previous instances as well as the present instance. So who will be going to compare those two instances? No one. So that's why the experience is pretty much important here. So it is a very nice discussion. I think we can start our discussion from here. I think it is very nice, and it consolidates the truth into one piece of discussion. So I think Mr. Bernard is also here with us, and Sudharma is also here. So yes, I think we can start discussion from there. Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Sudharma.
නමස්කාර වේවා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi and
Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all of you. Yes, Dr. Ravi, your explanation regarding this, the notion of self, the trickiest of this Dhamma. Every day, everyone focuses on that. Especially Aryan Mahanse giving all sorts of examples which caters to all types of people, despite their cultures, languages, even the socio-economic backgrounds. He makes every effort to convey this message that there is no self, no soul. It's like you are deceived by this magician called consciousness. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And you referred to, Dr. Ravi, at the very beginning, the practical approach prescribed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahase. That is, you said the main focus should be on the preliminary practical approach, preliminary part,
exactly.
that is Purva Bhaga. So very recently I read an example given by Gautama Buddha himself. It has been repeated by Aryan Mahase also. It says, Dr. Ravi, if you bring in a simile or a metaphor, this preliminary approach can be compared to the mountains of Himalaya.
Yeah.
The in size, and then the final stage or Aparabhaga Pratipada can be compared to a small stone. It is mentioned there. So that itself gives how much weight, in the sense not as a person, but how much we should spend time with Dhamma discourses, by listening to them, by taking part in Zoom discussions, because in Zoom discussions, basically what is being focused is this preliminary approach, like Purva Bhaga Pratipada, how the mind is created, how we get caught in this mental fabrications. So as you said, Dr. Ravi, you wanted to start the discussion with how somebody compares the previous and the current experiences. Is that so?
Yeah. So when we read this book that we used to read, so in one chapter, there was a kind of a discussion between a participant and Aryan Mahase.
Right. Yes. It is something that we all get caught, Dr. Ravi, because when Aryan Mahase questions in a digital platform, okay, what are your experiences right now? How do you feel it right now that you are on the right path, right? So what happens is, Dr. Ravi, we use the mind consciousness there.
Yeah.
thinking that we use the word I. If I compare my experiences, Aryan Mahasa, I was like always deceived uh, by the creations of six sensory organs. I was so proud, I was so dominant, I was having lot of pride or kind of conceit, man, egoistic, and now I feel they are not. I had lot of jealousy, but I feel they are just dissolving, diminishing, and I that the notion, the focus given to the self-importance, self-dignity is gradually going away. So
Mm.
that is how we say. So probably we use the word I 10, 15 times.
Yeah.
So ignorantly. So
Mm.
although we try to establish the fact that there is no soul in me, from the way the person uses the words to communicate message, Aryan Hase can feel the vibration of the sound the person makes and the number of times naturally someone can without using I also with the self perception, with the strong self perception, can deceive the audience without mentioning I. It is not a matter of
Yeah.
mentioning I or not, but still,
Yes.
Doctor, I also contemplated on that, and what was evident was there when we try to talk about experiences, we go to the mind. Mind,
Yes.
probably, if we aware that we are aware is not a person, if we
Mm-hmm.
within feel that okay, now it's the mind that recalls this experience, I think
Yeah.
it's fine. But that only that person knows, Doctor. Others
Mm.
cannot. Others do not know whether the person as a with the notion of self, with that belief, wrong belief, whether he talks or with the awareness that this is just recollection. It's also an automated function. The ear, the sound vibrations occurred in the ear. It created the mind power, and the body came into action. And this recalling, and as a function, it happens. So that
Yeah.
only that very person knows, Doctor, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Mm,
The point you
mm,
highlighted is very important. But
mm. Yes,
we can use our mind to tell,
yes,
to express our
yes,
ideas. That's all right. But
yes,
if you know internally, your
yeah,
awareness, if your awareness can keep track, so
yes,
the state of the self, so
yes,
the state of the self, that is the understanding, so that is the internal transformation that RNAs expects us to happen. So I
exactly.
think, yeah, so so I can express that so my defilements were like that, and now I have lesser amount of defilements and so on. So again, I if I know in the previous stage as well as the present stage, there was a no person behind any instances. So that is the understanding that I'm having. So as you clearly said, no one can see from outside. So both will be expressing the same way, in the same way. So, but the underlying understanding of the uh, of the proper follower will be different. So that is that is most important thing. So so people might think, so if you become to that kind of understanding, how can you perform your day-to-day activities, or how can you plan for the future? So you can plan it very perfectly, very nicely, because you know this is the mind consciousness, this is, so this is the one who is planning for the future. So that's all right. So we can do, but with the understanding, you know, this is the functionality of the mind sensor. This is the nature of the behavior of the mind sensor. So don't bother. So let it happen, isn't it? So it comes to the understanding. What do you think, Sudharma?
Yes, doctor, exactly. And doctor, as until Aryan Mahanse revealed that groundbreaking truth, I also had a huge problem. Like, okay, it's a system. There are six sensory faculties. They create stuff, they create power. So, why does it matter? How does it matter? Then it will again that power, if that power occurs and disappears, it won't be a problem for us being, no, I mean, living being. So,
Yeah.
when he disclosed this pure truth, that the taints or the sahasrava, that vibration, inner vibration which comes as a natural phenomenon at the zygote level, then only now we know the perfect kind of the mechanism behind. Okay,
Yeah.
the birth of I, or seeing, when the moment that spark continuously happens and the power gets created, it it transfers, we can't say transfers, but it connects with the internal power here, no, in within, no, although
Yeah.
there is a
Yeah.
place, there is the vibration, so that is mistakenly taken as the self. So that is why
Yeah.
it is so tricky, and we need to understand it very, very clearly, why it is a problem.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we already know about, okay, the mechanism of six sensory faculties, but we can't connect why it becomes a problem to this, I mean, notion of self or whatever. So it
Yeah.
is because of this sashava internal disdains, we call. So that it's a strong factor that that affects negatively when we try to liberate, right, from everything. That awareness, and one should be able to see the big picture, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. As you said, yeah. Yeah.
not
Yeah. Go
as
ahead.
bits and pieces. So to clarify and to, it's a kind of understanding that happens gradually. In my
Yes.
experience, that's it. Yes,
Yeah.
doctor.
As you said, yes. So we can say, yes, there are six faculties. That's all right. So let it happen. So likewise, you can stay like that without bothering with it too much. But only thing, now we can understand, if you think, if as long as you think these six faculties are true, that spontaneously create the self. So people who think, yes, there are six faculties, that's all right, so let them happen. So, but you as long as you think the light is real, that will create the self. Yes, that is the
Exactly.
problem. So the understanding should be very thorough and very clear and very precise. And so otherwise the power that is generated within the faculties will be there. So
Exactly.
that power can make a soul for you. So this power can make a soul for you. So from so you the if the soul gets created, the suffering and the other things, the coming into the soul cannot be prevented, isn't it? So that's why Master said, something is there, the feeling of something is there is the power generating factor, if you know. So we can't say light is not there, sound is not there. So even if you say, you feel like sound is real, you feel like light is real. So that feeling will lead you to make you a soul for you. So with this understanding, what will happen? You will understand that feeling is also not true. It is it is happening due to the functionality of these faculties, isn't it? So that is the way how you can liberate from those thoughts. So you can, thoughts will come, you can plan for the future, that's all right. You can memorize things which are necessary for your day-to-day activities, or we'll say for a graduate student, so you have to memorize all these stuff to face your exams. So that's all right, but that is, if you know that is the functionality of that mind sensor, there is no truth in it, that is all right. So I think that should be the understanding that you have to have, I think, isn't it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's right.
yeah. Yes, I can see Dr. Kogila is also here with us. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kogila.
Theron Sarnai, sorry, I just joined. I didn't listen to the first part.
Yeah, so yeah, we were discussing about how these faculties function together to make a sense of soul. So if you put a value to that feeling of existence, so that of course will lead you to make some soul within you. So that is the thing that we were talking about.
How did you word it? Sorry, I didn't get that. How did you word it?
No, I was telling that, so as long as you take something is real, even the light, even the sound. So if you feel like it's real, so that makes you to bring about a
Yeah,
soul for you. Yeah,
you feel like the existence. Yeah,
yeah,
you feel alive. Yeah.
yeah. So we were reading the book, the one chapter from the book, and it says it was all about a discussion between Aryan Mahasa and a participant. So participant was telling that he had no kind of a burning sensation as previously. So the answer that has been given by Aryan Mahasa, so you are thinking again. So you have to have the experience that thing. So likewise, the discussion was going like that. So we started discussing on top of that.
Yeah, we can think about it too. It's okay, but just thinking will not be sufficient.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do you have anything to add?
Just because I just joined, I'm not in the actually in the
Okay.
vibe of.
Anyway,
So I might start it.
yeah. So until then, I can invite Dr. Sakuntala to add something. Therwan Saran, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahasa. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. In fact, I also listened to part of your discussion. You were talking about the vibrations, how the vibration should be understood at deeper and deeper levels, because right at the beginning, I mean, on the very superficial layer, what we try to understand is the world, what is called the existing world, how the existing world is created as a result of the sensor functions. So it's basically the mother, father, child, vehicle, tree, all sorts of things complete the accepted world. So world
is first level. From the very superficial level, we have to understand, the system should understand that it's completely dependent on the nature of the senses of each living being. So the different worlds are created for different species, and even for the same species, the world created may be slightly different from each other. So when you realize that there is no world that we assume as a real thing outside, then we tend to the system tend to understand that it is a creation of the mind. So when you analyze that part, how the mind is created, it's a collection of vibrations again from the senses. So in other words, the thoughts are then and they are formed, and thoughts are the collective function or the collection of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And then there may be occasions where you are having purely thoughts, not related to the other five senses at that moment, but it is always a creation of the five senses at some point in the past. So those are the thoughts. So in other words, those thoughts are creations of the five senses somewhere at some point, which is sparked right at this moment. So then again you come down to some form of vibrations of the senses. Then you are left with the seeing, hearing, and feeling of taste, smell, and the warm, cold, and the firm or hard feelings by the skin. If you stop at that level, I think you all already discussed about this. If you stop at that level, again, you are not, you are stuck somewhere, because you are taking the senses as real. So that is a little lower level, maybe more advanced than taking the thoughts as real or the outside world as real. But then you have to understand, the system should analyze very well and then try to understand that this is again a creation of the senses itself at that point, at that moment. So when the system realizes that that is also just a creation or a vibration, and because of the speed, it's shown as if it is existing, that means as a color existing, which we call the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the sound consciousness, taste consciousness. The all five we attribute to that. That means vijnana in Pali. So that again, it's understood that that is also just an illusion or a creation at that moment. Then basically, is there something called vibrations? Vibrations are also not something persisting, which occurs then and there. And as a nature's law, there is a current or a power created with each wave, and that current is the one which moves forward and becomes stronger and stronger, and that gives the power to the thought, and that is exactly what is explained or interpreted as self. So in other words, that current gives some life, like you are putting a battery to a doll or a toy, and when the power is given, the doll starts moving, or the toy starts moving. So it is the current that gives you the live feeling to the system, and that is very wrongly interpreted as self. I think that's a short thing I wanted to add. Please correct if
Yes,
there are any mistakes. Derwan Sarana, everybody.
Tervan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala. Tervan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, thank you very much for your explanation. So I hear some echo, my own voice. Yeah, now it has been sorted out. Yeah, yeah. As you said, and Dr. Sakuntala, what I felt was when you tell you have to get free from the illusion in the outside. So people who is listening for the first time or the initial stages of this or to this forum, so they might think outside, yeah, I have to get away from the illusion of the outside. So they might not be knowing that there is nothing called inside. So yourself is also becomes a part of the outside. So
Yes, that is quite
I think,
correct. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. I think, Dr. Kogla, can you please elaborate more on that? Tiruvan Saranai?
About the outside,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
actually, now
yeah.
people will no, now before this Dhamma came out, before this Dhamma is being elaborated, everyone tried in different ways to, to attain this status. So we tried to change the outside, and I would say correctly, there had been instances where people tried to change the way of thinking. People try various things actually. So they can try change the way of thinking. They will try to change the way they perceive, or try to change how they react, and so on. I mean, it goes on and on. They tried so many various stuff, and but now we know the only path. Why there's only one path is because to know the truth, that there is nothing actually true in any of these things. That is where the actual the change can happen, because this is not about changing how we react. This is not about how we, like, whether we are going to change the outside or the inside. It's actually trying to understand what is this outside, what is this inside, actually, whether there is an outside or not, whether there is an inside or not. Actually, there is no outside or inside in the end. So that truth, it should be contemplated, it should be understood properly first, and even it as a thing that before you feel it, you have to actually possibly try to understand what is being said, because we usually try to change things so that we may feel lighter, we may feel happy, we may feel some kind of at peace. But what here we reiterate is, what is the truth? What is the truth is there is actually no truth. So the truth is that there is nothing actually important, whether it is. So we usually divert everything or direct or project it to the outside. That's how it is. So projection has been so engrossed into our life. So as a baby, we don't project it nicely. But then when we talk about a child, now we say the child has understood a lot of things, child can live now. That means actually he has he has been able to project this to outside and inside and understand that this is outside and this is me. So basically we have achieved that. If you ask a child who is in year 10 or doing year 10 exam, they will tell, oh yeah, this is outside, this is me. So that has happened already. But this is kind of change in this whole scenario. How we change it is by truth. How we felt that. How did we project that there is outside and how there is inside? So how we projected that outside world is because we have so many things. What are the things like sun, moon, mother, father, friend, school ground, ball, the cricket bat. So we have so many things. When we have something, always the two sides have come already. So it's very easy for you to like get into that world and do that. So that would be a child who understood everything. But now we are trying to actually reverse this process and try and understand what to do, like how this happened. So we understand how this happened. That's all actually. We don't do anything. We are not trying to change the perception. We are not trying to change how we live. We are not trying to change the activities. What we are trying to understand is what happened to the child, what happened to the human baby, what happened to the child, what happened to the man or woman, what happened actually, how did this world begin? So Lord Buddha actually nicely explained it to Venerable Rahula, where he was actually a child at that time, and to say the mirror view of the water is your world. So it itself is saying to the child that what your world is. So how this distinguish the two sides arise. So we don't do actually try to change anything. Still, it will be the same. Nothing has changed here. Only by knowing the truth, the understanding will be different. You know how this happens. So the magic is no more magic, because the magic became magic because we don't know about that. But the thing is, this will be understood by theory first, but then later it won't be enough, because we have to feel it. We have to go to that stage and actually feel the vibration we are talking about. So if you go to that level, then you will feel the vibration, and you will feel that if that is also not taken for granted or taken as a thing, then you won't feel anything but the actual, you can feel it. So the main reason why the Pratipada is there, or the program is there, is to let people feel this. That's the main important thing, that how this is not enough. Just by knowing this is not enough. That's why we have a program. If you don't have a program, then actually you don't have a path. Because if you don't know how you are born, or in the sense how you feel alive, and then you won't know how it is gone also. In different words, the rising and the actual, I can't remember the word for the vaya, the uday vaya, the thing in Sinhala. But you have to know, you have to feel it, you have to be able to feel how you are born and how you are actually not there. So at that particular moment, you will understand that what is being said. So it is your chance to feel it by through program, where you will be giving a chance for that system to actually feel it. Then the doubts will be gone. It's so important that the doubts about this, what is being said, because anyone can say anything. Anyone can say anything. We have heard so many things in our lifetime, like, we have been said so many scientific stuff. We have been, the science itself keep changing. So we have heard so many things. Whether we take them seriously or not, you will take it serious if you actually feel it. So the chance of feeling it is in very high in program, but you can actually do it in your home, in your day-to-day life. See, the first one is like almost bread and butter to everyone now, because it's been said so many times that everyone feels that actually everything is in the mind, actually not out there. So the moon, sun, family, school, house, or your home, whatever, it's everything is actually their thoughts. Their thoughts are just originated in the senses, the mind. But then the second one becomes very important, because whether they are true, these thoughts, are they actually true? Are they actually there? It's just a vibration. But then we don't feel like that. We don't feel like as it's a vibration. So it's the knowing of that. How well you are sure of this, you will feel that you can you get better at it. Actually, you will understand that even the words we talk, they're just the part of this mind. We use our mind to communicate. We use our mind to plan things, do things. But that's actually the directed film. If we were in a different status, like animal, the world is different to that animal. A world would be different to even country to country. The perceived world is different. Like Lord Buddha said, it can be very different actually. Every being, it can be human being, it can be animal, it can be any being. The perceived world will be different. So is it true? It's not true. It's just it's there. It's not. We can't say it is not there. It is actually there. But whether it's true or not is the thing we have to understand. So then you actually can feel the other senses too. When you are not actually taking the mind as not true, you will feel the other senses too. And then you can feel the vibration, and that vibration is also, you feel it because of the speed of that. And if you know that only, then you will feel the not feel it as a thing. Then you know what we are talking about. This non-self perception.
Kiran Sana. Yeah. The special is non-self done. Nobody's here. No one is here.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, the most valuable and most simple spiritual master in this era. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma, friends, I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 11, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. The most valuable thing in the human history and the most valuable path is to overcome the sansaric journey, the wheel of rebirth and death. The only one spiritual master 2600 years ago showed the correct path to redeem from the suffering. But it was hidden nearly about 1000 years, bit more than 1000 years. The true essence of Buddhist philosophy was hidden, and our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the spiritual master, tried to open up the path by searching it about 30 years and finally become an arahant, fully realized being, human being, fully realized being. So all the human beings in this era should worship, should bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse about this revealing of this true essence of Buddhist philosophy, because even for this bhikkhus couldn't do it. As far as concerned, only spiritual master after 1000 years revealed this true Buddhist philosophy is Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. So when we are talking about this mind, we can see according to the ability in us, because this body is this human body is a fragile thing. It is made out of flesh, blood and bones, covered by a thin layer of skin. So there are so many things inside, so many particles inside this body, but mainly outside there are only 6 sensor faculties. So the strength of the body, based on the strength of the body and the age and so many things. So according to the strength of the body is mainly given us the ability for this six sensor system. So, according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's first contemplation and about this true Buddhist philosophy, we know there is nothing outside. That is why we say only a shadow we are seeing and not what is outside. Because we are using two, that means two eyes to see this world. That is the seeing. In those two eyes, there are two lenses. That means this human body is seeing through this sense of eye sensor faculty. So, all these six senses faculties are working according to the action mind and the cause and effect law. So there is no body here. That means there is no owner for this human body. That is why we said only a shadow is falling, not the actual thing outside. Though we are seeing millions of things, we are only seeing shadows. That is the most important part we have to understand. That means also with our body, if we look around our body through our eyes, that is also a shadow. We are seeing only a shadow. That means we are only seeing shadows. Though people are thinking there are sun and moon, stars, sky, all those are shadows. So these human machines are laid under the supervision of the nature, and all the human machines are seeing only shadows only. That is why in Dhamma there is a stanza. Tinna sangati passo, passa paccaya vedana. The experience, the form that has been contacted by the mind is to recognize that very form. Yes, that means to experience the form. There are so many forms we see. To experience a form that has been contacted by the mind is to recognize that very form. Yes, experiencing only the form. Nothing has come to our eyes. Yes, just a shadow of the form is falling on the eyelids. Only the light and some colors have come to the eyes. Only the light and some colors have come to the eyes. It is right if we say only a light has come to the eyes. Yes. Aryan Mahansi always telling us to understand the light. When we understand the light, then only we can redeem from the outer world, outside world. Now here, in the 11th sermon of True Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is clarifying. Nothing has come to our eyes. Only the light and some colors have come to the eyes. It is right if we say only a light has
come to the eyes, ears. That means when there are so many light vibrations around this human body, and this eyes also, human eyes also vibrating. That light is also vibrating. So when this eye vibration and the light vibration is equally vibrating, and there's something outside also, a form outside also vibrating according to that means in accordance with uh, equal vibrations, equally vibrating the eyes and the light and the form outside. Then the synchronicity is happening. That means the eyes, light and the object. Between them, there is a gap, but in here, those gaps are disappearing, and there is only one vibration. They become only one vibration. Then only we can see things outside. Then only we can see the forms outside. Therefore, we should clearly understand nothing is coming to our eyes, ears, or tongue, nose, or skin sensor faculties, and the mind sensor also. Nothing is coming according to their vibratory nature. Something outside is accordingly vibrating with the light. In the light, then we can see things because of the synchronicity is happening. In the ear is also the same thing happening. Eardrum is vibrating and the sounds are equally vibrating according to that eardrum. That sound base also vibrating equally, then we can hear that sound. That is why in Dhamma it says nothing has come to our eyes. Only the light and some colors have come to the eyes. Here in the sense, light coming in the sense not coming actually, vibrating equally with the shining of the eye and the light and the object. Making colors also done by the mind. Making something, a thing from the mind. That means in Sinhala it says දෙයක් කරගන්නවා. If we are pointing out one thing, that means if we are aiming at something, the making colors also done by the mind, and making something will be catching from the mind. If you are going in a bus, there are so many things you are passing, but when you are passing those things, you can't aim all those things. Then you can't see most of the things. They are just passing. They just let go. If something has become a thing, that means deyak karagattut. If something has become a thing, then it is appearing from the mind. In Dhamma, there it says Tinnan Sangati Passo. That means there are three things should be contacted to see a form. There are three things should be contacted to hear a sound. There are three things to be contacted to feel something like that. A form contacted by the light, reflection, mirror image. Experience the form and recognizing based on past memory. That means the form contacted by the light, the reflection, mirror image, experience the form and recognizing based on the memory, looking at it to know what it is. That is called sankhara, mental formations. Accordingly, the consciousness is happening. How? Oh, that is a chair. That shape of the chair belongs to a chair. The form is of a chair. Chair means a conceptual convention. We have made the name for the chair like made the name for the chair like form. That means that shape belongs to a chair. When we see outside object, that shape belongs to a chair. So that form is a chair. Chair means a conceptual convention. We have made the name for the chair like form, not anything from outside. There are only some four great elements in outside, out there. Yes, there are only these things, four great elements, and those Shuddhastaka. For the time being, for now, we would say so. Only earth, water, fire, and air is out there. Whatever we take, and the pure octet Shuddhastaka is there. That is the smallest particle in this universe to make things. There is no chair in that. If we consider about a white person, he will not call it as a putua. It is a chair for him. If we think about a Tamil person, he will call it as Kadirai, Nakali. If there is a telephone, now if there is a Japanese, he will call it in another name. Like this name, like this nama, name is in our mind. We are living in a conceptual, conventional world. That means we are living in a conceptual conventions. Out of them, we have created the name as Putuva chair. So we can see chairs. For a form, we are creating a name and living. Nama, name created inside the mind. The five aggregates, Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Form, feeling, perception, mental formations and consciousness. Name created through these five aggregates. Name created through these five aggregates. Skandhanang patibhavo, ayatanang patilabho, ayang uchchati jati. In Dhamma, it is a saying. Therefore, the birth of Chaya, birth named Chaya, is formed in the mind itself. That is why it is said, Chittena niyati loko. The world is created in the mind. In here, a thought created a chair. Created outside because it is formed in the mind. In here, thought created a chair and created outside because it is formed in the mind. Therefore, the Nama name is also created in the mind. If this name chair is not tied, bind or entangled into the form outside, we can't find chairs outside. If there is nothing outside, there will be no flowers for us to offer Lord Buddha even. Yes, we can find flowers because we were given names to the shapes, forms outside. Then only we will be able to get that flower and then offer to Lord Buddha to collect merits. There are two types of ways in this mundane world to create merits. Merits and sins. Punyabhi sankara, meritorious formations. Wholesome, volitional formations. Apunyabhi sankara, demeritorious formations. Unwholesome, volitional formations. To do these, we will have to find out things. Both are karma forming intentions. Both are karma forming intentions. So that means meritorious formations is helping mundane world people to collect merits, and demeritorious formations will help mundane world people to collect sins. Yes, there are so many sins and merits in that world of mundane world, because for them, for the mundane person, there are things outside. If there is nothing outside, there's no way to collect merits or sins. There should be forms. There should be things to do anything. But when we see this truth, there is nothing outside. The world created inside the mind is not out there. The world created inside the mind is not out there. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is showing us the first contemplation. There is nothing outside. Each and every seeing, hearing and feeling is only a shadowy thing, shadow created in the mind. So that means there is no form outside. Then one who understands this will redeem from forms. There should be forms, there should be things to do anything. But when we see this truth, to see that there is nothing outside, there is nothing outside. The world created inside the mind is not out there. That means the world created inside the mind is not out there. That is why we are deceived. We are misled, fooled, tricked to this illusion. That is why we say the true world is also an illusionary world. This ultimate truth should be known, should be seen. To realize this truth, one should know the truth. Yes. First we have to know, then only we can realize. So, knowing about the truth is coming through the true Buddhist philosophy. One who listen, one who read about true Buddhist philosophy will know about the truth, and then when he tried, the path to redeem from the suffering will open up to him. In the four foundations of mindfulness, Kayanupassana, mindfulness of the body, is there to understand this, realize this. A seeker, one who realizes this as a path in this Dhamma. This is a redemption in Dhamma. To redeem from suffering, one should know how the suffering created. Yes. So, each and every human being knows how, though they are knowing Dhamma or not knowing Dhamma, they know how the suffering is coming to them. How the suffering is creating. They know because each and every suffering is created due to thoughts. Created due to thoughts. Due to the appearing of the thoughts, the suffering is starting. If somebody see a nice plane, nice small aircraft in the sky, that person may dream about to buy a one like that. But can he do that? No, he is not able to do that. Then what will happen? There will be a big suffering, because even in his lifetime, he can't collect such a big money, such a big sum of money to buy a small aircraft. But this man is thinking and thinking, oh, if I have one like that, I can go from this end to other end of the world. But he is not able be able to buy a small aircraft. So that is why the thinking patterns are not giving us anything. Thinking patterns are thinking patterns only. But the craving is started, then the suffering is following. Like that. If there are some people, they used to talk about the ill of others, and they are trying to do hatred things. They are always trying to harass other people, mentally and physically harassing. So they are actually a kind of sinners, because they are always fulfilling their thoughts, satisfying their mind by hating somebody. So likewise, there are so many things in this world to know about, how the suffering is happening. So that type of people who are feeling very jealousy, they should see their mind, because of the jealousiness, they are feeling bad, because jealousy is a very dangerous feeling, and it always shows the me is created here, the soul is created. If the soul is, it's an indication, jealousyness is a indication to show the self is here. Like that. So many, most of the people in this world are trying to attack so many things. So we should know how this jealousy thoughts created. Each and every seeker in this path to freedom must see if there is a jealousy feeling created, the burning will be starting. Then the seeker might know what happened to his mind. So he has to contemplate. He can feel the burning. So he has to contemplate. He has to do the active contemplation on that thought. What is the thought? Jealousy thought. We must see how this jealousy thought came upon me. On what ground, on what basis, like that. He has to dig and see. Then what? Then he will understand. Thoughts are creating due to perceptions. So the perceptions has some power, and perceptions are coming through all these 6 sense systems as names and forms. And those names and forms are combining together and making thoughts. So after making thoughts, that means when this we must understand on what perception this jealousy thought created. So we can just go back and see, oh, how this jealousyness came into me. Then the seeker will understand about the perception he came into his mind. Maybe a relative, maybe a nice girl, right? Maybe a beauty queen, maybe an actress or actor, maybe a neighbor, maybe a somebody, a co-worker in an office. So you must actively contemplate that thought and see how this jealousy thought appeared. Then he can understand this thought is created with perceptions based on names and forms. And the perceptions has power, thoughts also have power. And then the thought of jealousy feeling is jealousiness. Jealousy thought is gone to the transformed into the consciousness level, mind consciousness level. It is becoming very high. So that like that you have to understand this nature of thoughts appearing. Then what will happen? When you see through the activity, it will somehow stop. That is the only thing we can do to overcome and redeem from our mental formations and come out from our mental impurity. So, due to the impure mind, all these are happening because not listen to the true Dhamma. Maybe one reason. So, we must always see who is talking the truth and who is not talking about the truth. So each and every human being will know how the suffering is coming. They are coming due to hatred thoughts, lusty thoughts, and ignorance. When they understand those things, they will let go. But these mundane people can't do it because they don't know the art of seeing the thought. Seeing the thought is art. That art is showing by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse based on the true teachings of the Lord Buddha. So, to overcome the suffering, all the mundane world people should come to see listen to the true Dhamma, true Buddhist philosophy of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. So each and every corner of this planet Earth the English talking people will have the final redemption from the thoughts by understanding the creation of the thought. So, understanding the nature of the thought is the only way to overcome suffering, because there is no other way. That is called, this contemplation is called vidarshana. So, vidarshana means not sitting in one place with a sitting posture, meditative posture, and just closing eyes and just uh, just inhaling and exhaling. Nothing like that. The vidarshana, mindfulness, is seeing the appearing of thoughts and disappearing of thoughts. That is the only thing we can do to overcome the mind. So, a seeker who is practicing really can do the active contemplation. Why this type of pain is coming to me? And listening this true Buddhist philosophy of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, through Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, and also through www.wisdomofasia.com. Each and every English speaking person in this country will be able to overcome the suffering by listening to true Buddhist philosophy and practicing the path to wisdom. That means practicing the 4 contemplations Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing, and to understand there is no self here. So the body is also vibrating. Body has 6 senses, they are also vibrating. Mind is also vibrating. So everything is vibrating, and we should understand the vibratory nature of this each and everything. So mind is vibrating, 6 sense of faculty is vibrating, and due to that we can see, hear and feel things. So based on all those things, we will be able to understand how the thoughts are creating. Then to understanding and doing this active contemplation, vidarshana meditation, while in your each and every poses, 4 poses, you can contemplate vidarshana while walking, while sitting, while sleeping, or while running. At each step, you will be able to do this vidarshana, the active contemplation. When there is a burning happening in your mind, the signal is there. The feeling of uneasiness is there, then you can do the active contemplation to overcome this suffering. So that is what Lord Buddha said. If a seeker who's trying to overcome this samsaric journey should see the appearing and disappearing of mind each and until you are leaving from this body. Until such time, you will have to do it, because that is the only way to overcome from this unsatisfactory nature of the mind. Suffering created due to something occurred outside. Yes, suffering is occurring due to something occurred outside. If there is a child only, the suffering of losing the child is creating. Yes. Then how a child created outside? Yes. This is an example. If there is a child only, the suffering of losing the child is creating, happening. That means your child has become a thing to you. Then you must see how the child created outside. There is only a shape of the child is appearing in your mind. Like that, these things are created inside the mind. Each and everything you see, you feel, and you hear, each and everything are created inside the mind. Everything is occurring as a shadow. Name created out of conceptual conventions is the base of these creations. Yes. From the early childhood, our parents and school teachers and everybody feeded some kind of data system. That is, that data system contains names. Names created based on conceptual convention. So each and every sensor-based things we should understand. When there is a burning happening inside us, we should be able to see and understand the paining there and how the pain occurred. Like that, things are created in the mind, not outside, because through our eye lenses, we are seeing only shadows. So what is the use of crying for shadows? What is the use of arguing with shadows? What is the use of loving shadows? Everything is a shadow, and we are also a shadow. That means we must know no point of meddling with this outside world, because we see only a projection. We see only a projection. So no need to create so many thought processes about these unnecessary, useless shadows around us. We should be able to live a free mind with less thought. That is the path to Nibbana. So once we are starting to listen to true Buddhist philosophy, these changes are beginning to happen. There's no need to run for it. No need to try very hard. Trying is good, but trying very hard is not good. So we now know these things are created inside the mind. Name created out of conceptual conventions is the base of this creation. If he or she is looking at anything with this realization, they have the darshana samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, the wisdom of truth. That is the most important part we should understand. If he or she is looking at anything with this realization, they have the darshana samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, the wisdom of truth. So, if a seeker is looking at anything with this realization, is the most valuable thing in the human world, because if this seeker is looking at anything with this realization, this seeker is having this true Buddhist philosophy. So, while listening or reading this true Buddhist philosophy for a certain time period, this seeker will have the wisdom of truth. That is what Lord Buddha taught us. To achieve Nibbana, we should have three kinds of wisdom, and first one is wisdom of truth. So, our effort through this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel to educate the human beings around the world to understand the true Buddhist philosophy and to give the Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's sermons, including the true Dhamma, which we have not heard before. All are new things about this human nature and the suffering of nature, and to overcome the suffering. So that is why always Aryan Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is always telling this true Buddhist philosophy is the utmost valuable gem of this path to freedom, path to realization, because true Buddhist philosophy is the base. Without a base, there is no building can be made. So the basement should be very well established. So each and every human being in this world should know the value of this true Buddhist philosophy, opening up by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse after bit more than 1,000 years to understand the nature of this human body and the nature of this human mind and consciousness and everything. So, because of this vibratory nature, the body, the mind, and everything is changing. So, changing is very fast, and we should be able to understand the true Buddhist philosophy to realize the changing, the anitya. So we should, and now we can understand how the suffering is created inside the mind, and we will be able to overcome the suffering by understanding the creation of the thoughts. So that is the path of overcoming the suffering. Therefore, we live in a very valuable time period in this planet Earth. So it is our duty to educate each and every person about this true Dhamma to overcome their wheel of suffering. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is now trying to do it in Sri Lanka as well as in the outer world to give the peace of mind and show the human beings how can somebody live with a very well established mind and how to redeem from the suffering of sansaric journey created inside this mind. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Answer, for your noble guidance. We'll start the Zoom discussion 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time with Buddothpado PeoTV. It's a This is a time to discuss about the non-vibration and all the aspects about the non-vibration. Until all the other Dharma friends join, we have Champa here. Don't know whether she's free to talk.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai.
I am free to talk, but I couldn't listen anything yesterday's sermons because I had to attend to a funeral house.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
So,
I don't think I couldn't hear even the usually Andolmakadeshana I listened the next day morning, in the sense of today morning, but I couldn't because it wasn't uploaded in that. So it's uploaded now though.
I also, Doctor, I also not listening at the same time because at that time it's bit difficult to listen because I'm getting bit drowsy, like sleepy. More than mode is changing at that time, so I can't. So I also used to listen to the in the following day. Today I started to listen the yesterday's one, but I couldn't finish. I just a little I heard. I couldn't finish it.
Mm. So,
But
did you notice anything in the funeral house?
yes, doctor, you suffering like nothing. A young guy died in his 40 years. The guy died in 40 years without a proper reason. So he is an marine engineer. So
I'm not asking about the actual thing, but I'm asking about your self-vibration.
yes, that is what. But it didn't give me any kind of pain, doctor. That means
Yeah, but it was not your son, so it's really
no.
it's
Yes,
difficult for you to actually
yes,
say that.
my nephew's brother-in-law. So
Yeah, so
I felt they are suffering, but it didn't become a thing to me. That is what I noticed. My sister-in-law was here in our place yesterday night, and today morning she left. Still they are in that place. So I found how the people are suffering and the way they talk. After a long time, I met so many people in and how what they discuss. They those are very much different to our way of thinking. Actually, they are suffering like nothing, doctor, because uh, they are they are always trying to solve problems, but actually they can't because they don't know the real thing, no, real way, no. So because of that, they are suffering. But I always noticed about my self vibration, but that is not very much appeared. Uh, but sometimes uh, I felt some kind of that means the I felt the suffering of them, and I thought I am little bit less confused than them. That only I couldn't understand. I could understand.
a little bit less than.
They are
That's a
my
good way to say that.
yes, my
Little bit less.
my ways of suffering is little bit less than others. I found it because of this Dhamma. Because the I heard they are talking last night. There were few relatives came here for the dinner also. So I heard them talking, and I also talked with them. There was no many. That means there was no problem. But only thing I understood is we are lucky to even to listen this Dhamma because the suffering is bit less than them. That I found, doctor.
Mm. Yeah, true. Anything else?
Mm. And actually, that that means perceptions of past memories are appearing, and with that means at once I am feeling that past perceptions are with life. It's coming with power, right? So
Mm.
at once when it felt, I used to do the active contemplation. At least that is the one, the big problem I have, because at once the world become true because I think this person is here. That means that thought is appearing with the power. Power is there.
Mm.
So understanding the power is the only thing we can do. Contemplating, this is only a shadow. We are seeing shadows, listening vibrations, like that. I'm just doing it. That's all, doctor.
Yeah, any other Dhamma, like any points that you would like to talk?
Actually, the becoming the world, the world becomes true is the most important thing.
Yeah.
That is the most important thing, and I used to do that contemplations also, the four contemplations. And while walking somewhere, even I used to do that. So that is what for the moment, doctor. But still, the world is still becoming true sometimes. At once, I understand.
You know, when you go to a funeral house,
Yes.
You know, when you enter that, or when you go in near that, when you enter that, and you
Yes.
see everyone, when you see the dead body and stuff.
Yes.
The thing is, if you actually truly know this Dhamma, you will realize that stimuli is you. There's nothing more than that. So the actual dead body, if it is stimuli, that is that power, that stimuli power is the one we call you, in the sense me, I,
Yes,
me, mine.
that didn't happen, doctor. But you know, doctor, it's a
What
not a
what did not happen?
That means that self vibrations
Didn't
due to
happen
that.
mean you are an arahant there then.
No, not given any kind of ache. That is what I said. You know,
Yeah, but
doctor.
I don't know whether you are interpreting it properly. Because if there is zero vibration, that is a different thing.
No,
That is a
no, doctor.
different thing.
Yes,
No,
if
but the answer is incomplete.
when somebody is talking about it, I am feeling sorry. But you know, there were 7 bodies. That is a funeral. That means not a private house. That is a parlor. 7 bodies, right? So many crowded people there. And I haven't seen such a thing before. So I was wondering what this is. So many people are there. And
But did you actually really feel that you entered a funeral parlor? That's the question.
no, because that feeling is not there because of the crowd. So many crowd
So
is
did you
there.
feel the crowd?
Yes, crowd is there, but I didn't feel it also very much. But I saw so many people there. I sat down and I saw some crying. When I was trying to come, at that point, my nephew's wife came near me and said, "See, Nandamma, see what happens," like that. She started to cry because her sister's husband has died. I said,
Mm.
this life is like that, dear. We can't make plans and go. That is why I am always holding on to this Buddhism and trying to overcome this, because this wheel of suffering is very dangerous. Uh, Rebirth and death is not ending, like that I told her, and she was crying and crying. So when at that time I felt some kind of feeling, or dukak novana dukak or something like that. I felt it that time, only that time, doctor. We can, that means at that time my
But
voice
you didn't
changed.
feel like you went to your own funeral house.
No, no. It is
So
uh,
just imagine,
yeah.
your dream stops now.
Yes,
Uh, are you prepared for that?
yes. That's what I told her. I am
Not
not.
told her, I'm actually trying to make a Dharma conversation here.
Yes,
Your 60 odd dream,
like,
are you,
yeah.
if it is now switched off,
Yes.
what will happen to you?
I can pass away, doctor, because I am always ready to leave, because because I am always attaching to this Dhamma. No? So my husband is telling from the morning to evening, with the phone in your hand, what are you doing? I said, I don't know at what time I am going to die. So I am getting ready for that. That's what I am telling to him. Right? So I don't think I can't say I am not an arahant, but I'm not planning anything, doctor. Right? I am not
But why do I feel so much power in you then? So the power in the story, power in the in this dream,
because doctor, that
don't
world.
you feel that?
Yes, yes, because that world, that means all memory perceptions are becoming true. No, they are lively coming. That is the problem I have. I understood very well about 2-3 days. That is the biggest problem I have, because so many people's, that means ill treating was happening for so many years now for this machine. So it was stored inside the mind, and those thoughts are appearing with life. That means just appearing, not a shadow, a person is appearing. Then I contemplate, oh, this is only a shadow, it is lifeless. That is the mara yuddha I am doing now. That is my biggest error, doctor. I understood it now. You are the person who you showed me. Thank you for that. That is the biggest error I have. I contemplated on so many other things, but this is the main thing.
No, but the thing is, I'm talking about now. Even now, the world is real now, just now. Do you feel that?
Yes, because, yes, doctor, that is the problem I have. That means I know this is a machine, nature machine, six sensor system with working with the action mind, and mind is only a vibration. thoughts are appearing and disappearing. Thoughts are creating with power based on names and
So have you found your power? If your body parts are not you,
yes.
if your mind is also not you, have you found you?
Yes, the power is there, doctor. The perceptions becoming true, that is the power, right? Uh, that means sometimes,
And you feel it's coming down.
yes, I don't know whether it's still coming down or not, but that is the most powerful thing I have. How I found it now.
Yeah,
That means,
okay.
that means, doctor, repeat telecast, you know, repeat telecast is happening now. That is the problem.
Yeah, kind of repeat telecast is self-perception as well.
Yes.
Because now existence perception, have you realized what is existence perception?
That means me is here, like, no?
No, like the funeral house is there. Because you
Yes.
said you entered the funeral house and you said there were
Yes.
so many people.
Yes,
And you
then
said,
myself is here. No, no, doctor, yes. Myself is also appearing, no?
yeah, but when you talked about that, there is
Mm.
a underlying vibration which shows that you actually believe that you entered a funeral house.
Mm. Yes. But
I don't know whether you understand that. I know you went there, you didn't have much power, but the actual this alive feel and the existence feel, I don't know whether you're doing your research enough.
yes, now only, no, doctor, that I found from about 2-3 days. No, I found it. So
Not even
content.
about the past. I'm talking about at that moment when you were entering the funeral house. Did you actually feel like you are entering a funeral house? Then when you come back, did you feel like you are coming back home?
No, no, no. There was nothing like that. I just went in and it was like a hospital. My husband is also telling, this is not a funeral house. This is like a hospital. So many people
Yeah,
coming
but
and
did you
going.
feel like they are actually there?
I felt so many people, but
So I'm talking about actually a deep thing, not even
yes,
about the burning. I'm talking about this existence perception. Do you
ah,
feel like you are coming back home? Do you feel like you are going somewhere? Do you feel like you're doing something? Do you feel like you have seen 7 corpses? Do you feel like you saw so many people? Do you
yes, yes,
really think these things happen?
yes. Existence perception is there, doctor. That
Yeah,
is
you
true.
need to understand that.
Yes, yes. Right, doctor. It is there. Yes, it was there, and it is also here.
Even when you talk now also, you're giving that impression.
Yes. It's still here, though I am not thinking about myself much, but it is here. I can feel it.
This is your deeper.
Theoretically, I know there is the truth. Theoretically I know now, doctor. But
No, even theory wise, you need to understand that
yes,
Dhamma goes deeper
yes,
because existence is also a perception.
yes.
මේ ඔක්කොම තියනවා වගේ දැන් එක.
Oh. ඒකනේ doctor වැරද්ද වෙලා
That's the
තියෙනවා.
thing. So you have to, when you say nothing happened to me, then you haven't noticed the depth.
No, at times there is actually I
No,
am.
burning is a different thing. You are talking about the burning. You feel like, I felt sad. I didn't feel sad. I was okay. That kind of talk, no. But the existence perception is much a deeper
Yeah.
thing than that.
Yes, I understand when you say so. I can really understand that, doctor. that was there, and it's
Because
still
when are
here.
you going to awake from your dream then otherwise? Because
No,
all the time when you talk about an incident, that the existence feel is there, existence perception is there. Actually,
because
even existence thought may be there. I don't know.
doctor, I didn't really understood it. You know, now only I am understanding it. Now you are telling, when you are telling, then only I realize it. Oh, I have it like that.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
now because of you, I knew so. That means I understand so many things. The existing field also like that. When you show me, I see it like that.
Yeah, true.
So I'm
Yeah.
very much thankful to you. That's what I am from the beginning. I knew you are my greatest teacher. Right? No. Aryan Vahanse is always there, but I can't talk with Aryan Vahanse like this, no, doctor.
Yeah.
Right?
But yeah. So we'll go back to that Dhamma part because this is very important. Even a lot of mothers who have listened to about 4-5 years also, even our Dhamma friends,
Yes.
when they talk, they have to go deeper and deeper. No? So when
Yes.
we try to understand this, the culprit, we have to understand the culprit. What is the reason that we are in this sansaric journey is not just your anger or just your sadness.
No. Because doctor, you have that ability to show that, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has know that. Now see, will you showed me the existing field. Now only when you are showing me, I am realizing it. Oh, this is the existing field, like that.
Yeah. But now we'll keep aside my part of it. So what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to develop a Dhamma talk here so that
Yes.
When we try to understand Dhamma, first we understand outside is actually not true.
Yes.
We have only a mind perception, chitta rupa.
Yes.
So only the mental images are actually functioning. So
Yes.
even though we felt as this house is outside, the funeral house, corpses, 7 or now one, lot of
Yes.
people, some crying, some not crying.
Yes.
And that is true. That's one part of Dhamma. Yes, that's only one part though.
Yes.
So outside is actually a mental image, yes.
Yes.
And self is also the same. Your body, your everything is just a image only. But
Yes.
when you go to the image level, images are actually just the sound wave and the light wave, so they are not true as well.
Yes.
So, and when you talk about the consciousness, the one below that, there is a feel that we feel that I am here.
Yes.
But that is coming from chair. If you feel like chair is there, you
I
are
am here.
there.
Yes. That is what happening all
So
the
when
time.
you enter a place, if you actually feel that you are entering a place,
that means I am there.
Yeah, but you have to don't take this as so no. Actually we have to turn this around. You can't
Yes.
keep saying that. So if the
Yes.
Dhamma is there to turn it around, actually what you feel is the chair, not you.
Yes.
But the thing is, what we feel is as we enter the funeral house. Why the funeral house is a thing? In the feel
I
level, though, not even
Yes.
perception level.
Yes. Because doctor, now only the realizing part is opening for me. Though I am listening so many Dhamma sermons, the digging part is not happened. No. Now only the digging part is happening. Then I know the past memory, that means past perceptions are coming alive. Then I am recognizing it and then doing the active contemplation. And today you showed me the existing self. So that,
Actually, existing perception is for the funeral house. If the chair is existing, it is same thing that you feel.
yes.
So just imagine light. Don't think about anything. Just light.
Yes.
If you feel like the light is there,
Hmm.
same thing. That is you. There is no two people there.
Yes. Light is so powerful, Doctor. I understood it. Yes, today. Yes. When I was translating the 11th sermon of True Buddhist philosophy, then only I understood the last part. Now going, that means light means the object we see and me.
Yeah, but if it is with the existence feel or existence perception comes, and if it is there, definitely there is a kind of a power to maintain that, because that is whole thing about this life.
Yes.
Everything is there.
Yes.
Light is there, sound is there, let alone the funeral house.
Yes.
Because you don't need a funeral house to understand this. But funeral house is a very good example in day-to-day life. You entered and you saw so many people. But the thing is, just imagine coming back. If you really feel that you are coming back home, these are very intimate things, very delicate points.
No, I just left the place.
No, but because you didn't even understand that, no.
Yes. Today only I understood the existing feeling.
Yeah, but then how do you change it? How do you understand actually it is not there? It's not me.
No, now today only when you are telling only I knew that.
No, but what I'm asking is, how would you snap it? How would you snap out of it?
Now I know, then that means if anything is existing in front of me, now
No, that's the truth. That's what is happening now. What I'm asking is, Aranhansa is telling a Dhammano. So with that, how would you snap out of this dream?
That means we have to understand the existing feel and the perception. That means the past perceptions are coming like naturally. That means they are also coming with the existing power.
Naturally means
existing power. Yes.
Yeah. Now we'll go backwards. Now this has to flip. Remember, if this flip doesn't happen, you can't even call anyone Sotapan.
Yes.
So this flip has to happen. That's what I'm saying. So we'll go back to Dhamma slowly. So don't be in a hurry.
Right.
Just we'll go back. So just take the chair, like the funeral house, like the corpse, like your relatives. Just take the chair as an example. With Dhamma, we really realize that the actual chair which is in front of you, it is a projection of the mind.
Yes, projection.
It's a projection of the mind. It's a funeral house is also the same.
Yes.
It's a projection of the mind. It's not actually there.
Yes.
We don't have any experience about a funeral house there, but it's a beautiful projection of a mind.
Yes.
So take the mind. Go backwards. When did you get introduced to a funeral house? How would you know a funeral house? You have to go backwards. Maybe when you're like 7 years of age, maybe mother may have taken you, mother or father may have taken you and say, this is Puta, this is Malagedara.
Yes.
This is what is called funeral house, Puta. This say, This is how it is. This is, they put the dead body. They keep it for about 7 days. That's how. So you will get a mental image.
Yes.
So that's how we got the mental image. So as soon as someone tells that there is a funeral house, funeral parlor will come later, because funeral parlors were not popular in Sri Lanka at long time ago.
Yes.
But later you may have come across that one.
Yes.
But you have to go backwards and see how this mental image arises.
Yes.
So now
my grandmother's died. No, that I can remember.
Yeah. So the mental image is projected outwards.
Yes. Yes.
That is the one you went yesterday. It is projected outwards. But actually, mental image, we are trying to understand how the mental image came. Then you go back and back and back and see, okay, I have a mental image of a funeral house. Doesn't matter whose. Because whose is another mental image.
Yes.
So when you go backwards and find out, okay, mental image is this.
Yes.
So mental image is only the light and the sound.
Yes.
So just try and understand when you were 7 years of age or 10 years of age, the mental image of this funeral house came. Is that true?
No.
In Sinhala, it will be Malagadara. In English, it will be funeral house. In Chinese, it will be Ching Ching Ching. And what would be the true thing? We don't know.
No. It's
But
not a
we have a very distinct picture of a funeral house when someone says a funeral house.
Yes. Yes. Even we can remember the bodies.
Yeah, if you experience it before, yes. And now that perception of funeral house, you projected it there. That's why your talking was so real. When you told me the incident, you were actually acting out.
Yes.
As you actually went to a funeral house.
Yes.
Do you understand it?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was listening and I'm wondering, oh my God, did you actually go to a funeral house? And you say, yes, I went.
But actually it's a projection. Yes. Mind projection. I saw.
A mind projection. But the thing is, now what I'm trying to put more into that is the sound wave and the light wave. The funeral house you learn when you were like 7 years of age, that mental picture, is that true? How would that be true? That can't be true, right?
Oh, that is also not true.
That's a vibration.
Yes.
So if you actually understand that the sound wave or the mind wave is not actually true,
yes,
there would be something you would feel. Why?
Yes.
That vibration. Because now the mind, the mind power is zero, because you fully understood that the funeral house or the chair or the ice cream, whatever, the nephew's wife or whatever, those perceptions you fully realize, because these things are also very late in life. No, you get to know these things.
Yes.
So but the dead bodies and the funeral house may be coming from the childhood, because those are the things that you would know as a child also, living in Sri Lanka, because there's a high chance that child would be taken to a funeral house at any point. So when you understand this perception, you felt as you actually went there. That's actually outside being true.
Yes. The mind projection has gone outside.
Outside. So you felt as you actually went there. That's
Right.
another point.
Yes.
But then take the perception. if you really feel that the perception is there, that means you are in the mind. If you are in the perception level, but not actually gone project, you're not projecting it outwards. You kind of know that you came somewhere, but you don't really care about whether you came to the funeral house or not. You know that it is a projection of the mind.
Yes.
Then you are in the mind, though. Still you are in the mind.
Yes.
Because still the mind is active. Mind is
Yes.
true.
Yes.
So mind being true, still you have the existence perception of the mind and the self-perception of the mind. So the
Yes.
self-perception, existence perception, all are in the mind.
Yes.
But the feel,
Yes.
it is much deeper than that.
Yes.
Feel is
Yes.
actually this alive feel.
Yes.
So the alive feel, when you come to talk about the alive feel, you have to understand that alive feel comes when the mind is not active at all.
Right.
That alive feel will give you that Aranwan says so many times telling you, have you felt your vibration? Have you felt your vibration? Have you felt your
Yes.
vibration?
Yes.
How many
Yes.
times does he ask?
Yes.
That's the vibration he's talking about. That can't be felt if the mind is projecting
Working.
outwards. Anyway, you can't. But
Yes.
even if it is not projecting outwards, even if you're in the mind, you can't feel it.
Yes. True, doctor.
To find your own vibration strength, you can't do it while you are in the mind. That's what
Yes.
you're trying to say to me. I went to a funeral house, nothing happened to me. You can't really say that without knowing all these things.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So just imagine someone actually understood this whole thing and felt the vibration. Still the story is not over.
Yes.
Why not? Because you haven't felt the non-vibration.
Yes.
So how would you feel the non-vibration? Only if the Dhamma comes there.
Yes.
If you know that this is the fast vibration of the eye,
Yes.
or fast vibration of the ear, according to the whatever the sensory organ involved.
Yes.
Then only the non-vibration would appear.
Yes. That means, doctor, now that now those past perceptions are appearing like that. These things should appear. The light.
Perceptions can't be there at all in the field side. And
Yes.
when you immediately, if you felt that, you will feel your power.
Yes.
And if you fully understand that it is the speed of the light or speed of the sound or speed of something,
Yes.
definitely it will not become a thing and you might feel the non-vibration.
Right. That means I have to think and contemplate
No,
at that.
you can't think. If you think, you are in the mind.
Yes. 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 True. No, it's appearing due to the light vibration. No, doctor. Each and every this perception.
If you think like that, it will never come, because if you are in the mind, you will never come to the feel.
Yes. True.
You just have to understand this only
Yes.
and let it happen.
Yes. Yes. I am not trying to do anything.
But did you even understand? Because your depth is not that good.
Yes.
You don't really go deeper. You're just superficially touching.
No, doctor, because actually, though I am listening to deep Dhamma, it didn't dig into my deeper senses. Now only it's happening because of you, doctor. Actually speaking, I am not going to admire you, but it is the truth. Now only I sense it. The way of really understanding it, the hidden part of Dhamma, the existing feel and the feel of perceptions becoming
Yeah.
true. Yes.
Yeah. So if the perception is true, then you are in the mind.
Yes.
If you feel it projected outwards, that's directly, it's anyway out.
Yes. Consciousness. Yes.
No, in the sense, if you really feel that the chair is outside,
Yes.
or funeral parlor is actually there,
Mm.
that means it is projected too much outside.
Yes.
That projection, you have to fully know that it is a projection only.
Yes.
It's really a tricky area. You have to practice it this lifetime. Like even the frog,
Yes.
I told you it was a miss that you
Yes.
missed it.
Yes. 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 That means to correctly seeing Dhamma in those
Yes,
things.
in that moment.
In that moment. Yes. Now I can
You
see so
can't be
many.
thinking in that moment though.
Yes. Now I can see so many monkeys jumping around our trees, this garden trees. Yes. A clan of monkeys are coming here.
Yeah, see, it's a beautiful thing when they come and eat everything and go. I mean, it's
Yes.
not beautiful, but they don't mind anyway.
Yes. Shouting
Yeah,
and running and yes.
yeah, but just see that
Yes.
even that visual effect.
Yes.
That visual effect is actually a projection.
Yes, doctor. Now I
That
can see.
they are jumping in the trees. It's a
Yes.
projection. It's a projection only. I mean,
Yes.
even Rahatan Wahanse, even Lord Buddha, the projection still continue to happen.
Yes.
But who cares? It doesn't matter because you
Big
know
not
it's a projection. It has to be really felt though. Like you have to really know it that it's a
yes.
projection only.
Projection only. Because of the light. It can be seen. Light and the
Yes.
sound.
Yeah, light and the sound is in the mind, but the
Mm.
projection outward is really a true thing to us. Just imagine if you go to
Yes.
now, as soon as you get the idea, I should go to the temple, you start getting ready,
Preparation. Yes.
preparation, like take some flowers, and you know
Yes.
that
Oil
one
and things. Yes.
perception, thought is enough now.
Yes. Enough.
Enough. So we will do everything. We will go. We will walk. We will go inside and do everything as we did before.
Yes.
That doesn't matter. Even
Yes.
Lord Buddha will do the same thing. What matters is this perception.
Yes.
Existence perception. That is what matters. If it is not there, that's an arahant. Arahant will also prepare everything and go to the temple. That's okay.
That is the problem, doctor. Existent perception is always appearing. No.
Yes, that's the problem.
Yes.
But if you actually feel one time, if you actually feel the no self perception, that is very powerful.
Yes. It's natural. It should happen naturally. No, we can't think about
Yeah,
it.
but it is very powerful. Then after that, what happens is it becomes powerful.
Yes.
So imagine you were a little baby, now 1-year-old baby. Slowly 1, 2, 3, 4 thoughts start to appear and they became true. No?
Yes.
And also you tied up.
Can't hear you, doctor.
No, sorry, I muted. So, sorry, I forgot even what I was saying. What did I say? I had to talk to my daughter
No.
here.
Right. Doctor, that is perception, existence, perception.
Yeah, so the existence perception is actually there from even, just imagine even as a little 1 or 2-year-old baby, there is a perception of existence with the light. Even though the thoughts are not formed yet.
Hmm.
The 1-year-old baby or even few months old baby, they have this existence perception even in the light, just
Yes.
sound, like
Hmm.
that. But
Yes.
as soon as their thoughts are formed, if the first thought is mother, second thought is father, third perception is whatever toy or water or rice, whatever. So the one by one, usually thoughts start to appear and these become real. That's the mind.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
then slowly this child learns that this mind, the object, mind mental picture is
Yes.
actually outside. That comes with abhisankarana, that is repetition.
Right. Repetition. Thus, repeat telecast. Yes.
Yes, because so imagine 10 times mother comes to the child.
Hmm.
Slowly child is understanding mother perception is actually
Here.
so it is
Okay.
projected outside.
Hmm.
That's how it is tied to the outside all the time.
Right.
And it comes with repetition.
Yes. That means, doctor, for a baby, the first thing is the light perception, no?
First thing is the life field. Don't take it as life field.
A life field.
A life field. They have the life field. They have the life field. They can't talk about a light.
Right.
As soon as light and sound vibrations come together, only they can talk about a light.
Right.
Without sound wave joining it, you can't talk about a like a mind.
Right.
So just try and see, if you
Yeah.
are a baby,
Yes.
you can't remember anything about seeing light or hearing sound when you are a baby. Why?
Yes.
Because when the mind is formed, only you can talk about anything.
Yes.
So when the mind is formed, that means the light wave has joined with the sound wave
Yes.
already. But
Yes.
before that, it's only a light wave.
Right. They feel like they are alive.
That is the speed of light.
Speed of light.
That's actually the self vibration.
Right.
Self vibration, but no one knew that it was light vibration. No one knew it was the speed of light.
Yes.
Lord Buddha actually explained that.
Yes.
How the consciousness happens. So the baby only has the consciousness level initially, the life field,
Yes.
vijnana.
Vijnana.
But as soon as they feel the light, but the problem is there is duality, but you can't talk about it because the sound wave has not joined.
Yes.
There is duality in there.
Yes.
Kind of a duality, because it is you can't really talk about anything there, because the talking is after the sound wave is joined. Someone has to say, no, this is
Yes. This is a baby. This is mother, father, sister, brother. Yes.
yeah. So that is only the beginning of the life actually for a child.
Right.
Unless that time life was there, but the baby didn't know anything about it.
Only the existing feel.
Yes.
Mm.
Actually, alive feel, existence feel, yeah, both there, same thing, but not same thing. Existence feel is there, because of that alive feel is there.
Right.
But as soon as the mind is formed, now it is mother, father, brother, and me.
Yes. The mind is not there in the beginning. At the beginning, there was no mind for a baby. Yes.
Yeah, it's only the feel.
Feel. Yes.
That's actually The radiant mind though.
Radiant mind, yes.
But an arahant, it is different, because an arahant mind is still there also, but there's no
Yes.
power.
Yes, powerless.
Powerless mind is there because
Mhm.
mind still works nicely.
Yes.
They know it is a funeral house. They know it is a brother.
Yes.
They know everything.
But not feeling anything towards
No
that.
power.
Yes.
No, the happiness, as you said, happiness, sadness may be there, but
Yeah.
it's not a thing.
Yes.
But this
Not
whole
burning.
Dhamma should be felt and the self vibration should go down. That's all. That's all what matters.
Yes.
But first you have to understand what is this power.
Yes.
And then only you have a marker. Otherwise you don't
Yes,
have a
doc-
marker.
yes, actually, the understanding the power is the most useful thing here.
Understanding your self vibration or the power of that vibration.
Yes.
And the zero is also felt. If then only you know that there is a zero when the chair is not a thing.
Yes.
Otherwise you can't believe everyone's words. You have to feel it. You
Yes.
can't just keep believing someone else's words.
No, doctor, it's actually, if there are moments, no, nothing is becoming something.
Yeah, but nothing is becoming true. Then you have to apply it to the light as well. If you haven't, then still you are in the path. You haven't felt it fully.
Right.
To feel the non-vibration, you are not talking about the non-vibration. You are talking about while in the mind, I didn't feel it anything.
Yes.
This
Yes.
is beyond the mind.
Mm.
This experience is beyond the mind.
Yes. Our contemplation is helping to feel it.
Yes,
Mm.
to go beyond the mind. And it can happen once, but then for an arahant, it is always there.
Yes.
That is what is important.
Yes, doctor. The most important thing is that.
But knowing this is also important. Otherwise, how do you know that you have to feel that deep?
Yes, because knowing is coming from this true Buddhist philosophy, the Dhamma knowledge. Yes.
Yeah. So just imagine if you go to the funeral house and come and say, nothing happened, I didn't feel anything. Then there is a question whether you have understood the deeper stuff.
Yes.
Whether you had the life feel there, or whether you haven't had the life feel there, or whether you are awakened from the dream or not awakened from the dream. The way you discussed it, it felt as you actually went to a funeral house. So then, even though you're telling that there was no burning, that becomes irrelevant, isn't it? Because you actually went to a funeral house.
Yes, actually, at that time, Dhamma didn't appear, but then
No,
some.
it doesn't need to appear.
Yes.
This self-perception
Yes.
is a thing that is there all the time.
Yes. Yes. Atma Sanyava, yes, it's there.
Yeah, in an arahant only it is absent all the time.
Yes.
In a marga in the path, one may have felt the non-vibration once, maybe twice. Like
Yes.
that, it needs to stabilize though to feel it all the time.
Yes.
If it is all the time, that is the adhigata samadhi.
Yes. Doctor, what about this then? This non-manifesting.
Same thing.
Yes, non-manifesting can also can be happen while listening after listening this Dhamma, no, doctor?
Same thing. Adhigata samadhi is the same thing. Buddha Swabhava is the same thing.
Yes.
Non-manifesting or the anidasana vinyana is the same thing. Apatritita vinyana is the same thing.
Yes.
Same thing.
That means that when I was there sitting nearly about 2 hours,
You
that
can't talk about that because you didn't know about the life field.
yes, yes,
So this part business is not
yes,
helpful.
correct, yes.
So
Should understand what is really happening. Yes.
yeah. So someone can feel that outside is not a thing. That is okay. But
Yes.
to feel the whole non-vibration, you have to know all 4 levels and
Yes.
cross it in a moment.
Yes.
That's the only way for you to know that there is non-vibration.
Yes.
If you don't know the all these levels, you can't really call the stream enterer. But as soon as you start understanding this Dhamma, burning goes down because
Yes.
outside becomes irrelevant.
Yes.
That's what has happened to you. So the outside becomes irrelevant, the burning goes down, but the Dhamma is deeper than that. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Yes. It's happening to each and everybody who is listening to this Dhamma.
Yes, yeah. So, but you need to keep investigating until you feel the non-vibration.
Yes.
Until you
That's
feel non-vibration and non-vibration.
yes. The most important thing now is the that means self vibration, perception vibration.
All the existence field and the life field.
Yes, existence field. Yes, and the life field.
Yeah, but then you have to understand it is only the chair at the end.
Yes.
At the end, if you feel like the chair is existent, that is the same thing as existence field and the life field. Same
Yes.
thing.
Yes.
Because anyway, there is no self, no.
Yes, there's no
What
self.
is there is all these chair, table, and the broom, floor. These are the only things that are there.
Yes,
So
when we
if you
feel
really feel them as
there,
there,
that means I am creating here. Myself is creating here.
no. Don't take it in such a way because it can be in 3 levels.
Yes.
And it's not that simple. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So if someone is actually feeling that broom is in front of you in that corner like that, it is projecting outside. But someone can have this perception level only also. So don't put a blanket level.
Yes.
Then it is a self-perception only. It's not that person is really good because that there's no kamaraga patika as such because you know that it is not projecting outside. You don't have any problem with anyone outside.
Yes.
You know, it's all the problems are in the perception level. So that level is also very good.
Yes.
So you can't just say, oh yeah, if the chair is there, I am there. No, it's not as simple as that. If you really feel that the chair is in front of you, yes, then the projection has happened and you really believe you can break the chair, you can kiss the chair, you can do whatever. Because
Otherwise,
you really believe that the chair is in front of you.
yes.
But
Otherwise, it's only perception. Yes.
it's the perception level. Perception level is much better than that. But still, self-perception is there.
Yes.
Not the self-view.
Yes.
But the self-perception is there. Then you can't say, chair is there, you are there. No, that person has no self-perception. Sorry, self-view.
Yes.
But still the perception is there. That means not an arahant.
Yes.
Slowly the perception part also will die down and will come to the feel. When you come to the feel, that is a life feel. Still you are not an arahant, but non-returner because the mind is not a thing now.
Yes.
Do you feel how deep this goes?
Yes, doctor, it's a very wonderful story. It's deeper and deeper. Slowly, understanding how deeper it is.
Yeah, and the feel also,
Mm.
that is from non-returner to arahant also there is a level, but no one can do anything. It just dying down that life feel, like in the sense this existence feel.
Yes.
Slowly it will, that system will slowly realize that it is useless. It is then only the actual and arahant will be there.
Yes. Stream entry is the hardest party, I think.
Yeah. Actually, feeling Buddha status at least once in is really important to fully realize that, because becoming it is can take longer time.
Yes.
But just feeling it once is good, because that only will give you such a confidence in Dhamma and
Yes.
such a vast area of how this self-perception work.
Yes. But day by day, this trust of Dhamma is becoming very deeper because
Yes.
because Doctor, even listening to this Dhamma will very much help us to live in this world. Comparing others, I don't know what the hell they are living in.
Yeah, just imagine 40 years, suddenly the dream you lived for 40 years, how much you can talk now about the dream. So I
Yes.
also can talk about the dream.
Yes.
Kids, family, job,
Yes.
house, village and all that.
Yes.
Suddenly the dream is over.
Yes.
If you don't know what is happening to the vibration,
Yes.
actually Prutajjana, the Ummattaka is the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't know where that will synchronize. Mostly it is the lower realms.
Doctor, this thing, actually that non-alive feel also appearing with the synchronization, I think, no?
To the Buddha status, yeah.
To synchronize that, this mind should be tuned into that level.
No, mind should be absent. In the sense, mind should not have any power.
Yes. Feel should
Otherwise,
be.
how can you synchronize?
Yes. Feel
And
should be.
the existence feel should be, misunderstanding should vanish.
Right.
Because existence feel also is also misunderstood.
Yes.
That's why even single cell amoeba, the misunderstanding is there.
Yes.
No one can talk about it because there is no mind. But
Yes.
even in that one cell field, that misunderstanding is there.
Yes. The ignorance.
Ignorance, yeah. It's a vibration kind of thing. You
Yes.
can't really talk about a mind in a single cell.
Yes. That means after coming to this human realm, the ignorance is the one covering each and every.
Yeah, but this is the most beautiful realm to understand Dhamma also. Because
Yes.
without mind, you can't understand Dhamma.
Yes. Mind should be there to overcome the mind.
Yes. No, one should actually have a mind to overcome the mind.
Yes.
And then, because the mind has the 31 realms.
Yes.
This chair has the 31 realms.
Well.
So if it is like very, like if it's projected outside, it's all the 6 levels are there. Sensual world.
I thought when we were small, how these stories were told. All our lives, people are thinking about Brahmaloka, Divyaloka like that. Outside and after that going to Brahma worlds. Oh
No,
my.
that doesn't happen. No, it happens according to the vibration.
Yes.
Thinking doesn't matter. Whatever thinking doesn't do, it
Yes.
doesn't matter. But actual vibration it does matter. But
Yes.
non-vibration, no one in the world has talked about the non-vibration. It's only Lord Buddha who talks about the non-vibration, because
Yes.
vibration has the 31 realms.
Yes.
But no spiritual teacher has talked about non-vibration.
Yes,
That's
because
why he is
doctor.
called Supreme Buddha.
Yes, because the others are thinking that myself, the soul is there and all the time. They are
Yeah,
with them.
yeah.
Mm.
Something is there for everyone.
Yes, and they are thinking they can be with the soul. They can be
They can
eternally
join the good
nature.
realms.
Yes,
Yeah, even nature. Yeah.
yes,
So you
but
must be translating these things.
yes, doctor. It gives me a lot help, and also when I am checking that Indomis is sending me Sinhala sermons also. So when I have to listen to correct, so I'm marking the places to correct. So that also giving me help because doctor, from the morning I don't have time to go here and there. That's why I'm telling I am doing a tough job with Dhamma here
Mm.
with the homework
See, that's
and
what I'm saying.
Mm.
Such a good deed. You
Mm.
should get this properly.
Yes, it will naturally come, doctor, because I am a very honestly I am doing it, and actually I am getting. I'm really happy to do that also, but after 8 o'clock it is very difficult for me because the whole day is with Dhamma. No? So
Mm.
that is what I am not doing it after 8 o'clock. That is what I am not listening to that night sermon. I am listening because I can't get it. If after 8 I can't get it because mind is some kind of need relaxation. So
Mm.
I am trying my level best all the time to do my support, utmost support to this Dhamma while living in this house with the personal life.
Yeah, and I mean, your husband must be helping, otherwise you can't really do that.
Yes, yes. Without his help, can't do anything, doctor. Because this atmosphere and this house, nobody is there other than he and me. But in this small garden, uh, we are we are doing not much of work, cooking and washing and things like that, no cleaning, and so if somebody comes in suddenly, that at that time we have to work hard. Other times nothing much, and that atmosphere is given also by the nature for me. I think, doctor, from the beginning I always the nature tried to keep me alone, like something like that I
Yeah,
felt.
but all these thoughts, they are just constructs.
Yes, that is true, but I
But so
felt.
don't give much power to the thoughts,
Yes, so this
because I feel that you give power to the thoughts.
yes, this environment is helping me, and I am struggling with the time to finish all this also. But
Yeah, it's okay. But I
but
think you will understand this very soon and feel Dhamma, because understanding Dhamma is important, feeling Dhamma is important, and then
yes,
becoming nature is important.
yes,
Slowly it will come into place. Um, I mean, we can't even say that we are close to our Anvanse, but at least to come to an understanding what he is trying to say is very important.
yes, Actually, your experiences are very much helpful, doctor, because you are in the correct path at a certain level. I don't know the level, but you can direct us correctly. That is the important thing.
Yeah, it is also trying to help others, so which helps
Yes,
everyone. It
yes,
helps the
yes,
everyone as well as this system as well. So
yes, yes.
because when you try to say something, because you are trying to write something, we are trying to correct something, so you have to also understand. So
Yes.
you,
That means your system is also improving, no, doctor, day by day.
yeah, same
Mm,
thing. It happens
mm.
to everywhere. So that's so good. So
In this,
when you translate,
mm.
haven't you had any question?
No, doctor. I fully, because without listening to this Dhamma for a certain period, can't do this translation. You know?
Yeah, but
Uh,
some things seems to be very new to you, no?
yes,
Like
but
the existence feel and the existence, the
because
alive feel.
I am still doing this Darshana Samapatti, no, the last part, no, I am translating. After that, I am going to translate the sermons in Buddothpado main YouTube channel. Every day they upload no under videos. Then only I will have new things.
Ah, okay. So does that mean that it will have an English caption? Is that what is going to happen?
No, there are no English captions.
Or
When
how
I
do you
was
translate?
no, I when I was listening to this Darshana Samapattiya 2 years ago, at once I felt nobody told me this is the most valuable
Yeah, but what is your task? Well, when you say I'm translating, what do you actually do?
because I just did it.
Write it down or what?
It's writing on a book, writing in books,
Ah, okay, yeah.
right? And talking about it uh, between 2 to 3, because
Mm.
that will help somebody, no, doctor. This is the true Dhamma, no, not my words, no. Aryan Mahanse's words, right? Because I am not a stream enterer. I can't just think and tell things, no, doctor. So I am doing the translation. After finishing this, I will come to that day-to-day videos. Then I will pick up these new things.
Mm.
The
So
basic.
when you do this Darshana Samapattiya,
Uh,
what have you come across? Just tell a few things that you did yesterday
yes, now
or
it's
today.
yes today. Yesterday I didn't do anything. Today they are actually in that now talking about what the uh, creations like that you told me earlier, the projection happening inside the mind is the thought, what we see, what we feel, what we hear, that is we are putting outside and uh, tied tying with it, no, doctor. That is what, no, the world becoming true to us.
Yeah. So
That
are
is
you writing in that section yet?
yes, I'm thinking that means it's going to complete also now. It's about
Because
half.
Darshana Samapattiya must be having a lot no more than that.
Yes, there are a lot. Now talking Chittena Niyati Loko and how the thoughts are creating and things like here and there, that is also mentioning. And now it's there, Punyabi Sankara, Punyabi Sankara. So there should be
Mm.
something is there to uh, collect merits and sins. That part is also there. Today I wrote it. So if
Mm.
there is nothing, according to this Dhamma, there is nothing is there. That means there then there is nothing for us to get merits or sins.
Yeah,
Not,
but this thing is, you have to be very careful even when you translate. Also, you have to do justice,
yeah.
because if someone just understand this Dhamma and keep telling this, they might even stop doing the merits. So
Yes.
actually, what has to happen is you have to lose you. Then only you fully realize that if the chair is not there anyway.
Yes.
But if you stop there,
No, doctor.
there is a disaster. No,
No.
I mean, I'm taking overall, I'm telling.
Yes. Yes.
So if the
I'm always mentioning Aryan Mahanse's all main thing Aryan Mahanse is showing is there is no self here.
yeah,
That
but what you have to say that in a way is because you know, if I say
Mm.
Buddha Puja, we'll say
Oh,
Buddha Puja. So the
yes.
Buddha Puja, one can say Buddha Puja is in the mind and not do it, right? But
Yes.
that's not the point.
No.
That's not the point. So what we can say is, yes, Buddha Puja is in the mind. But if you
Yes.
fully have realized it, when the Buddha Puja is not there, you are not there too. You have to feel that. Otherwise,
Yes.
it's useless.
Yes.
If you haven't felt it,
Yes.
then there is a risk that every mother may fall into that trap.
Yes.
If they haven't felt the non-vibration, there's always a risk that you are just, you know, becoming more and more egoistic
Yes.
and staying doing nothing. That's not
That
the
is
point.
yes. That is what no Aryan Mahanse is telling us to do it. We used to do. That means this system is used to do that 3 times a day. Morning, then afternoon and not afternoon, before 12 and evening, Buddha Puja. 3 Buddha Puja is doing.
Mm. Yeah. So the thing is, like, you know, some people can say this was something that once even a monk was saying.
Mm.
You keep saying there's nothing, and people
Mm.
can even kill someone and say it's nothing. But this
Mm.
is not Dhamma like that. So
Yes,
this Dhamma is fully to understand that if the chair is not there, you are also not there. You have to
yeah,
feel that this is the actual target, not to
yes,
just prove that chair is not there.
yes. True, doctor. Yes, that Punyabhisankara, Apunyabhisankara, not much described. Only one line was there, and all the time, Aryan Mahanse was trying to explain that there is nothing. Not that means not, something is not there. To feel something is not there, no self is here. So I'm talking about the four contemplations. Everything around is these four great elements and that eighth thing.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, it's very beautiful. The more you understand this Dhamma and more you feel this Dhamma,
Yes.
as you said, you will participate everything, you will do everything, you will see everything. There would be a level that outside will not be a thing, and
Yes.
also there would be a level that the mind is not a thing as well. And then that's complete field side. In the field side, if you actually went through the right path, what
Yes.
you feel is just the sukha.
Yes. Yes.
That's
Okay.
all you feel.
Yes. So this at least my experiences with this Dhamma, my efforts with this Dhamma is actually helping this system to clear the mind from these unnecessary perceptions and
Yeah, but you can't clear the mind without actually understanding how the mind is formed with the light wave and the sound wave. If you
yes,
don't know that, You're just trying to, shed some thoughts and keep some thoughts and stuff like that.
Yes.
Every thought, even about this Dhamma, is
Yeah.
made of light wave and the sound wave.
Yes.
So none of the words we talk here are true.
Yes, that part is very important, doctor. But because it was not talking much in these sessions, this light wave and sound wave thing,
Mm.
the angle you talk is not there actually. So it's new for me.
No. Aranwansi says that a lot, the light wave and the sine wave.
Yes, but I couldn't see it the correct angle.
Yeah. Mm.
We are just thinking light wave, sound wave, then light vibration, sound wave. Now you are showing each and every vibration, how the light and the sound is combined there. That is
Yeah, you
important.
have to go backwards and see when did this start.
Mm.
Even the mother vibration, it's the same thing. Father
Mm.
vibration, it's the same thing. Even me vibration, it's the same thing.
Yes, light and sound. Yes.
Light and sound.
Now only the system is realizing that part, doctor. Whatever the sermons are uh, flowing, but understanding these hidden areas,
Takes time. It takes time, yeah.
yes, it's not easy though.
But it will slowly come into place. And the
Yes,
good thing is you join the discussion. That is good thing.
yes,
And I wish more people actually join, because sometimes it's just 1 or 2, 3 people.
yes, doctor. Why is that? Can't we find a few people?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter, but
They
it's
should
good if
come.
someone can come. Because even Suranka was saying yesterday, maybe they don't know the link.
They are linked. We have to share it, no, doctor? Yes, I will share it in my Facebook groups. There are so many Facebook groups are there.
Yeah, but who will like to talk in English? We don't know.
Mhm.
It's not a common thing.
No, there are foreign Facebook groups also connected to me, so I'll try. But some don't like to talk, no, doctor. That is the problem.
There are only few that already knows this Dhamma talk,
Yes,
because this is not a easy thing. There are we listen to Dhamma very randomly, and I hope
doctor, you are
many
this Dhamma is how good, doctor. My sister-in-law was telling me last night. These people, younger generation people, are very much stressed in Sri Lanka because they have so many problems, it seems. They have to earn money, they have to, uh, that means, run the families, and they have to think about children's safety and so many things. I don't know, this place is like a mess now. This there is no proper governing part also. So people are, that means, struggling to live day by day. Fuel prices are also get
I mean, I
become.
think it is happening everywhere,
Mm,
because the fuel prices are going up everywhere.
because of the war, no, doctor?
Yeah. And people are struggling. Only thing is, some countries, they have this payments from the government, but who
Mm.
knows? These things also can cut. Like,
Yes,
we can reduce and people can suffer. But the suffering time, people will actually reach for Dhamma also. Because
yes,
COVID time, people reach Dhamma.
Dhamma.
And if
One
the
of my
COVID didn't come, Aryan Hanse would not put the Dhamma also.
yes, now Aryan Vansi is trying to build up a group of people to go door to door. Because much of people are not knowing about this Dhamma, no?
Yeah.
It's good, I think, doctor. People are suffering without knowing this Dhamma.
Yeah, but not everyone can have enough peace to stop and listen to this. That's the thing. I don't know how Sri Lankan, the time flies. You come from work, you don't know, you're very tired, and you don't have time to listen to them.
You know, doctor,
On the go all the time.
I was listening to Dhamma from the very olden days while working in the office also. If I have time, I used to go through this internet and I was searching in Thailand some monastery bhikkhus. And like that, I was there are people, doctor, when that at that time I was in my 40s.
You're talking about like 2015?
Before that.
Mm.
Before that, even when I find a book of Dhamma, I used to read and see whether there is a way to go out from this suffering. Like that, I was from the beginning. I was like that. When I was about 14 years, I used to go to the library, Namalapitiya town, and finding books. Then Sigmund Freud and things like that, because there were no Dhamma. No? So I was thinking about Sigmund Freud. Like that, finding, if I go to a bookshop, anyhow buying a Dhamma book. I had so many Dhamma books in English, Sinhala. Every day I have a book in my handbag when I go to office.
What did you understand from that?
I was
From
always
that
I
last.
was searching. I was searching for Dhamma. I read Balangoda Ananda Maitriya Thero's books about Rerukane Chandavimala Theros. Nothing is there, doctor. Finally fed up only. But that means the mind is searching and feeling while reading, after reading, oh, it's there. Nothing, the satisfaction is not coming. Right?
Mm.
That was there. So many years, how much I tried. I was observing still every 4 day, even with my son, little son. Once I went to this, where in
How old is he now?
now he's 35 in America, still waiting for his PR. So,
America.
waiting for his PR, doctor can't do anything without that. Can't get a better job.
Yeah, okay. So
Can't marry.
everyone is not in Sri Lanka?
Everyone means most of my husband's family, children, most of them are out of the
No,
country.
your kids. How many kids do you have?
I have one, no, doctor. Only one.
one. Oh,
Yeah.
right.
So once I went with him to a monastery in the jungle side, in the
Does he understand Dhamma?
yeah, he's a bit understanding, but I'm not pressing him because from the beginning I used to giving him this and that, and now I am not going to press him because he's not married yet, and now he should. I am telling this and that. I'm telling I have a kind of a dhamma. It can that stress releasing dhamma. I have like he knows I am joining these forums and things like that, but I am not pressing, because if I go to press, I don't know what will happen. She has to come naturally.
Yeah.
Once I send this wisdom of Asia .com website, But he
You have to
naturally,
change drastically, then he will come.
yes, he naturally listening to that one Tero is there who's following Aryan Mahanse. Hasalaka Sila Vimala Teros Dhamma. He is listening.
It's not that clear though. It's not,
Yes, yes,
it's not that clear. It's all over the place. So you have to be careful.
yes. Because he is taking things from Aryan Mahanse also.
No one talks about non-vibration as straightforward as Aryan Mahanse.
Yes, because
Only Aryan Mahanse talks only straightforward about that. Everyone
yes,
else is telling around that. That's the
yes,
problem. All are
because
scared, I think.
I can't press him because if I going to press, he wouldn't like it because he is having 2 master degrees and he will think that some high distinct man is there, no doctor, for him also, right?
Mm.
So some kind of man is he think he knows this and that like that, no? So
Yeah, true.
can't press.
Is it, what doctorate is that? What kind of masters is that?
Uh, one master degree is for the earth science. Another
That's a good one. Other one?
other one is some relating to this computer something. Now he is a data scientist, right?
Yeah, actually, he has the best ability to understand this.
Yes,
One day he should join us.
yes,
One.
yes. I think, but if I going to say something and press him, it
No, I
can't.
think your way of approach is not good anyway because you are the mother. It is biased.
Yes,
It's
he
very
should.
much biased.
Yes, he should understand it naturally, little by little. He knows that.
Yeah,
He knows about that monastery, our Buddothpado international
Dombagoda.
Dombagoda. I sent one clip and I said I am going there. I went there. No? So all those things he know, but he just kept quiet. Mm, but he
No,
knows
because
that.
you are famous for going here and there. No?
Yes, yes,
So even the child is fully aware about that.
yes,
So he has to gain full confidence. When mother's burning is not there only, he will have full confidence. We can't really say your burning is really
yes,
zero. But if
yes,
it goes very low down, then they might feel and they might say, now
mm,
my mom is not the mom I knew.
yes,
Then they might come alone.
yes, yes.
And
That,
also, they
mm,
have to have some burning also. Otherwise, they won't really turn to this side.
yes. Now he's having that burning, the doctor. Now 35. Applying for that PRN, just waiting and waiting. See, will you? When he's
Mm.
trying to apply for good jobs, they are asking for PR. So without PR, can't do anything. So once he told, when my husband was asking, Parana Pava still didn't come like that. He's telling. So that means he's
So he
hovering.
will never come back to this country, the Sri Lanka.
No, I am not allowing him to come here. Just come and go. But I always tell him to stay there because the future of this country we can't. It's not stable yet, no doctor. And the scientists, there is no much things here to do. No,
You shouldn't force anyone to do anything.
no. I didn't force. He naturally, no doctor. This through scholarships
Yeah,
he.
but stop saying anything. He's big now. He can do whatever. If he wants to come, he will come.
Yes, but he knows no. There's coming here. There's nothing for him to do here, no doctor. There's no job.
Yeah, but people die at 40 years of age.
Yes, can't. He
So,
can't say anything. Yes,
so what are you talking about?
yes, yes. No, I am
This
not for.
thing can end suddenly
Yes,
tomorrow.
Yes. We can't say anything, yes. I am not planning and I am not anyway, I am not telling do this,
But
do
it's
this.
okay. Dream can end in America. Dream can end here. It doesn't matter. But the vibration will be there.
Yes. And I'm not forcing. Whatever you want, you can do like that.
Yeah, but you just said that you said not to come.
No, not to come means that is his idea, no.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm not forcing. Come and you know, doctor, come. What shall he come and do? All jobs are people are losing jobs here. This
Yeah,
government.
I know. But
That's the proper
we
governing.
never know, you know.
I don't know when there should be a new uh,
What about
man.
you dying tomorrow?
I am ready to die now. I'm ready
Yeah,
to.
but then you have some hopes about son having a
No,
job as
no,
well.
no. I am always telling whatever you want, you can do. Right?
Okay.
Find a
Yeah.
girl, suitable girl, and marry. I am not going to peep into that. That is completely your uh, ideas, your will.
So what that means? Even something happens to son tomorrow, you don't mind.
That can't say. Still can't say that, doctor. Because still I am not a stream enterer. No, I can't say so. But I don't know. I'm not planning. I'm doctor. Actually, I'm not planning anything. I am not planning anything.
That's
I'm
good.
just
Yeah.
because I am scared to plan.
Not because of that. You should understand that the plans are all in the mind.
Yes.
I'm not scared to plan. What is that?
Right.
Aranwanse plans a lot.
No, those days I planned
Lord
a lot.
Buddha also plans a lot. Who cares
Yes.
about planning? It's not.
Yes.
It's just
No,
a
no,
part
no.
of the mind.
No, doctor. Because if I plan to attain to Nibbana, that will be the worst problem.
That's a plan in the mind. That's okay. Just drop it.
Yes. Therefore, I am.
Even we can have thousands and thousands of plans, but
Yes.
everything is in the mind. If if there is a sound wave involved, 100% it's a mind.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
සබ්ද සංඥාවේ සබ්ද නැහැ කිව්වේ නිකන් නෙමෙයි.
Oh.
You have to understand that the actual sound perception doesn't have sound.
Yes.
Actual light perception doesn't have light.
Yes.
This perception should be understood properly. And Aranwanse specifically told you to understand the light and the sound.
Doctor, that can you again repeat that? The light perception has no light. Can you tell me little further about it?
Well, the light perception is a perception in the mind. That's why. Same thing. Just imagine if you say illuminated room. Do you not get the idea now?
Illuminated
Room, like
room.
this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that means the room is with light, no?
Yes.
So the bulb is on.
Yes.
Don't you get the idea? That's the light perception, but that actually doesn't have light there.
Yes. Yes.
I can say a different example. When I opened the fridge, there was light in there. Don't you
Yes.
also get the idea?
Yes.
Where
That's not.
did that come from? That light perception didn't have a light,
Yes.
but you still have the perception.
Mm.
It's the same thing like God is a perception. But the
Yes.
God also, the perception always has a light wave and a sound wave. Attaching
Yes.
it to something is a different story.
Yes.
So the if you say dark room,
Yes.
you can always imagine no light.
No light, yes.
So, so we can we just imagine I'm telling about an incident. I will be saying, do you know, Champa? I entered a house.
Yes,
Suddenly, the electricity went off, and
yes,
now everything is in dark. Won't you
yes.
get the idea?
Yes, getting.
Yeah, getting, but you are not in dark, but you are getting the idea what I'm saying. That means
Right,
that
right.
perception
Yes.
is there.
Oh my God, that is the thing, no? Light has no light. It's so deep, doctor.
Sound perception also the same. Sound perception actually doesn't have sound.
Lamaya gahata nagi. All
Yeah,
sound.
all
But then
sound, but you don't have to actually read it. No. It's a vice versa. Just see. Okay, now just imagine there is a video. There is a video. Something is going on there. Don't you get the idea that child is jumping up and down like a hell?
yes,
How did those words come there? So this is vice versa. Like this, you can talk about it this way or the other way around. So when we give the light, sound comes.
yes,
When we give the sound, the light comes, because they are all related.
yes,
And the actual sound, just imagine the sound, chumpang, no, what is it called?
yes. Beethoven's those
Yeah,
chumpang.
the sound, that sound is actually heard.
Yes,
But when you are very, when I say that,
yes,
you have that sound perception, don't you?
yes. I can feel, I can hear it. Yes, I can imagine it.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you're not hearing anything at this moment.
No. Just imagining. Yes.
That's the mind wave.
Right. That means the
Sound
sound.
wave actually doesn't sound perception. This is about sanya.
Yes. Sound perceptions has no sound. Yes.
Actually has no sound.
Yes.
So the perceptions are enough to carry on your life. In the
Yes.
sense, this vibration.
Yes.
That's why the Brahma Loka, why they talk about the Brahma Loka. Rupavachara Brahma Loka is always this light wave and the sound wave.
Rupavachara. Yes. That means they have a form, no, doctor? They have a form.
Forget about that. This is all about, even now you can talk, even any human being also you can talk about that.
Yes. They are mind level. Yes.
Yeah, the vibration level, no. There's nothing to do with the form.
Yes. Vibration level. Yes.
You can talk about it, but it's useless because you can't figure out a place.
Yes.
You can't figure out a figure.
Yes, it's in the mind. 31 planes. Yes.
It's in the mind, in the sense, even if you try to figure out it, then it is a picture from your mind.
Yes.
So it's useless because it's your mind now telling. Now just imagine I say, this is earth. Who
Yes.
says that?
Me.
Yeah, this earth, no? The earth, who says that this is earth is just we human beings, as human beings. This is the story that we have been taught, right? So we
Yes.
keep saying that. We actually believe in that. So if we say earth is flat, once we used to believe the earth is flat.
Yes.
But it's all mind-formed stuff.
Yes.
All mind-formed.
All
So if you
perception.
say the world is, earth is going around the sun,
Yes.
it's just a mind perception.
Yes.
You don't have any experience other than the sensory organs and the mind.
Yes. Yes, yes. Only that according to the ability of these sensory
organs, the mind is formed.
Yes, mind is formed.
So this animal's mind is not that strong.
Mm.
But the human mind is very strong. That's why the jealousy, everything is much more stronger. You can kill millions of people.
Because of jealousy, yes.
And ego and power quest and everything.
Mm.
Yeah, it does so if you really understand that touch perception actually doesn't have touch. So just imagine the solidity.
Yes.
Even everything is like that.
Yes.
Actual solidity perception. Solidity is a perception. Actual solidity perception doesn't have a solid thing there. When I say mountain, solidity perception is already there. But it's not, it's just not there though. I mean, we just talked about it. How can we have a solidity perception in the talk?
Yes.
But there is.
Mm.
And if I say jelly, you don't feel like that it's rocky hard. That's how it is.
Yes.
So all these perceptions are there in the chair.
Yes.
If you talk about chair has everything in that, the solidity. So if I take ice cream,
yes,
all these perceptions are there.
Yes.
The coldness, the liquidiness, or the sometimes it is liquid like, but it is when it is solid, it is like not solid as solid, but ice cream is bit solid now when you take it out from the fridge.
Yes, yes.
But with time it is like a liquid, melting.
Mm.
So you have all the forms there. You have a smell also, and you have a taste also. You have a, but just by saying vanilla ice cream or fruit and nut ice cream, I can put it there.
Yes.
If I say elephant house fruit and nut ice cream,
Yes.
just because you live in Sri Lanka, I mean, if I say this to a Japanese man or a Chinese man, no one will know.
No, they don't know. Yes.
They don't know, but because you are a Sri Lankan and you have that type of thing in Sri Lanka, as soon as I say it, it will be there. But how can that perception have all the smell perception doesn't actually have smell?
Yes.
Taste perception actually doesn't have the taste, but just imagine this perception is the culprit for you to go after ice cream or go after chocolate or after anything.
Now in this talk, ice cream is a taste perception, no?
No, it has everything now.
Mm. Yes, we can. We can take it as an example.
For
now.
everything, yeah. All the five sensory organs.
Mm.
You can explain all the five sensory organs. The taste perception actually doesn't have the taste.
Yes.
Because you can taste, no, when I say fruit and nut, can't you actually feel it?
No, that and in this moment, there's no ice cream.
This moment, you have the perception. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay, chocolate. Don't you know that as soon as I say chocolate, don't you get the taste perception?
Yes. Yes.
And if I say bulat or beetle, don't you know the perception?
Yes.
Perception is different. Actual tasting is different. I'm talking about the perception.
Yes.
Sanya.
Yes.
So the actual perception, the beetle, the taste perception doesn't actually have perception. Taste in that. You don't need to.
Yes.
So when I say kottamali,
yes,
coriander,
yes,
as soon as I say it, you know how it is, how bitter it is.
Yes.
If not added sugar, how bitter it is.
Yes.
And you know what the smell is.
Yes. Can feel also now. Yes.
Yeah, so you don't need to.
Mm. That means
You
one
don't.
vibration. Yeah. Yes.
That is the perception level.
Mm.
That is the form level.
Yes. Form level. Yes.
And Malagadara is the same thing.
Mm. When we see that Malagadara, we should feel all those five in that.
No, this Dhamma should be there underlying. It will act accordingly. You don't need to think about it. But you should understand these things first.
Yes. Yes.
Perception level is different. Applying it to the outside is different.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Actually,
Applying.
that the ice cream is in the fridge is a different story.
Yes.
That is where the story becomes so real.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That means you are also very real. But if you
Yes.
come to the perception level,
Yes.
Perception level is also a level there where because perception is there.
That means redeemed from the outer side, outer this thing, no? Form.
Yeah, but Aranansi keeps saying you are still in the mind, you're still in the mind, still in the mind, still in the mind.
Yes.
And people all wonder why is he saying that?
Yes. But it's true, no, doctor? Yes.
Yeah, when the mind is active, still you can't really say that the Dhamma has stabilized. That's why Aranansi doesn't like. He wants everyone to be in the field side.
Yes.
And if you haven't felt your own vibration, there's a risk of not knowing Dhamma also. Your own vibration and the non-vibration.
Yes.
Until such time, there is a risk because you don't know about the
On,
field side. Field side is a different story.
yes. On
Field
vibration.
side, you don't have any perceptions.
On vibration means the existing field, no, doctor?
Yeah.
That is there. Can find and feel that existing field. It's
No, but then
appearing.
you have to understand fully that it is the speed of the any sensory organ.
Yes. 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 Because of this.
That's how you flip it. Otherwise, it won't flip.
Yes.
It has to change. No, at some point, it has to change. Otherwise, Dhamma won't apply properly.
Yes, because of the fast vibration only where the existing field is appearing.
There.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we can stop now. Thank you very much for coming for Dhamma discussion.
Thank
Champa,
you very
I
much.
think it will help everyone.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It's very much grateful to you. Thank you, Aryan Mahansi. Thank you, all the Dhamma.
Everyone, Sarnai Dhamma friends. You are listening to the 24-hour English Buddothpado Dhamma channel. And this channel is dedicated to our English-speaking listeners worldwide and is used by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, the noble spiritual teacher, to impart the Dhamma, which is the pure truth unveiled by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago, to mainly our English-speaking audiences. So there are various practitioners delivering talks, and there is also 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time a discussion that takes place, where you can tune into that or join the Zoom and ask any questions that you have based on any of these talks that you have listened to, or basically any other thing that you want to know or clarify about your understanding of Buddhism, your understanding about the truth, any problem that you encounter if you are seeking an answer, and if you are open-minded, you're not constrained by religion or any kind of that type of concept, then this forum and the Dhamma discussion forum from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, if you can convert that and figure out what time that is for you, then you are more than welcome to join that Zoom discussion and ask any questions. So the truth is what is being shared with the world through this channel, and that is it's the truth that the Buddha imparted or realized more than 2,500 years ago. The search he had at that time was the search for truth, the search to end suffering, because he realized through the seeing of various premonitions or scenes in his youth, when he was a prince in the castle. He was Prince Siddhartha as a layperson, and when he encountered for the very first time, when he ventured out of the castle walls and was going around in his chariot, he came across 4 scenes, and that was the thing that set about a chain of events that eventually led to the full realization, which eventually led for him to almost abdicate the throne, leave the castle, go in search of the truth, and then reach full awakening more than 6 years later, and realize the truth that was then imparted to the rest of the world. So the 4 scenes, very briefly, were the scenes of one, an old person, a sick person, a dead person, a corpse, being carried to the place where it is cremated, and finally the scene of a monk, the picture or the image of a monk or someone who was in search of the truth. So the first three scenes gave him a shock. He had not seen an old person, he had not seen a sick person or a dead or a corpse before, and so he had asked the charioteer, what was this? What is being old? Will I also get old? Will I also get sick? Will I also die? And the answers came back saying, yes, sire. We all get old, we all get sick, and we all die. It is the fate of every living being or human being and every living being. And then the final scene, the picture of the monk, very calmly and tranquilly, simply clad, going in search of alms with a bowl, very simplistic lifestyle, intrigued him. And he asked, what is this? And then the charioteer replied that this is a person in search of the truth. So the prince was taken aback again and said, is there something called the truth? And the charioteer said, there are people who are in search of the truth. So then that was the time where he resolved that that was what he should be doing, that he should be going in search of the truth. And he knew that that wouldn't be able to be done, or that wouldn't be possible within the palace walls, which is why then and there, I think after encountering that final scene, that same night, despite his wife having given birth to a baby son, Prince Rahula, he had already decided and then played out his decision. In the night, when they were sleeping, he left with the help of his charioteer, removed his palace clothes and donned some very simple clothes, cut off his hair, and then went into the forest in search of the truth. So the next 6 years was a search for the truth, where he practiced under various teachers, concentration, meditation, and other things. But despite having attained various jhanic states, advanced stages of meditation, he realized that when you come out of those meditation types, the defilements, the anger, the frustration, the depression of not finding the truth, the desires of, second, shall I say, feelings of regret, all these used to crowd the mind. So then he realized that these were only temporary practices. These were not the final solution to the issue. The suffering is coming, he realized, from the defilements. And when he went in search of the truth finally and sat down under a bo tree with firm resolve to find this truth no matter what, and with that great determination, he realized that this was emanating and this was all coming from the mind. As long as there were thoughts, the thoughts were bringing suffering. So he set about examining the thoughts, examining the mind. And in that search, in that endeavor, right through the night, the early part of the night, the middle part of the night, and the early hours of dawn, or the end of the night, he, with deep resolve, went in search of the truth, all through understanding about the mind, transcended the sensual realm, the form realm, and the formless realms. These three realms have to be transcended in order to reach full awakening, full realization. We commonly use the word enlightenment. The term enlightenment is commonly used to indicate the Buddha's final realization, full realization, but through the noble teacher's guidance, we have realized that that is commonly misconstrued, because in other religions and influences also it is used, and in those contexts it is used, but where the self is still there. In the truth that the Buddha imparted and realized that there is no self. So because of that, the enlightenment word is not used, because of the denotion of a self is not the correct path. The truth is that this whole concept of self itself was a misnomer, a misconception. And that was the truth that he realized through penetrative insight, through wisdom, that this cause for suffering was arising because of an attribution of everything and anything to a self. And that this self that got created and an outside world that got created was just an illusion that was occurring in the mind, driven by an experience occurring, a sensory experience occurring due to the sheer speed of vibration. So these are things that are not evident for normal people, like, people in the conventional world, the mundane world people, lay people. These are not easy things to realize. And these are also, the truth is not something that can be discerned, that can be actually seen or heard or touched from either from the naked eye, from the ears, or something that is visible to the naked eye. It is something that you gain through active contemplation, and then in various forms of contemplation, using prajna, wisdom, we call it penetrative insight, to go deeper and deeper and examine the thought, examine the mind. When we say examine the mind, we say that as a collective term, but essentially it is the thought that arises in this moment. That is thought, the origins of the thought. How did the thought come to be? What is the object of the thought? Is that real? What is a thought made up of? And so on. Because in that realization, the Buddha found that all that can be experienced in this moment is one thought and one thought alone. At any given time, if we think about it, the experience is the thought that is there at that moment. If one is in the childhood, if there is a thought at that time, it is just that thought. If one is in the youth, at a time where you are going to university, and at that time the experience that is gained is just that thought occurring in that moment. That thought then arises and dies without leaving a trace of anything with regard to the thought. And then another thought arises due to the speed of vibration. But there is ignorance, there is a lack of understanding, a lack of knowing that is how this mind works. So as a result, the mundane world people, anyone who has no access to the Dhamma, would think that there is something static, something permanent called the mind. But in effect, that is what is happening. But to come to the thought that is occurring in this moment, one needs the access to the Dhamma. And seeing the truth in the thought occurring in this moment, the absolute stark truth, is something that happens only with the deep understanding of the Dhamma. But it takes practice, it takes reflection, and for that purpose only this pure Dhamma philosophy that the Buddha imparted so many years ago has been unveiled now in this age, in this era, and that was done by the noble teacher more than 5-6 years ago, after the teacher himself underwent transformation, an internal transformation, through the full realization of the truth. So once the truth is realized, there is only one intent in mind, and that is with great compassion. The noble teacher, just like the Buddha did, will try to impart the Dhamma, so that this suffering, the mundane people who, unbeknownst to them through ignorance, is continuing to suffer, by taking these senses to be true, by taking the sensory experiences and the outside world, the so-called outside world that gets created through these senses to be true. So that itself has to be pierced. That itself, the truth of that misnomer, the ignorance of this whole experience, has to be seen and has to be realized. So that is the thing that the noble teacher sets out to do for the rest of his life, as the Buddha did for 45 years after full realization. Because with that realization comes enormous compassion. That compassion can be second to none. There are lots of ways of explaining, trying to explain through various examples of how great that compassion is. And that compassion can only arise through the Dhamma, because when one realizes with the Dhamma that there is actually nothing here, this outside world that we have experienced, the thing that we even still experience, you may think that you are part of that world very much, that your parents, children, siblings, people, community, nationalities, cultures, all the people in the world, whatever background they are, all of them are in this world, isn't it? And you also might think animals, creatures, insects are also very much part of this world, one world. And we are all living in this one world. That is the understanding, isn't it? That is the way we have been taught. And that is the way we have, now it's almost ingrained in us that we think that is the way it is. And you would even challenge a person who would say otherwise. I mean, just think about it for a few minutes, few seconds to see. When you consider your experience of this world, how do you encounter this world? How do you know that you are alive? So you realize then that actually what I call the world, or what we call the world, is basically whatever that we see, isn't it? Then only we know that, yeah, there is a world and I'm here, isn't it? Then whatever that we hear, sounds, whatever that we taste through food, whatever that we smell through the nose, and whatever that we touch through the body sensations, the body faculty. And then finally, whatever that we think, to make it a bit more complicated. And together, these six senses is collectively what you say makes you feel that you are alive. Now, imagine for a moment that you were blind. And then, can you see anything? Is any image possible? I mean, technically, sometimes blind people might have varying degrees of vision or blindness, but hypothetically speaking, if you are blind, you can't see, right? And then, so that faculty has now shut down. So imagine the entire world is in darkness, no images, no shapes, nothing, no pictures of children, trees, mountains, hills, sky, rainbow, birds, husband, your favorite, your house, the things that you like to surround yourself in the room, and you can't see yourself either in the mirror, and nobody can see you. Sorry, that was a bit wrong. I don't know why I said that. Apologies. So you're blind. Okay, so you can't see anything. Okay, the entire world is in pitch darkness. So we're just going with the example. And then what about the what if you are, so okay, one faculty has now shut down. Then supposing that you are deaf as well. Okay, so now all the sounds that you have been hearing is also, just imagine, nothing can be heard. Then what about the smell? Say, for instance, for some reason you have lost the sense of smell. So that means no sensing any kind of smell either. All the smells that you are kind of used to, the smell of cooking food, baked bread, the fragrance of a flower, all these types of things, the whiff of smoke, no, nothing is felt. Then the food, because the big element of the food and the enjoyment that comes with having food is from the smell sensor, isn't it? Because you're inhaling the different types of smell of various cuisine, various curries and so on. So that sensor is also gone now. So now there is complete darkness, no sound whatsoever, and no sense of smell. Now, with all that being like that, now let's take the tongue sensor, the sense. These are sensory organs, the 5 sensory organs that humans have. So now supposing, for example, if you have undergone surgery, like a dental appointment, and you had to extract a tooth, you might encounter that nothing can be felt in the mouth for some time. So that means anything that is put on the tongue, there is no taste. emanating at all. Right? I mean, you could be eating ashes for even it wouldn't matter because you won't know. Right? And then the body sensations, the heat, the cold, the solidity, the feeling of solidity all arise due to the body faculty. Now say you have undergone surgery and you have been subjected to general anesthesia. I mean, if you have undergone surgery, you will know that you completely blacked out. You don't know what has happened, and by the time you come to, you have been operated on. Something has been corrected or something has been removed, and now everything is bandaged up, and gradually the anesthesia is wearing off and you have come back to consciousness. But say in the instance or the time period where there was the general anesthesia taking effect, we say that term, isn't it, that you are dead to the world, because you have no idea, no knowledge, no awareness whatsoever of what actually happened. So isn't that tantamount to being dead? That is why we say dead to the world. In other words, all these faculties, can you see, because at that time, even without being blind, even without the vision, the hearing being impaired, giving that general anesthesia takes out everything. The vision, the hearing, the smelling, all that. So now when all these faculties have shut down, can you find the you there? So are you there when those faculties are shut down? Because if you can't see, you will still find, if you can hear and touch and taste and smell, you will still say, I am here, I am the one who is blind, I can't see. If the vision is there and you can't hear, you will say, I can hear, but I can see, but I can't hear. So again, you attribute the hearing to yourself. And you will say you can still touch and smell and so on. Then if you can't smell, I had a friend who had lost his sense of smell. And but he was generally a happy man. And it was quite later, I think, after some time of knowing him, that I realized, or he told me, that he doesn't have the sense of smell. I mean, he wasn't born like that. But for some reason, maybe in his middle age, maybe in his 40s or whatever, or maybe maybe it was an illness. He was recovering from an illness and never got the sense of smell back. And but then all the other faculties are working. So he's there. He thinks he's there. He can see, he can hear, he can touch, he can taste. So as long as these are there, he thinks and feels that he is there. And the world is there. So can you see that this world that we call it is only believed to be true when it is being experienced through these senses, the sensory organs. Without the perceptions that are occurring in the sensory organs, this whole mechanism is not working. And it is that experience collectively is what is called living. But if the sensory organs were not working, then you can't find a you, isn't it? Because there's nothing to experience. If there is blindness, there is no vision. If there is no hearing, If you're deaf, there is no hearing. If there is if you lost that sense of smell, then there is no smelling. So you won't know a bad smell from a good smell. You won't know an odor to a fragrance. That kind of thing. And then if it's blindness, all the things that you have taken for granted, even light, even darkness. You need to know about light in order to know that there is such a thing called darkness. A shadow effect, a shade, the colors, the rainbow, the mountain, the cloudy sky, the brilliant sky, the faces of your children, the face of your mother. Trees, mountains, countryside, cities. Your own backyard, the house, things that you are keeping, the pretty things that you are keeping around you, and the image that you set your eyes on when you go in front of the mirror. All that is not there, isn't it, if there is no vision? And all that collectively, doesn't it give you a sense of being alive? Because I see, I am there, isn't it? What about the hearing? Because I hear, I am there. You get that feeling, don't you? All these things that we have taken for granted. Even the smallest possible sound makes you feel as if you're alive. Even the smallest thing, like the ticking of a clock, when everything is silent, sometimes all you can hear is the ticking of the wall clock. Or you might hear the sound of crickets outside. Or you might hear the faraway sound of the noise emanating from the highway. Or a bird chirping outside. Or the laughter of your children. Or the sound of a TV. Or the background noise of the fridge, motor working. Or the jarring sound of someone doing some construction next door. Whether it is a positive sound or a negative sound or jarring or not pleasant or pleasant, they are still all sounds. And that sound, hearing it, gives you the feel that you are alive, isn't it? That is the way you know you are alive. And what about the taste? Taste is also the same. If you put something on your mouth, in your mouth, and you didn't feel anything, you'd get really upset, isn't it? You'd really get a bit of a shock. Something that you have taken for granted. And if it happens when you have gone through dental surgery, they explain that you will feel numb for some time, you won't feel taste, and so on. So you are programming, you are making up your mind, because you know now you have been you take it as a thought saying, okay, for the next 1.5 hours I'm not going to feel anything. So that's fine, because you have put a time on it, isn't it? A time lid on it. And because of the time lid on it, you are pacifying yourself that that's okay. That happened because of the injection that was given, and the taste will come back. So you had the taste, and the taste is now not there for 1.5 hours, and the taste will come back. So the taste and everything that it denotes is there for you. And the fact that it is there gives you the feel that you are alive. And you might say, I appreciated the taste once I went through such an experience. So that thing is very much there. And then the body faculty. The body faculty also the same thing, isn't it? And everything becomes so real with the body faculty. The feeling of touch, the sensation of heat, the sensation of cold, the sensation of solidity. When you touch something, you feel the hardness, the softness, the sponginess of something, the rubberiness of something, the rubberiness of a ball. All these are felt for the body's faculty. So isn't that touch is a huge thing? So the touch sensor again gives you the feeling that you are there. Very much so as well, because of the way this, the three-dimensional way of experiencing this world. All this will collectively give you the notion, the feeling that you are alive. So can you see that it is through these sensory organs and the experiences derived from it that makes you think and believe that you are here, that there is an outside world that is being experienced, that is being heard, that is being seen, that is being tasted and touched and smelt. But the Buddha said that this world is created through the senses, and the senses alone. It is created. Not that it is a world that is being experienced, but a world that is getting created through the senses and senses alone. Now that by itself is such a profound statement, isn't it? If you take it at face value, if you say, of course, yeah, I know eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and that's it. So, what's the big deal? No. We said at the beginning that this Dhamma is very deep. This Dhamma is something that has to be researched through wisdom. It is not something that can be discerned to the human eye or the flesh ears. Initially, one takes it on as knowledge. But then from that point onwards, even at that point, the examination of the truth as things are. Dhamma is to understand the way things are. How this is manifesting, how it is getting created. Yatha bhuta jnane. Yatha bhuta is to find the way things actually manifest like this. To go deeper and search for how this whole thing got created like this. That penetrative insight is absolutely essential to get to the truth. So when the Buddha said salayatana loko, salayatana means the senses. And even the mind, which we didn't talk about, the mind is the sixth sensor. The mind also, through the generation of thoughts, will give you the impression that, you are thinking. And there is a thought that you can think about. Various things come to mind, and so you're very happy in the thoughts. If the thoughts stop also, you might get a bit worried. Oh my God, I'm not thinking. That is also a thought. There's no way that the thoughts don't come. But sometimes you might get worried about that also. But then when you have been completely under general anesthesia, no thoughts either. So no hearing, smelling, touching, seeing, and then everything is shut down, which is why we said you're practically dead to the world. So when you come back to consciousness gradually, it's the mind that then wakes up as well. This whole process wakes up, and then the faculties start to work, and the interpretation happens in the mind, because that is all that happens in the mind. If the mind is not working, everything shuts down. So if there are all these faculties are not working, the feeling, the notion that one is alive, therefore I am here kind of notion that is harbored by lay people, the mundane world, who don't have access to the Dhamma, that is the natural feeling. So when the senses are fully understood, which is what the Buddha said when he penetrated, he used penetrative insight to search for the truth and realized that this so-called outside world is a mind creation. And it is simply not possible for any human being or any living being for that matter to experience anything in this so-called outside world other than what is getting manifested in the senses, in their respective senses, because animals have different sense of faculties, humans have different sense of faculties. Some can be common, but the ultimate manifestation is different, differs from different faculties, the way they are positioned. I mean, the way a bee sees is not the way the human sees, and the way the human sees is not the way the horse sees, and the way the horse sees is not the way an eagle sees. We know from, if you watch some YouTube channel clips, you will know, and you Google how different animals see the world and see colors and so on, you'll realize that actually it's only humans who see the 7 colors. But other animals can see in different ways. The bat can see in the dark, the owl can see in the dark, the cat can see in daylight as well as in the dark. So how did this happen? And whatever the way they can see, they can go about. There are nocturnal animals we know about. But if we start groping around in the dark, we'll be, knocking down things and falling all over ourselves, right? Because we can't see. And the eye faculty that is the way the eye faculty has formed. But this is going beyond the human, beyond the physical sense of faculty, beyond the sensory organs. So in the cause and effect Dhamma that the Buddha imparted to the world, not the action and effect Dhamma, which is the common misnomer, that was that people believe that was what the Buddha taught. The Buddha didn't teach or didn't realize an action and effect Dhamma. He realized how the action and effect Dhamma happens if one is in ignorance. So that's a different thing. But the actual way to cease suffering, the dukkha in this world, is to understand that this whole thing is happening as a result of cause and effect, not action and effect. If there is a cause, then there is an effect. So what is the cause? The cause is the vibration. Everything stems from the vibration. So this human body, now this is what we think. We learn about concepts in science, we learn about concepts through medicine, and we talk about energy, we talk about vibration. We talk about these energy fields, quantum physics, quantum science, in whatever form that you can grasp. You will probably learn about these things as fascinating subjects for some, not so fascinating for others, but generally one would know that, there is such a thing called energy through, whatever that we have learned through school, in the classroom, in the laboratories, or through the science subject. We have a general understanding about energy fields, about energy fields and solar systems and so on. So, but for some reason, certainly, you don't realize that there is vibration everywhere. And if there is vibration everywhere, this just because, this entity called an individual or a person has been separated out from everything else. So everything is like kind of considered as there is vibration everywhere, but nobody actually contemplates that if vibration is everywhere, everything is subject to vibration, then surely this so-called body is also not separate from everything else. This is very much part of nature, isn't it? Just because it is encased in a body or outer skin doesn't mean that it is not part of nature. We have all these open pores, and everything is interlinked, interconnected. And so when the Buddha said the outside world is only what is getting manifested to the sense faculties, the cause is vibration. There is vibration that is occurring in the eye faculty, vibration in the ear faculty. Basically, this entire body is subject to vibration. Just like everything is subject to vibration, there is vibration everywhere. And because just like everything is subject to vibration, the vibration that is happening in the eye faculty is actually where the light is getting manifested. The sensory organs, the vibration that occurs in the sensory organs telepathize with similar frequency vibrations, millions and billions of it out there. And depending on how that sensor faculty is positioned or created, the light gets manifested for human beings. But for the owl, it is different. For the bat, it is different, isn't it? Majority for the owl, it is different. The vibration doesn't give rise to light, a light manifestation. But if we stick to human beings, the vibration that occurs in the eye faculty telepathizes with similar frequency vibrations, millions and billions of it, and then the end result is a spark. Just like there is lightning in a dark stormy night in the sky, and that lightning, that streak of lightning, lights up the night sky for a fraction of a moment. It is that same type of phenomena that occurs in the eye faculty, eye organ. But the vibration is happening at speed. It's constantly there. Everything is subject to vibration. So you can imagine the vibration happening at infinite speed, and this is now constantly sparking. And if it is sparking, then there is a manifestation of light. If the eyes are closed, there is no sparking. The light doesn't come to that extent. So then, because the spark is not happening, from the from the eye faculty, there is no sensation of light. But the speedy vibration then gives the impression that it's not just a spark of light, but it is a never-ending continuous stream of light. So then that continuous stream of light, the impression that is gained is that there is such a thing called light that exists. So that feeling of light existing is what is called the eye consciousness. Now similarly, other faculties are also vibrating. So the ear faculty, the eardrum vibrating, will telepathize with similar frequency vibrations. And the end result is a manifestation of sound. And then the nose sensor, the manifestation is smell. The vibration of various senses, the vibration occurring will telepathize. And one will then get a certain smell. But the smell is not coming from outside, it is something that is interpreted as smell. We call that the nose consciousness. Same thing with the tongue, the taste consciousness, the tongue consciousness. Same thing with the body sensations, which we call the body consciousness. The tactile sensations of heat and cold and solidity. And then what about the mind consciousness? So what happens with these is these basic sensory perceptions. If the human body has the eye faculty, the ear organ, the nose organ, the tongue and the body faculty, these, because of the vibration is not anybody's doing. As long as the vibration is there, as long as there's breath coming in and out of this body, the vibration is occurring. And if the vibration is occurring, the manifestation is there. The manifestation of light is happening. Even in the newly born infant, there is the manifestation. The light is occurring naturally. If the eyes are open, the light manifests. If the ears, obviously ears can't be shut, so the ears will manifest sound. And if something is given to be eaten for the baby, or milk is being drunk, there is taste, and there is the smell, and there is the bodily sensations. But what is why is it different from the baby to the adult? The mind consciousness at some point, generally it happens during early childhood, the mind consciousness, when something is taught to the child, there is an interpretation that happens there. When something is taught, an image is shown and a sound is associated with it. Typically, this happens in the classroom. In the Montessori or kindergarten time, when the alphabet is taught, the 7 colors are taught, various things are taught gradually to little children, isn't it? So then what happens? The different sensory perceptions are combined, and the mind consciousness creates a new vibration. And that new vibration will give rise to a different sensation. That sensation is called a name, which is what we call perception. So initially there was the perception of light, the basic perception of sound, basic perception of taste. It existed like that. Not that one would call it like that and run around. Taste, sound, light, and so on. You'd even learn that aspect later on. You would learn how light comes about, how hearing comes about, but all that is also wrong in the layperson's world, because everybody is harboring the ignorance, the belief that everything is outside. The sound is outside, the light is outside. So we leave that aside for a moment, because that is where we are trying to find the truth here, through the Dhamma. So the basic perceptions of light, sound, what happens when a teacher shows an image and says, here, this is what you call an apple, immediately the sound perception is combined with the image, the light perception, isn't it? To recognize something, to identify something, 2 or more sensations are put together. Most of the time it is sound. So sound plays a crucial role here, the sound perception. So again, a taste, something can be given to eat or drink, like orange juice or something. And the teacher will say, this is orange juice. What you're having now is orange juice. So you associate sound orange juice with the taste sensation that is felt at that moment. So now there is a coming together of different perceptions, combining of different perceptions. And the combining creates a new vibration, a new sensation, because you're tagging on the vision, you're tagging on the sound, you're probably tagging on the taste of the orange juice as well. So now it's not taste, it's not light perception, it's not sound perception. What is the outcome? Orange juice. But where did it start from? It started from the vibration. The fast acting vibration was the cause, outcome light, outcome sound, outcome tongue and taste, smell and touch. Then what happens? The cause then again becomes the light, sound, touch and the taste, and the effect becomes the orange juice, which is the thought, isn't it? The mind object. These are combined together and the teacher says, this is orange juice, that is an apple, this is a tree, that is your book, and so on. So now the book is what? An image is shown, a sound is associated with it. The child might be given to touch a book and say whatever that you are touching, the touch that is coming to the hand is what you call the hardness, is what you call solidity. So the child will learn solidity, the child will learn what hardness is. And collectively, the image, the sound book, and the solidity, the fact that when you open there are pages, you can read it and so on will come later. But gradually, over time, through reinforced teaching and repetition, that vibration gives rise to perceptions. Those perceptions are then light, sound, touch perceptions are combined to form now a totally different thing called the book. The mind interprets it and gives a name to it. And then now there is the different sensation of the book. There is such a thing called a book. So the sensation is given a name, it's the perception and the speedy occurrence of the vibration, because whatever vibration, there is a speedy occurrence. And this combining of the light, touch, taste and smell are all coming together at infinite speed. Because it is happening like that, you don't get a break and start and a break and a start. It's not coming like that. It is coming in a continuous stream. The impression is that it is coming like that, because that is the way the human sensory organs can discern. Because of limitations in the sensory organs, there isn't a way to comprehend the fraction of the vibration, one vibration. What is experience is only a series of vibrations coming together and the ultimate outcome of feeling that something is there. So whenever you see a book lying on a table now, immediately nobody's there. You are not even saying the word book out loud. But what comes to mind? You can see the book, you can feel the hardness of the cover of the book. You haven't touched the book, but you can feel the hardness of the cover of the book, isn't it? And the word book resonates, the sound book resonates in the mind. So how does the sound book resonate in the mind without actually the sound being emanated, the sound being uttered? Have you actually even thought about it? This is really mind-boggling, isn't it? So the thought, the sound of the word book is reverberating in the mind, and yet the sound was not uttered. So, wasn't sound always just a perception? We said that at the beginning, that sound is a perception. So is the sound real? If the sound reverberated in the mind, but the sound was actually not heard, then did the ear actually hear the sound? Or was the sound just a perception occurring within these senses as a sensory experience? And the consciousness that arose, the ear consciousness, again an internal thing, where one got the feeling that sound existed. And then is that feeling that sound exists actually true? Where did it exist? If you saw the book and without even uttering a word out loud, the sound book, the sound of the word book came to the mind. You know how when you see various objects, that when you look outside and see various things, I can see a fence and a tree and a house and a garden. So now I have say, imagine that you see something like that also. Say you see a window, say I'm not even saying anything, and you see something, and then automatically in your mind the sound window is being uttered. You can actually literally experience the sound of the word window being uttered. It's just like the book. So without it being uttered, you're not voicing it, you're not using your lips and saying anything, but the sound of the word window is being heard almost. But is there anything, can there be that in that? No, because there was no sound being uttered. But yet there was sound. So it wasn't sound always just a perception. There was never a sound anywhere, was there? Even at that very beginning, when sound was thought to be there, wasn't that too just a perception? And because of that fast-acting vibration manifesting in the form of a sound perception, the speedy occurrence of that continues to give the perception that sound is there. But ultimately, always there was only a perception rather than a sound, isn't it? In the sound perception, which is what the noble teacher says, examine, consider for a moment. Is there sound in the sound perception? Is there light in the light perception? What you always considered to be there, was it actually there? Because if I now tell you to picture an apple and you don't have an apple anywhere in sight, immediately you will picture an apple. You'll know it's round, you'll know it's red or green, you'll know how it looks like when you cut it open, you will even feel the taste. You can almost feel the taste. All this is there, isn't it? And you might say that, no, but then I'm not eating it. No, I can't. If I have it in my hand, it's a different experience. So what is the experience there? It's the solidity, isn't it? But don't you feel the solidity without the apple being anywhere around? You can still feel the solidity. You can still feel your fingers going over the roundness of the apple. So there is actually no difference between all these are perceptions. The solidity is a perception. Very hard to understand maybe. But if you can feel the solidity with not having an apple anywhere inside, but you can yet feel the solidity. You can yet hear the sound of the word apple being uttered. You can see an apple where an apple was nowhere in sight. So in that case, can you see that all that has been perceived, all that has been thought or experienced about the apple is just a perception? The perception of an apple carries with it the light perception, the sound perception, the tongue taste perception, the smell perception, and the body perceptions. All are activated in that when we say apple. So can you see that apple is the construct that the mind made when it interpreted those five senses, combined those sensory perceptions to form this object called an apple. But the apple, does it exist separately? No, it's not. It's just a combination of these perceptions and perceptions alone. But what do we believe? We believe now, when it was taught at the beginning, that there is such a thing called an apple. There's an object called an apple and the apple exists. So in that way, every one of these objects is learnt. A name is given, a perception is formed, and we consider it to be true, to be real. And so in this way, this so-called world and worldly objects get formed. There is a belief that comes that the world exists, and when the world exists, what happens? An I or a self gets created here automatically. Without the world, as we said right from the beginning through those examining of those different senses, if you can't see, you say I can't see. Because always there's an attribution of the seeing to the self, an attribution of the hearing to the self, attribution of the taste to the self. So this whole experience of the world is just a sensory perception, isn't it? But with that sensory perception being taken, believed to be true, automatically the thought, the end result, again a perception, is that everything is there. The self-existent feel comes, and when there is an existent feel of all these objects, this alive feel of you being alive also comes. But isn't that itself a wrong view? There wasn't a self there, was it? This was something that is generated through misunderstanding perceptions, which is a natural occurrence. The mind consciousness putting these together to form various perceptions is also a natural occurrence. So this is understood only through the Dhamma and the Dhamma philosophy. And through that natural occurrence, now comes a false construct. The construct of an I or a self. So we have to stop the talk there today, Dhamma friends. We've gone past the 1 hour, but understanding this part is very crucial, and how this wrong self-view comes about. And so we encourage you to continue to listen to the Dhamma. And then the realization that there wasn't even ever a self here will be realized. And then one is able to continue to practice various aspects of these, how these things manifest, to come to the final realization, which is so many other aspects that need to be explained. But we encourage you to ask questions and to continue to listen to this channel. So we stop the talk there today. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends, and Teruvan Sarnai Aryan Vahansa. Yes, and Teruvan Sarnai to you again.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado and Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranai and Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 144. This is the last portion of the discussion. Participant, during this era, the insight wisdom has been blooming. Even the Mahatheros now understand the true nature of the Buddothpado discourses. Just as Buddothpado understood what true Dhamma refers to, more people are beginning to grasp the essence of the Buddha Dharma. Now, answer this question. When we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? The answer lies not in an individual, but in a condition or state. Free from the notion of a self, a situation in which nothing inherently exists, an unshaken mind, peace and tranquility. R.N. Mahan say, this is the answer to the question. It refers to tranquility itself. There is no burden to carry because all burdens arise from thoughts. With thoughtlessness, there is no burden, no burning fires. It is simple and beautiful. No one can take this mind quality away from you. The Dhamma or the Buddha Dhamma is immensely beautiful and magnificent. Do not cling to words and suffer. Do not let what it does destroy this precious Dhamma. When we put out the burning fires created by defilements, it is extraordinarily beautiful. And with that, we come to the end of that discussion we've been having even yesterday too. So this era where the true Dhamma has awakened finally after 2500 years, all this time we were talking about concentration meditation in whatever the form they explain, to whatever the meditation centers we went to. Everybody was trying to say this meditation works, this is the true Dhamma. But now, just like how Buddha said, there will be a time when there will be more imitation gold than the gold itself, and it will be very difficult to detect the real gold. So just like that, we kind of passed that period where everybody was claiming to expound the true Dhamma, but nobody really was expounding the true Dhamma. How do we know? Because we followed these paths for years and years. Most of the Buddothpado listeners, they have gone to all these places and experienced these so-called supposedly true Dhamma, and seeing first-handedly that they did not find that true Dhamma. Just like how Buddha told Kalamas, if a certain Dhamma, after practicing it for some time, leads to diminishment of defilements, that Dhamma should be identified as a true Dhamma. So we followed the same path, and after practicing those supposedly true Dhammas, we did not find that tranquility. So we moved from one place to another, wandering and looking for this true Dhamma in our journeys. So finally, we found this Dhamma under the shade of Buddothpado discourses. It was the same way, just like in Buddha's days, how Buddha told Buddothpado that even at the state of neither perception nor non-perception, the sense of self was in a very subtle way present. Buddothpado understood that he was in the wrong path. Same way, lots and lots of people today are beginning to grasp the essence of Buddha's Dhamma, this beautiful Dhamma. They are beginning to grasp the essence of what true Dhamma is. The clues were hidden in our plain sight. We were not insightful enough to read the clues and reject those non-true Dhammas. But today, under the guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, we are able to see that. Now the question is, when we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? It is not a person. It's a state that is free from notion of a self. Anyone who sees this Dhamma, who sees how this mind is created moment to moment, slowly the sense of self is diminished by seeing how this self is created. Just like how when we see how the magic tricks are performed, how the astonishment of the magic fades away. Similarly, when we see how the mind is created in this moment, or the so-called self is created in this moment, the so-called self slowly diminishes. So, and it leads to a transformed state where neither a person nor a being could be found. Even to the so-called self whom supposedly started the journey. So in that state, we cannot say something exists. Nothing inherently exists. In reality, nothing inherently exists. But a wise person would see that and realize this for himself, where there won't be a self anymore. And that's a non-vibrational state. There's no vibration anymore. That's just pure peace and tranquility. And what's left is tranquility itself. There's no burden, there's no internal firing, there's no unnecessary thoughts. There are thoughts, but no unnecessary thoughts. Thoughts will just be utilized as just a tool. No burning fires. It's just a beautiful state, simply beautiful. And no one can take this quality away from you. And this is the Dhamma. And it is Buddha too, like the state of Buddhahood. And there's nothing to cling to anymore. So our responsibility is to not let the portilers destroy this precious Dhamma. And to see this Dhamma first-handedly within ourselves by putting out these fires created by the defilements, by seeing the truth in the moment. So that's the end of that first discussion. I see Shani has joined. Shani, if you want, you can continue with page 146. Are you comfortable?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Teruvan Sarnai Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Sarnai Harshinis.
Yes, Therun Sarnai, go ahead, Shani.
Night Zoom discussion on Sunday, 22nd, 10th, 2023. Participant, when you say to get away from the sensual world, when at times I get angry about certain matters, I would like to know how to stop these angry feelings. Aryan Mahanse, do you listen to the Buddothpado discourses? Participant, yes, for about 2 months. Aryan Mahanse, first you have to follow the right view. You must know and have a knowledge of Buddha's doctrine. You also need to have an understanding of the sensual world created by materiality and formless worlds. You need to follow the sequential pattern and observe the true knowledge, practical knowledge, and experiential knowledge. You need to see the ultimate truth within this moment in one thought. This is not a religion. You need to recognize how the senses work. You need to observe Salayatana Loko, the things created by the six-fold sense base. All these are creations due to vibrational energies. It does not exist anywhere. There are only creations in other world illusions. You also need to realize how sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, and sensations combine and how it instantly changes into Dhamma sparks or mental formations. With the continuation of these sensual sparks, they turn into objects such as table, chairs, etc. in the mind. Through this reconstruction or reoccurrence, these become objects and real in the consciousness, and you must be able to see this process. Hashimis, do you want to explain?
Yeah, thank you, Shani. So that is the next discussion, night Zoom discussion on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. And so this participant says that when Aryan says that we need to get away from the sensual world, that it makes him angry. And how is he supposed to stop these feelings of anger is what his question is. And Aryan asks if he listened to the Buddothpado discourses, and he has been listening for about 2 months. So this is Aryan answer. So anybody who listens to these Buddothpado discourses, that is the first thing that you have to do. You have to listen. So that is the preliminary approach to this Dhamma, and we call it, in Pali we call it Satyajnana, or in English we call it wisdom of truth. And you must get to the right view by understanding it intellectually, and then by practicing it, by seeing this Dhamma in action within your own mind. When your own thoughts are created in the moment, you can see what is this mechanism that is being talked about in the wisdom of truth section. You can see that mechanism at work. So this is Buddha's doctrine. And so we need to understand the sensual world, that is the material world that we call it. And form. So there are three worlds that we talk about in this doctrine: sensual world, form world, and the formless world. Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka in Pali we call it. So these are created in kind of a sequential pattern, and we can kind of observe it in using wisdom of truth, and then wisdom of duty and wisdom of completion. Satyajnana, Krutyajnana, Krutajnana. Meaning, wisdom of truth is, like I mentioned before, listening to this Dhamma and understanding it intellectually. Like it makes sense based on what you already know about the world, based on the logic that we usually use to make sense of the world. This is given to you. This is the message of the noble friend. And it makes sense. It makes sense that how this mind could be an illusion. It makes sense that how there's no continuously existing mind, but only the thought in this moment. If we think about something in the past, it is a thought in this moment. If you think about how your mother took you to school when you were a kid, if you have some sad thought about that, or angry thought about that, or loving thought about that, you will be thinking about it right by just sitting in this very same chair. You don't even have to leave that same chair. Meaning, it's in this moment you will be thinking about the past. There's no way that we have ever visited our past except for thinking about it in the present moment using a thought. Similarly, if we are planning something for tomorrow, if we are planning something long term, all that is happening in this moment, while us using thoughts as a tool. So we have never really visited the past or visited the future. Everything is happening in this moment. But so this is the wisdom of truth section. If I tell it so these things make sense when the noble friend delivers the message. It makes sense, right? There's no rocket science about it. It's not easy to practically see it, but it makes sense if you have enough spiritual receptivity to see this. It's not easy to see this, but it's not difficult either. A 7-year-old can even understand this. And here, what they call it as practical knowledge, or wisdom of duty, or Krutyajnana, is when that same knowledge, that intellectual knowledge we acquired through the message of the noble friend, now, okay, we already had listened to it, but as we go through our day-to-day activities, this kind of come back to us, and we see this in action. We kind of inquire and investigate within us to see if that is the truth. If that is the truth, is that how really our minds behave? So, for an example, there's a dog barking. You don't even see a dog, and the barking is suddenly heard, and you just pay attention to that, and you really inquire into that. Is there a dog in that sound? Somebody could have recorded in a radio and played it to you. There's no dog in that one. It's just a sound. Sound is a bunch of vibrations. We know our the range in which the humans can hear is 20 to 20,000 hertz. So similarly, this kind of exploration, inquiry, investigation is required so that that knowledge that we have gained intellectually becomes our own experience. And as we continue to do that, okay, let's say someone says something hurtful, and you feel the hurt, and that heaviness is there, and all of a sudden it occurs to you, this Dhamma that you had listened. Okay, the idea we have is somebody yelled at me, somebody said something hurtful. But if we really kind of go deeper into what really happened, through the ear, what was received was just a bunch of vibrations, a sound which was made sense using the mind. The labels gave the meaning, and that meaning let's say someone called you a loser. Loser is just a word. In some other language, it could mean something else. And it could be like in that word could be in the middle of a song, in the middle of a dialogue, in a drama. It wouldn't have hurt. But here, the meaning that's been attributed to that, the way in which this system thinks when it's heard, that is the one that brings the pain. If you heard it on the TV, it would bring you pain. But the way in which the system is wired to think, or this person said, called me a loser. He shouldn't have, or she shouldn't have said that. How dare he or she call me that? It's very hurtful. How much have I done for this person? This is kind of the thought process after just listening to a sound. Because this is how this system works. So if you see in that moment, now what you heard was just a sound, but in that moment, this Dharma came to you. Dharma appeared in the moment. The truth appeared in the moment. It's just a sound. That is the meditation. That is the penetrative contemplation. And if you really use those thoughts to see that truth, you will see that in that moment, yes, it is just a sound. There's nothing more to it. The rest of it is the works of the mind. And that is an insight that doesn't belong to the thoughts that you used to kind of contemplate about. So with time, if you have enough of contemplation like that, whether anybody yells at you, just calmly complain and, accuse you or whatever the situation may be, nobody's words are going to hurt you, because now within you this spiritual maturity is growing, because now you know whatever anybody says, it's just a sound. Whatever the thoughts that arise due to that, make it a base. That's the creation of the mind, which is the mind is created in this moment. Mind is created due to images, sound, smells, tastes, and touch coming together in the moment. And if you look at the sight, the eye sees only the visual range of light. That is a bunch of frequencies. Ears detect the audible range of vibrations, 20 to 20,000 hertz. Similarly, nose detects smellable frequencies. Tongue detects the things that there's a flavor, that flavor ranges, that's another different range of vibrations. So different vibrations, different ranges of visuals. Whatever you can see is seen, whatever you can hear is heard, whatever you can smell is smelled. Likewise, it extends to all five sense faculties, and when all of them come together, the mind is created. So this mind gets entangled. These inputs from the sense bases get entangled, and even thoughts get entangled. The habit is that we formed thoughts before. The system has formed thoughts before. If someone else to think in a certain way, how dare, based on what, how you have seen, heard people discussing about these things. Sometimes for the first time in life, when you hear someone yelling at someone, you would see, let's say the first time in your life as a kid, you heard your father yelling at your mother. And after father left, your mother would be, this person is always like that, he's yelling at me, and she was crying. And so this is kind of, now our systems are conditioned to think about somebody's yelling like this now, because they get entangled, these sounds get entangled with our thoughts. And now when somebody else yells at us, we kind of follow the same thought pattern. We have never questioned why that thought pattern is followed. Why does this system think that like that? That this is how, some people introduce us to language, people introduce us to into the different ways to talk, different ways to think, different ways to walk. When we are 13, 14, we look at how, popular girls and boys in the school walk and style their hair and all that. So that is taken upon by the system. So we kind of mimic that. We follow these things. So today, now when we go to the bank and go to the counter to give our deposit to the teller or whatever, we even stand in that same way we acquired um, when we were 13, 14. We followed, we mimicked the same way. So this so-called self, the extent of self is everywhere. Like it's kind of like how you would spread butter on a slice of bread. It spreads everywhere. Wherever it touches, it spreads. So we see this Dhamma in action. And what will happen is you go through enough being yelled at by different people, the Dhamma comes to you, the truth appears in the moment, and the truth is seen about these words uttered. And with time, anyone can yell at you, nothing will, no reaction will come. It's like, it's irrelevant. It's like just some drama on a TV, how it doesn't affect your feelings. Same way, even these yellings won't affect you. So that is the wisdom of duty, wisdom of truth, wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Wisdom of completion is Krutajnana, is when that reaction doesn't now arise within, the so-called within. We are just only using the language to explain that. When we say within, it sounds like, okay, then the within exists. No, we can't be telling it all the time, so we kind of easily say it, but please be mindful, it's the world or the self or the within or the external world or whatever we say, they do not exist. We are just using words as a tool to explain it. So, and that this is the path, and this is not a religion. This is the absolute truth. There's no other way in which this world comes alive. When it'll become self-evident to you as you see this within you. And you recognize how these senses work. And Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. The world that appears as a world is the doing of the inputs of the sensory sense faculties. This phenomena created by the sixfold sense bases. And like I said, they're all vibrational energies, different manifestations of vibrations. This so-called world, we think we were born into a world that was like being operated before us. No, when you were born, you didn't even know how to recognize your mother. It all came when you were introduced, when this so-called you were introduced to the language. Even the label of mother, the idea of the mother is a concept that's given by the society, by the convention. So this, as the baby starts speaking at the age of 1 or 1.5, mother, the so-called mother herself pointed at herself and called her the mother. So the image of the mother, so-called image of the mother, and the sound the mother, so the mother would keep repeating this so many times until this become registered in the child's mind, and eventually the child will start uttering the word mother, recognizing the mother. So what we realize is all these creations, the mother, father, the loved one, the husbands, wives, all these things, the kids, they come alive moment by moment. They're created in the moment. There's no pre-existing mother or pre-existing world into which we were born to. And that is how this illusion is realized. And for that, you have to see how these sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, all these things get combined to instantly create these sparks, these mental formations. So that is part of the practice, part of the penetrative contemplation that you have to vigilantly do. Otherwise, this truth just doesn't, it just by by its own self, it doesn't get transformed into the Dhamma. Otherwise, it's just going to be some intellectual knowledge, just like how you would memorize the multiplication table and do some sums, multiplication, division. It doesn't. There's no internal knowing. There's no direct knowing in that. So something like that would happen if you don't do this penetrative contemplation enough. So that is that first page. I think we have some time. Can you read the second page, Shani?
How all these occur in one thought must be experienced. Skandhanam Patilabha, Ayatanam Patilabha, all these in combination construct a thought in the mind conscious. The doctrine of the dependent origination explains the entire process in how this works together, how thoughts occurred in the past, present, and how they occur in the future. The understanding that there is no thing in the existence must be seen and experienced. This situation refers to asavakya jnana, or the wisdom of seeing defilements as they are. You also must compare and analyze the knowledge with the three baskets of Dhamma. How things created by vibrational energy and turned into feelings or sensations and perceptions. These must be observed. When objects such as a ball, apple, or any other object get a value, it is the sensual world or karma union. The form is the materiality or world with form. The feeling you get is the formlessness. This aspect must be clearly understood. When these are not regarded as objects, that is the wisdom. There is no value in sound or color. When these are combined, a thing or object gets created. These are mental formations occurred by vibrational activity. We see the Dhamma in one thought. The light occurs through the rapid movement of vibrations, and the feeling accompanied with it is the mind conscious. When value is given it is only a thought. A wall, me, mine, all these are only thoughts. When the Dhamma is realized correctly, the burning fire within, created by this process, becomes neutral. The value given to objects becomes worthless. The defilements such as craving, aversion, ignorance disappear. This is when it is realized that there is no thing existing in this world. The things that are created by the combination of the sounds, color, taste, smell, and sensations are impermanent. Then in these, how can someone find an existing soul? When the truth is found in one thought, eventually the idea that there are only thoughts becomes permanent in the mind. When this situation occurs, you cannot even find your own self. The ignorance disappears with the understanding of the doctrine of the dependent origination and the true nature of the thought. The thought itself represents the delusion or ignorance. Then, not having thought represents the nibbana, putting an end to ignorance.
Yeah, thank you. So this is about observing all this in one thought, how all this occurs in one thought. So that's why Buddha said Skandhanam Patilabho, Ayatanam Patilabho. And meaning this due to the speed of the vibrations, these sense faculties are born, and thus the world is born. And that is the same thing as the doctrine of dependent origination that explains this entire process, how they come alive, how these thoughts come alive, how this internal burning, the mental charge, all that comes alive. And it gives us an insight as to this past, how this past arise in this present moment, and this continuation of, or feeling like that there's a continuation of a future. All that is kind of understood by understanding the dependent origination. So through all that, whatever the way in which this is explained, dependent origination, or the works of the sense basis, or the eightfold noble path, or Four Noble Truths. So there are many ways to say it. However, the way this is explained, however, whichever the angle is used, it's talking about the same thing. It's talking about how a thought is created in this moment, and how, due to ignorance, this thought is assumed to be an external world, and in that moment, the so-called self comes alive. In this, so this thought is nothing but a manifestation of vibration. If there's a vibration, there should be an underlying power. That underlying power gives rise to the sense of the existent feel that exists. Something is out there, that we feel like something is out there. However much someone would say that there's no such thing, it's all a lie, it's an illusion, you can't agree, because for you it feels like there's something out there. That existent feel is created due to this vibration. Something, it's like there's this movement, there's this continuous movement, and there's like a lively nature to all these things that we project through the mind. And in that same vibration, in that same occurrence, due to the speed, the sense of self is also created with, and the mind, and also the mind is created. The mind starts labeling, therefore this duality is born. But in that vibration, there's no such duality. So, and this, like in the form of intellectual knowledge we understand, but to really see it within us, you have to kind of see it. But this is something that cannot be grasped with the mind. Just like how an architect would draw like a side view of a house, rear view of a house, and a top view of a house, and person who's doing the construction will have the real image, the three-dimensional image of the house in his mind based on these different views that's been given. Just like that, something similar to that happens as we listen to this Dhamma intellectually. This direct seeing, that is our own directing in experience. That is why Buddha said there are no ready-made drafts. You have to create your own raft. So that is that seeing this Dhamma, doing this penetrative contemplation, so that it turns into penetrative insight. That insight is the jnana, whatever you want to call. That insight is the one eventually transform all that into Dhamma. So, and this path falls along Asavakya Jnana. So that insight, one of the insights is we talk
Actually, I
about
think it's Theron Saranai. Actually, discussion I think is going to be going. What's happened here?
So there's only Dr.
Not
Sakuntala.
practically, not feel.
Yeah.
Only this syllabus, what's doing?
Okay, so we can start. I was just explaining the second page, yeah.
I think it's others' ideas we want asking. Now, one paragraph is okay, no matter. But not type that it's a discussion because it's not a field.
Yeah.
I think.
It's not good. What's that paragraph is going? What's the content?
This is
Only the book reading is not good.
enhancer.
It's going boring.
No,
Because
this is the disc. I'm not reading the book.
I don't think about others. Is feel is that one. What you say is not sharing. It's not discussion. It's not good. This because what you say is how is that hearing someone is that problem is there. It says theory is only the theory. You explain that, but feel is good. Dhamma is not the syllabus. Dhamma is not the book reading. Dhamma is not any other. Dhamma is our life, our story. It's like a story. Our life is story. It's our story. What you say, it won't be our story. It's a reality. It won't be practically. It's experience is the best. Not only the book reading is not good, I think. It's getting the point, it's okay. But the other one is not okay. Because, this reading is volume 6, I think. That volume 1 or 2, that's not that type of. Because it's how is our mind creating is very important. No, it's okay, no. Yeah, it's okay. You won't think about it's okay.
enhancer.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, enhancer.
Yeah, it's practical, it's want to be live. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, we can start with the discussion portion of it. Sorry about that.
Teruvan Saranai, I pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Teruvan Saranai, Harshi and other Dhamma friends. Yes, I think we can discuss about the practical side because what we gathered from the book was the knowledge, isn't it? So if we apply it practically, how can we how can we talk about it? Because how you practically apply to what we heard so far. It's okay. I can just tell something if you can give your view, Harshi. Actually, now what we heard from the book was the basic knowledge, the mechanism of what is happening. Basically, it explains the dependent origination of the activity called Paticca Samuppada, how the thoughts are formed and how the thoughts formed are taken as real. So with this understanding of what you read, how can we experience it practically? Because we call the world, it's a flow of thoughts. So everything is a thought, everything is a sound, and if everything is due to the speed. So due to the speed, things are created, and the creations are given a name or a sound, and we take those sounds or the words as real. The system feels that the sounds or the creations are real. So that is where the ignorance is. Harshi, how can we explain about experiencing it when we know this truth? How can we experience it? What is the experience that a system will get from this knowledge? Teruvan Saranai.
Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah. I mean, it goes on to few different stages, and the easiest way to talk about this is using the 4 karma sthanas that we use in the practical approach. And so for the very first thing is to see that there's no external world. So if we can discuss about that, I think yeah, that's the easiest way, right, Dr. Sakuntala? Because we have a newcomer also, it will be beneficial to her as well.
Okay. Yes, actually, now, as I said, taking the physical world as real is the biggest part here, biggest part of the ignorance. And the concept of me or myself is also part of that created world. So all these are creations of the 5 senses. Sensor means it's a function. Sensor doesn't mean that it is a noun, it's a verb. Actually, there is an activity there. So eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Even though those names are used, they are considered as kind of institutions where there is some production. So the vision is created, and the hearing is created, and smell, taste, and the tactile. These are created then and there. And collective action of this, which happens immediately with no timing in between, is the result is the thought. So when we, I think in the book when you were reading, it indicates that the creations in these sense of faculties or these senses are also just like magic, something appearing due to the high speed. So if you see them as creations or illusions at the level of eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the next product of these, which is the thought, is another illusion and another creation. So then there is actually nothing. There is nothing, but it is created as if it's really there. So that is this thing that we have to sort of very clearly understand. So what happens is when you know this background, when you have the understanding about this background, the thoughts that appear as a fast stream in any system will not receive the value that is given in a normal setup. So, for example, if you take a house, simply if you take something that is there in front of you, now I can see some plugs, there's a wall, there's a pencil holder. So those things are creations of the eye. And the naming is given by the mind sensor. So that is thought is the name actually. And the feeling that you get that they are really existing becomes less and less, or I don't know whether the word null and void is correct, is the ultimate result when you know the mechanism of happening, what is happening here, how it is created and looks like really existing, becomes less and less powerful when you know the mechanism. So this is applicable to anything which are creations of the 5 senses. Even the sounds that come. Now I can hear the sound of a dog barking. So that is a vibration of my ear. And that vibration, that vibration is a creation of the ear right now, this moment. So the creation gives you the illusion that there is a dog outside, but it is a creation in the eardrum right now, and the rest of the picture about the dog is completed in the mind. That is with the help of the data that was given to the system with time in the past. A small baby who will hear the sound, similar sound, due to the vibration of the ear, will not have that mental picture about the dog. It will stop at the level where the sound is created, but the little baby doesn't have the dog. But the picture of the dog is added later on. When the sound is coming, an adult will say it's a dog and show the dog. So then there is some tying up of these sense activity to create the thought, this is the dog. So like that, the data is collected, added with time, and more information about the dog is added then and there. But all of them come as a single spark right now when you hear the sound. So when the sound is created right now in the ear, I get all sorts of information about the dogs, the various colored ones, various sized, various species of the dogs, and the nature of them, and the dog that we had at my place. So all this information will, within a fraction of a second, come as single spark, which we call as thought. So if you slowly work on these things, then the system will realize that all these are creations in the mind. Initially, there is a sensor activity, sensor function, or sensor vibration, and then immediately, with no time gap, as I mentioned earlier, right now, there is creation of the thought and giving a name to whatever the thought which was created, which is an illusion. Harshi and Ravi, anything you would like to discuss over this? Therwan Sarnai?
Yeah, Therwan Sarnai, Harshi, Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala, Therwan Sarnai, Aryan Vahanse, and everyone. Yeah, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the way that this illusion is created is the magic. So it is well explained in the Paticcasamuppada, or the in English terms, we can say it's cause and effect Dhamma. So, as Dr. Sakuntala said, as long as that creation is taken as real, at that very moment, the bhava or the birth has occurred. Birth, that is the very moment that we can say the birth had occurred. It is very difficult to understand for a person who didn't hear this Dhamma for a little while, from the beginning. So this is very easy to understand that someone who has some kind of an understanding about this Dhamma. So this is the mechanism how this illusion gets built up. That means, in other words, how these aggregates formed in Pali terms, that is Khanda. That is the description of how this Khanda gets created. And so behind everything, so what is the resultant thing after creating this skandha? When As Dr. Sakuntala clearly said, it happens due to certain vibration. Vibration happens due to some kind of difference in polarities. If there is any incident in any kind of incident happen to trigger to formation of some kind of different ends, different extremes, different polarities, so that will lead to form some kind of a power in between that different polarities. So that is the triggering factor to occur the subsequent vibrations. Oh, that means if the initial power has been accepted, or if the initial vibration, the power that is generated in between those two polarities get acknowledged, so that will trigger the subsequent vibrations to happen. So that's why we call taking this as real. I remember Dr. Sakuntala initially started her today's explanation by saying if someone takes the outside as real, so takes the outside as real, that in the sense, in other words, the thinking that power is real, getting that power is real. So similar things. So when you feel, when it becomes real, so that will trigger the subsequent energies, the energies that building up in between to become real. So that is the point where the birth is occurring. So it is a feeling. It is a feeling. It is not the knowledge. It is a feeling. That feeling is called the ether or a life field. So the life field is the causative thing that drags you along this sansaric journey. So as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, whenever a sensor is formed, so that doesn't mean the sensor, we can say it's the external sensor, eyeball, earlobe, nose, tongue. So that is the sensor. But behind every sensor, there is some kind of a construction happening. So actually, they are physical presentation. But the faculty, in the sense, why we are calling a faculty? So if you take the eye faculty, so it is not the eyeball. The faculty of eye, the functionality of the eye is the make you to see, makes you to see. The vision, the ability to see is the functionality of the faculty, eye faculty. Likewise, the ear faculty, the function of the ear faculty is allowing you to hear. So that means the production process of the light will happen, is happening within that particular faculty. The production process of the sound is happening within the ear faculty. So we can't, even though we externally see the eyeball, ear, tongue, and everything, they are a part of the illusion. When you understand this Dhamma, even you see your own eyes, own tongue, that becomes a part of the illusion. But you can't deny that there is no feeling of sense, taste. You can't deny that you don't hear anything. That means the creation of the ear faculty is different from what you see as the external lobe. Of course, external lobe is ear lobe is external, and the the sensor is needed for the creation of the sound that is there. But the hearing and the sensor are two different things. So if you look at a person who has died, he has all the external things. Ear is there, ears are there, eyes are there, nose is there, and tongue is there. But he doesn't feel, he doesn't taste anything, he doesn't hear anything, he doesn't see anything. So from that we can understand the external sensor, what you see is different from its functionality. Functionality is creation of something, creation of sensory feeling. So what we are talking about is creation of this feeling. We concentrate more on the creation of these faculties. How these faculties get created, that is the challenging part to understand. So what Lord Buddha said also, understanding how these faculties get created is the understanding of the Dhamma. So the magic here is, if you understand the process or the mechanism, how these faculties get created, that understanding will lead to get away from those faculties as well. That means, so it is like the understanding will give negative feedback to the original sense here. So in the sense, so if you take an example, if you the functionality of your eye is creating of light. So if you are able to understand the eye faculty, that in sense you will understand there is no actual thing called light. Even the word we call the vision it cannot be applicable to here even. So once you understand there is no thing called light, then would there be something called vision? No. Then would there be a faculty called eye? No. So that makes you to understand this, how these faculties behave. So all them are get created then and there. So if the light is not there, if the so-called vision is not there, so is there a way of triggering up some kind of a feeling of existence through that? No. It is also it is when you understand, it also become a lie, not real. So that is the thing. What happens? So that makes you to that understanding can be applied to each and every faculty individually. If you take, then you can take the eye faculty, I mean ear faculty. So is this sound real? So then the so-called, then we come to understanding that so-called hearing, would there be something called hearing? So in the absence of the sound, would there be a chance to generate some kind of a power within? No. So all these things come through the understanding only. So if you do not analyze this, if you do not investigate deep into these faculties, you won't be able to understand this truth. So earlier we talked about these external things: eyeball, ear, sensor, tongue, and nose. So these are the things had been created in the illusionary world. So we see that someone else's tongue, then you call this is the tongue, but it is again the rupana. So we can't say presence of the tongue gives you the exact feeling of taste. No. So people have so many taste variations. So if I say this is tasty, some will say, wow, this is disgusting. This food is very disgusting for me. So if you take an example, for some people, durian is a very palatable, very tasty food. But for some people, it is so disgusting fruit. So likewise, but their anatomy, if you take the tongue of the anatomy in those individuals, they are more or less same. The anatomy of the tongue would be same. There are taste buds. There are certain areas that taste is felt. So more or less, these are same. And the nerve ending wirings, which carries that signal to the brain. So those are also same. The structure would be same. But why people feel differently? Why they feel it differently? So that's why Lord Buddha say the creation of the taste faculty is different from the sensor. So we have to, unless you do the deep dive, until you do a deep dive into this formation of the faculties, you won't grasp this truth. So that's why we are talking about, even though we're talking ear, nose, throat, and tongue and skin and all these things, but mostly we are addressing the mechanism, how the vision can happen, how the vision is taking place, how the hearing is taking place, how the tactile stimulation we get through the skin sensor. Likewise, so we are talking about the mechanism, the process. Say when then another thing happened, the mind, creation of the mind. So creation of the mind. So mind, we can't show a place to mind even. So actually people mistakenly take his eyes as the eye faculty, but we can't show a exact point for mind. People say it is in the brain. Some people believe it is in the heart. So we can't assign a place even. Even you explore the brain anatomically, it is more or less same for each and every person in the world. But the thoughts that is created, it is totally different. So from that also we can realize mind is so different from the brain. So then Lord Buddha clearly explained how the mind gets formed, the way that mind gets formed. So it is also a good, for that that process we call, Lord Buddha called the manadhamma, or the way, how these faculties get together, five faculties get together and form the mind sensor. From the point where the mind sensor is formed, we call a thought had been generated. So mind sensor also has the same qualities that had in the ear faculty, that had in the eye faculty. Same characteristics are there. There are also same vibrations would be there, but in different form. Now it's in thought form. Now you don't take, if you see the chair in front of you, you just do not say a light coming and this is chair, that is the ear sensor. So this is that is the solidity of the or the firmness of the chair. So all these things are combined together and forms the thought that is called the chair. Chair has all these characteristics. So if you know the creations of the rest of the senses are not true, so how can be the chair become a real thing? It is not possible. It is that is our misunderstanding. So we believe the thought, the thought of chair is real. But when you analyze backwards, you get to know that the light is not true, the feeling of firmness is not true, and so those are creation of faculties. So other than that, there is nothing to be taken as true, as real. So in the absence of the any validity, any truth there, can there be a can there be a truth in the newly formed chair? No, it is also a constructed one. So why we deal with that constructed thing as real? So it is the result of the faculties. It is the chair is the end result of the creation of the faculties. So all faculties combined each other forms a chair for you. So that is your ignorance. If you take this chair is as real, that is your ignorance. So if what happens next, if the chair becomes real for you, involuntarily, there would be a person who is sitting on the chair, who is seeing this chair. So that is the point where the self get created. So why yourself got created? Because you took this chair is as real. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Ditte dittamattam sute sutamattam, mute mutamattam. Likewise, if you take this as a sight only, this as a something you see only, with the understanding you know this Jishya is not real, that's all right. So then you don't get assign any value to that because you know it is your mental creation. So how can you assign a value which is not there to something that is not really existing? So at the same time, if the share is not existing, you is not there also. You are not there also. So in the absence of a self, why you put value to yourself as well? So everything become valueless. So, but it doesn't mean that you can't use the chair for sitting. You can use it, but you will not become the person who is using it. You know, the self is not there. Even though I tell that I am the one who is sitting on this chair at this moment, with the understanding, you know, there is no person here to sit on this chair. So that part comes to the understanding. But the senses do create the illusion. Even though you have the understanding, you are helpless. The senses will create the illusion. So it doesn't matter. So you can very peacefully live with that illusion. Doesn't matter. No worries. Because with the understanding, you know, even though the illusion is like that, the reality is not what I see now. So that's it. That is your understanding. That's why Lord Buddha said Sankitte Nibbidaya. So this understanding only comes through this thorough investigation only. If you how you can drill down the creation part of these faculties, how you can understand, become thorough with this mechanism, that much you will liberate from those things. So that is the way how Lord Buddha taught us to get away from the mind, get away from the that is the true liberation. True liberation only comes through the understanding. So still you see the illusion, you live in the illusion, it doesn't bother your internal liberation. It doesn't affect your internal liberation. Your internal liberation is something that comes only through the understanding, but you are dealing in the illusionary world. That's all right. So that's why Dr. Sakuntala, in the early part of her speech, she said, as long as you don't take the external thing as real, you are not there. So it has to come through the understanding only. Yes, Terwan Saranai Harshil.
Dr. Ravi, and thank you very much for that valuable explanation, and Dr. Sakuntala as well. Yeah, when you realize this thing, you still live here, you carry on with everything that you would usually do, but you're not affected by any of the events, any of the incidents, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's very beautiful. Actually, the more presence and more awareness that's kind of accumulated with the practice, when you can experience it first-handedly, it's really beautiful. Justin, you have a question today before we wrap up? Anybody has any other comments? Yeah, I think we have Dr. Ravi, do you have any comments?
No, Harshi, no, that's all. So we can talk tomorrow as well.
Yeah, Theron Sarnayar and Hansa, with your permission, we would like to wrap up today. Let's all pay homage to Aryan Mahanse at our feet, Theron Sarnayar and Mahansa, and let's meet again tomorrow. Theron Sarnay, everyone. Theron Sarnay, Dr. Ravi. Dr. Sakuntala Rajan.
Theron Sarnay and Mahansa, Theron Sarnay, all our friends.
Theron Sarnay.
Everybody.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends, Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Eva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com, and today we're starting with the rest of the discussion we continued the other day, which is on page 141. Aryan Mahanse, yes, it's true. Participant Sadhu Sadhu and Aryan Mahanse, it's not what you think. Feel what actually happens to you. When you reach this special level, your waves of thoughts and my waves of awareness becomes unified. Observe through wisdom, you will lose attachment to the world, and most importantly, you will lose the sense of yourself as a separate being. This is Nibbana. Please do not miss this opportunity. It is reserved for a certain group of people. The Buddha said, if people go elsewhere, when I guide them to follow the right path to Jetavanaram, what can I do? I must say the same. Amma, follow the path in silence. Let's give someone else a turn. Theruvan Saranai. So yesterday we talked about, basically it's not mere knowledge, it's how it's an experience, how you can experience this truth within it. within yourself, within the self, within the awareness. There's no self either. All the vibrational processes coming into awareness, coming alive in the moment, appearing in the awareness. So that ends that particular discussion, and it's basically reiterating the same thing we discussed yesterday. And yeah, so, and we can now start with the next discussion, which is titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. Participant, Theruvan Sarnaya. I need clarification on concepts such as the qualities of the Buddha, emptiness, Nibbana, and the radiant mind. These terms seem to vary in meaning depending on context. Aran Wahanse, you ask many questions, but when viewed together, they boil down to one: what is Nibbana? Participants, please share your understanding. And participants, some of the answers they've taken, I guess one of the important answers: putting out the burning fire inside the mind, attaining peace and simplicity, experiencing an unshaken mind and realizing that nothing inherently exists. The first, extinguishing the internal fire, is closest to the essence. Aran Wahanse, a burning fire represents desire, craving, aversion, and ignorance. When the fire is extinguished, the notion of self, me, mine, fades. Defilements exist because the mind grasps the illusion of a separate self. Some people imagine themselves as permanent. They lack generosity and focus only on themselves. Consider Patachara, who lost everything and realized the true nature of existence. Must we wait for that disaster to happen for us to awaken? When the notion of self is firmly planted, all defilements cling to it, perpetuating suffering. To extinguish this fire is to attain Nibbana. Seeking results implies the self still exists. And as long as it does, suffering follows. To reach this level, the 5 faculties, faith, Shraddha, effort, Virya, mindfulness, Sati, concentration, Samadhi, and wisdom, Prajna, must be cultivated. Shraddha refers to supreme faith, not ordinary belief. When these faculties are developed, one follows the path to Nibbana. All objects become objectless, used for living but without attachment. No burning fires arise from the sensual world. This is objectless or subjectless concentration, Animitta Samadhi or Adhigata Samadhi. At this stage, one perceives the true nature of thoughts, and peace and tranquility become the mind's natural state. This can only be achieved through deep wisdom. The person transcends the illusionary mind. The result of this experience leads to the qualities of the Buddha. These qualities are not Nibbana itself. They represent the ability to comprehend and harmonize the 3 realms, the sensual world, world of form, and the formless world, Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka. This understanding arises through the doctrine of dependent origination. Combining practical knowledge and direct insight, concentration develops naturally at this level. So at this stage, Aryan Maharshi emphasizes that Nibbana is not an intellectual concept, which we already know. It arises when the illusion of the individual self is completely dissolved. With time, as the wisdom of truth is acquired as intellectual knowledge, it slowly turns into direct experience, direct knowing. And with that, the illusion of the individual self slowly is being diminished. The mind's waves, meaning the mind, the wave that's created due to the five sensory inputs, the charge that's behind it, the underlying charge, the mental charge, that internal burning, that too is being diminished, because as the truth is seen, what would give the aversion, what would give the internal burning? Nothing, because as you gain, as the direct realization is acquired, one understands that this illusion is not true. The falsehood of the illusion is understood. So there's no reason for the internal burning to arise. So the internal burning subsides, or rather diminishes, means the separate sense of a self diminishes. If you kind of focus on your experience with this Dhamma, you will see from the day one, or time, from the time before the time that you started practicing in this Dhamma. You start incorporating this Dhamma into life. There was a heavy sense of self. There was this internal burning, like there was anger, there was hatred, jealousy, there was sadness. All that was part and parcel of our lives. We have experienced that unbearable pain of that suffering was one of the bigger reasons why we came looking for this Dhamma. We wanted to put an end to it. We wanted an extinguishment of the fire. So if you compare that to how you feel right now, you will see in most areas of our so-called lives, this sense of self is slowly diminishing. It's as if the main actor of a play is now slowly transitioning into like one of the backup actors or support actors or whatever, not a very main kind of a role. So that is this is the different kind of a sense. If you focus on what we are trying to get awareness onto, you will see that heavy sense of self is slowly being diminished. You may call it diminishment of defilements, you may call it realization of the illusion, whatever you call it, that sense of self with it is being slowly diminished. Not of course to the level where it's no longer there, but like that difference could be detected in the experience. The participant's experience of praise, advancement, or comparison fades, because there's no longer an I to claim or resist. So in these practical experiences too, that could be detected. Some, back in the days, it could be that you do something in the office or in the family, or expect that others will praise it and others will say thank you and appreciate you. But we know, maybe with time you will realize that need was there. Maybe before stumbling upon this Dhamma, you wouldn't have even noticed that need was there. But now, with our attention being on the mind so much with that awareness, now we are able to see that that kind of expectation was hidden as a quality of the so-called self. And once it too is detected, that too is diminished because the light of the truth is shed on it, that on the thought that was in ignorance. So now if the value that's been attributed to such appreciation is now diminished, why would you seek that kind of validation, that kind of appreciation? The discussion about the burning fire highlights that all defilements, desires, anger, craving, and ignorance exist only because the mind believes in a separate self. We've talked about this many times, how this separate self initially came into existence, how the belief of the separate self, the self-identifying you as the child learns a language, is being introduced to the mother, the father, the bag, and this system, the mind system, this law in which the thoughts are created, chitta niyama. So the mind works according to that. And this system took on a thought saying, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self to whom all these things, all these people belong to. That self should be whoever, like Harshi or James or Paul or David or whatever it is. So from that day on, that self-identifying view is being born. From that day on, that view, that belief, that thought is being nurtured by more thoughts, many thoughts. What does this James like? What does he like to eat? What does he like to drink? What kind of a person he wants to become? So this is maturing as time goes on. So this belief is the one that we realize that it was a misconception. And the more we realize, the more we see how illusory that was. It was illusory in the first place. It was illusory all throughout. Now, what's being done by listening to Dhamma and understanding Dhamma and with the direct realization is that the way in which that belief was created and nurtured is now slowly undone. When this self is seen as illusory, these fires extinguish naturally. The 5 faculties, faith, effort, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom, are tools to cultivate the inner awareness needed to detect and dissolve the self. The stage of objectless or subjectless concentration, animitta or adhigata samadhi, is achieved when the mind perceives the true nature of thoughts without attachment. So when this true nature of thoughts, the reality about thoughts, is really examined closely, there's no need for an attachment. Why would you be attached to something that doesn't even exist, that only exists? Come into existence moment by moment. There's no point. Right? So those thoughts that are based on lies, based on illusions, they don't have any reason to come into existence. Even if they're needed to come into existence, say, even if you understand and realize this, you still have to go to work and perform your, fulfill your duties. You have to take care of your kids. So those are required. Those are the responsibilities. So you will carry out your responsibilities. So whatever the language that is required to perform these duties will be used as a tool. But, the way we dreamt of the world, the way we planned for days, months, years to come, the way we used to dwell on the past and, kind of weep about things or have nostalgic feelings about things, those are not required. Because for a fact we know now this so-called world and the so-called self, they're just an illusion. So whatever the daydreaming stuff, whatever the out of habit, just continuing to think about stuff, dwelling on stuff is not required, will not happen because it's pointless. But to perform the duties of the kids, if you have to take them to school, if you have to plan it out, you'll be utilizing the language and the thoughts. So unnecessary thoughts that assumes the existence of an external world and a so-called self, they don't have any necessity to be born to come arise, but thoughts are there. It's not that thoughts will definitely be there. Even arahants have thoughts, and even Buddha had thoughts. So there's a function that the thoughts and the language serve that will be utilized. And yeah, so that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And eventually what happens is realizing the illusion. Now it sounds, the more we understand about it, more we even learn, like even intellectually know it, intellectually understand it, and more we have the direct realization, it becomes very simple. Like when someone enters this, if they can't understand, if they don't have higher insights, and if they can't understand it in a couple of sentences, we have seen it in this day and age, a lot of people need a lot of explanation. So with those explanations, the deeper and deeper we go into the Dhamma to understand this, more we understand and realize it, more simpler it becomes. It could be explained in a couple of sentences, but it wouldn't be the same case for everyone. But for a child, we've seen even in youth, Buddothpado youth sermons, children seem to understand this very well at a very, very, very quickly, and they just grasp it much efficiently and effectively. And it's amazing. It kind of proves the fact that Sunita Sopak and Rahula Thero, they even Visakha at the age of 7, they were able to realize it. So it's kind of proof for the fact that these children in this day and age are able to realize this very, very much easier than, because for us, we have accumulated a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge means a lot of labels. That means mind is much thicker, mind is more vast, and it's always, our minds are always occupied with lots and lots and lots of thoughts. So for us to be able to understand this Dhamma and have that direct realization, it needs a lot of clarification, because we are kind of entangled in these thoughts now, and the way out is much much chaotic, much treacherous. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, you want to share something and something? Yeah. So, so if we kind of again shift back our attention to the dependent origination and how the mind is created. If you have any questions, there's someone who basically, please feel free to ask, because that way the discussion could be directed in a particular way, which makes it easier. So how the mind is created, when the more we realize it, more we understand it, makes much more sense now, because even at the beginning when we heard that, inputs from the sense faculties, the vision, the sound, the smell, taste, touch, all creates the thought, or create the thought. Um, it makes sense. Of course, in an uh, intellectual way, it makes sense, but really didn't really become a direct realization within us. It took a while. It took some penetrative contemplation for us to get to that state, because now it makes much more sense. Because if you can, say the mother, when I say the mother, you can, you get the image of the so-called mother, your mother, whatever the mental image I have is different to the mental image you have. So in that, all the information are there. If you kind of zoom in on it, and you will, you can see everything about the mother in that mental image, like her face, her body, everything. You can almost hear the sound of her. You can almost feel the smell. You can almost touch her. Like, you can have an idea without even having to leave your chair now, how it would feel like if you touch her. So this mind is really amazing in that sense. And of the vision, we know it's a manifestation of vibration, just like a ripple when a pebble is dropped onto still water, how the ripple kind of moves. That's our visual of a wave. Similarly, a vibration that's even faster, its manifestation is the image of the so-called image of the mother, the so-called image of the father, anything that's included in our own world, the so-called world. So, if we focus on this, the sensory inputs, the vision, we have the way we are used to kind of understand the vision, like even an event. If you think about something that happened in the past, let's say there was an argument between you and some people. If you think about it right now, that image, mental image, it's not existing anywhere. We cannot attribute the place. It just comes alive in the eye of the mind. In that image, yourself, the image of yourself, has some special character that is not in the picture, that's in the knowing, that's in the feel. Even in the picture, you can feel that. Then that is different to the rest of the people in that argument situation. But that too is based on the value that's been attributed. If you look at that mental image, that's also just bunch of colors. The more we see these, even if you listen to some song in the night while your eyes closed, that mental image of listening to the song is there while listening to the song. Everything we do, it's like a commentator of a cricket match. There's an underlying mental image, a range of mental images. We are just shifting from one mental image to another to another. Even when you're smelling something, there's an underlying mental image about that, where that difference is prominent. Where in that mental image, it's like, some sort of a picture of a smell coming towards your nose, and that your nose area of your nose is special because in that image too, there's this information, it's me and the rest of it, like the border. This area is mine. The rest of it is everybody else, the world. So you have to see, like you have to contemplate. This penetrative contemplation is required to all areas of to all areas where this so-called world and the so-called self um, discrimination has happened. The more we see, the more we realize that with more contemplation, with more penetrative contemplation, the more penetrative insight we have, that there's no reason to have such discriminations because it's just the same image with bunch of colors or matured vibrations or manifested vibrations. Even when we are sleeping, there's a mental image of the angle you're sleeping at, or if you're on your side, or if you're on your back, or if you're on your front, whatever it is. You go to sleep with that mental image. So we should be skillful at seeing these things. If not, it's it's difficult for the illusion to be dissolved. That's why this sati samadhi, or this awareness and the meditative absorption, the sustained awareness become a meditative absorption. These two are always mentioned. So that is the importance. We should be able to see it throughout, not just in the walking meditation when we do the practical approach, but all throughout. And there are many, we can continue to talk about different examples, but as you get into this practice, as you really, really get into this practice, because when we listen to people who are commenting on these things in Zoom discussions, we hear that a lot of people, it's like when you learn math, when you study the multiplication table, how you try to do multiplication and division, addition, subtraction using the multiplication table. Multiplication table is knowledge. Doing those sums is also knowledge. So just like that, these participants try to think of Dharma in this way, like take the same approach to Dhamma and try to understand it. But it doesn't work because it's all in the mind. You're using whatever the information you have gathered with Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, and creating more knowledge. That is the wrong way. Of course, that is required, but you have to really try to contemplate using thoughts and get to that insight. For an example, when Aryan Mahansa says the chair, the image of the chair and the label of the chair, they're tangled, you really have to try to see how that is the case. That internal investigation is a must. Of course, we are using thoughts as a tool to get at the insight. So that understanding what we're trying to do here is also required. And if that can be done, you can really have that inquisitive nature and inquire into what's being discussed, what they're really what we're trying to understand, what it means by that, then that penetrative insight will be inevitable. So that is one thing to focus. And to get to this practice, we have to get on this practical approach, which has these 4 meditation instructions. The first one is the so-called external world is not real. And the second one is the so-called mind is also not real. And the third one is that to see that it's all a system and it's all the functions of the sense faculties. And the fourth one, you will end up seeing as a result that there will be a realization. You will realize that there's no self. It's just a system at operation due to the necessary conditions being met. This is a, in Sinhala we call it a Hetupala Dhamma. In English, it's a cause and condition Dhamma. So this is what we realize throughout this practical approach. I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai. Actually, what was the topic that Aryan Mahansa, I can see Aryan Mahansa also has joined. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahansa's feet. Therwan Saranai, Harshi, if you can briefly tell me anything, any particular topic that you're talking? Yes.
I was beginning to explain the practical approach, so if you can expand on it, that will be great.
Okay.
I mean, if there's a topic that you want to talk about,
yes.
If there's any other topic that you want to talk
about. No, I think we can expand on what you have said because it's very useful.
Yeah, since there are new programs.
It's okay, Harsh. We can talk a little bit on this one.
First. Okay. Yeah, then we can move on to.
Okay. Yeah, so if I briefly sort of touch on the 4 practical experiences that Aryan Mahasi has taught us. It's actually simple and easily understandable, but it's not something that should be taken as thoughts because this is something that we observe very often. Our fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, all who are following this, they often listen to these presentations of the practical experience and they tend to by heart the sentences and the words and then read it, kind of repeat the same thing. And that very obviously comes as a thought. Actually, thoughts will cover your Nibbana pathway. Thoughts are all creations of your sense of faculties. And when the thoughts are taken as real, you give a value to all these thoughts that completely moves you away from the correct path. Actually, what you should try to do, actually what the system should try to do is to go by the feeling, go by the feel, actually, that is a more correct word. So in these practical steps, right from the beginning, little by little, the feel is allowed to surface. Especially the first 2 steps are mostly you have to think and do it. Initially, you think of all 4 of these steps, and then gradually you realize that you don't have to sort of take an effort and think, but it automatically comes up as a thought. So, and later on, what happens is you get it as a feel. You don't need words, but you get it as a feel. So, right from the beginning, from the first step onwards until the end, the attitude you had or the concept you had being a self, the self-feeling or the feeling of self-perception, I-ness, all these words are used. So that feel or the feel of that existence is the one gradually getting faded, and then by the 4th step, you have that experience, the system have that experience where there is no self. So it is actually a gradual process, but for the convenience and for the convenience of understanding it, it's divided into 4 steps. So the first step is that there is no real world. All are your mind creations. So everything is your mind. So in other words, the camera is turned towards the self. So this is something which is difficult actually right at the beginning, because we all take as the world as real, and then we tend to focus the camera to the outside world, and we expect all the goods and bads and sadness and happiness, all sorts of things we expect from the outside world. So that is the ignorance or avidya. So breaking this link is the most difficult thing, because when you realize that this is my mind, or this is the mind of this system, you are a bit shaken to realize, now, is it true? So if you take so many examples, I mean, in day-to-day life, you can do it as a practice, simple practice. Something that shakes you. It may be in the form of a happiness, it may be a form of clinging, or it may be a form of anger, sadness, something that shakes you, something that makes you feel. You can analyze and see how it got created in your mind. Now, one of the good examples, I think Karen Vase also has mentioned this. I am sure all of us have experienced this. You go to the hospital to visit a patient, and you pass many patients, many beds, and some patients may be in very serious condition with all sorts of saline drips and oxygen and all sorts of groaning sounds with pain, but you tend to pass them, and then you see them, you hear the sound, still you don't feel that shakiness within you. The moment you see your relative or your family member who is there, then you can feel the spark that suddenly appears within you. And with that spark, again, your eye vibration, and maybe if there is a sound of talking or calling, you will have your ear vibration. But the spark that occurs immediately with identification of so and so, my family member, my friend, or my relative, oh, there he is. And your mind spark instantly occurs at that point with all your past data about that person. And then also there will be an influx of feelings again, sadness. Oh, what has happened to him? I feel very sad. All sorts of thoughts are in that spark, in that single spark. So see the difference. You are passing so many people, but instantly you get a completely different feel as a product of your mind sensor. So that is the difference. There you are giving a weight, or you are giving, the system gives a weight, or the system automatically gives a big value to the creation of the mind. So like this, small examples you can always apply in day-to-day life, because these practical steps actually can be applied to all 4 postures. So standing, sitting, lying, walking, all sorts of postures you can apply. Unlike the concentration meditation, where you have to sit and sit in one position. So you cannot apply concentration meditation to many postures like that. But this meditation, these 4 steps, actually you can apply to whatever the activity you are doing. So every time you can see that the sensor faculties are vibrating, some information is formed as a product, as a collective function of this, which we call the thought. So thought is the one which gives the analysis or the information, naming a word. All things happen with the formation of this thought. So it's an instant happening. And the moment you cannot separate out the function of the eye faculty from the function of the thought mind sensor. It happens automatically, even though it is described as two circles in Dhamma. It is described, but practically you cannot feel two levels. So it is a flow of thoughts. So this is the first step where you try to recognize, the system tries to recognize this is all a creation of the mind. So the mind, is it something solid? Now that is the next thing that you have to sort out. Now when you practice the first thing, when you explain the first step, you tend to have a little feeling that thought is something solid and persisting, because everything is focused and everything is credited to the account of thought, and everything is sort of the responsibility is given to the thought. So the system might feel that there is a thought, something called thought, which is persisting. Then we have to go to the second step, where you should have a very clear understanding about this true Dhamma, Darshane, what is explained in Darshane, how the thoughts are formed. So this is, I think we have talked about it again and again. Thought is a result of the collective function of the other five senses, or separately it can act as a separate entry point, and some experience that was there in the past, some stage, will spark at this moment. Or it may be the result of the collective function of the other five sense faculties right at this moment. But to have that spark, which we call a thought, there should be some experience in the past. So if you come across a plant that you have never seen, never touched, never heard of, you will have your faculties, sense faculties functioning and identifying it as a plant. But there is no name for that, because there is no mind spark form, because there is no data, no past history. But if somebody says that this is a plant called, we can say, madang. Madang is a type of a fruit, a small berry type of fruits that is grown in Sri Lanka. So somebody says this is a madang plant. Now you have got the data. Now the next time when you see a plant, again there is some faculty vibration, the eye and the ear sensation. And as a result, now here when the thought is formed, with the previous spark, presently you get the same spark. This is madang tree. Now you have that additional data. So like this, thoughts are formed instantly then and there. There's a flow of thoughts. And this is not something permanent. It's an instant thing that created and then vanishes the next fraction of second. So then when you come to the second step, you know that there is nothing called permanent mind. Then the third and fourth steps actually more or less like feels. But initially you will have to use your thoughts and then sort of look at in that angle, but later on you will get it as a feel. Third and fourth steps actually more or less close to each other. What is trying to get convinced is that this is all a sensor function, which takes turns one from the other. Very fast sensor functions changing from one to the other. And there is no doer, is the last one. There is no doer, but some activity is happening. And you feel a very lightness, and then the system will feel a very lightness or some tranquil feeling while the activity is taking place. So when you use the words, actually, sometimes with the words you find it difficult to explain, particularly the last two steps. But you tend to understand, or the system tend to feel exactly how it is. But you have to, if you are presenting it as an activity in one of the programs, you need to express it in words. But when you practice with something simple like walking, gradually you tend to apply these things to all sorts of little things that you are doing at home. And you need to go from step one and sort of do it in order. Automatically, you tend to feel that there is no doer here. There is some automatic function that is happening with a very light feeling, with no heaviness. So briefly, these are the 4 steps actually that is described. So more you practice on this one, you become more and more familiar. And then you don't have to go in sentences and try to sort of repeat the same thing. You tend to feel that when there is a very light feel. So these programs are actually now happening in so many centers all around the world, or all around the island. Generally, it was made to 7 days early actually, because 2 days the Dhamma facts were taught, the basics of how the mind is formed, what is meant by thoughts, and how the world is created by the sense of faculties. So those facts were discussed within the first 2 days, and then the next 4 days were dedicated to the 4 steps. But there were many practical difficulties because some people actually come and couldn't stay all 7 days. So now it has been sort of summarized to 1 day program, where the first half of the day, the darshana is explained, and then the afternoon mainly concentrating on the walking meditation is practiced. And right at the beginning, a person who comes for the first time sometimes may not feel what is actually explained in these 4 steps. A person particularly who is not very familiar with these preachings by R.N. Wahanse will feel only just a sort of comfort that you feel with concentration meditation. Terusan R.N. Hansen.
But practically, yeah, I want to say, yeah, it's okay. I want to say, just practically that 1, 2, 3, 4 is it's not happening. Practically, it's not happening. Someone very important is first one is Purabhaga Pratipada. Its meaning is understanding. Without understanding, you haven't a practical path. It's very important.
Yes.
How is Ella feel is coming? It's very important. We want to explain how is Ella feel is coming. Someone don't know. He don't know the Dhamma.
Yes.
It's very important. It's not a theory. It's not a knowledge. It's actually is happening. How is power is generating? How is LI feel is coming? How is all is happening here? It's very important. I think a newcomer is here. So what's her name is Shani. Are you there? Yeah.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Yeah. There are some like that. You can ask the questions otherwise. A few days ago, you asked me that question. No, same. It's a singer. But I like these questions coming English version. This soon. I don't know. You are you joined before this Zoom? Today is the first day. I don't know.
I have joined, but I haven't talked before.
It's okay. Yeah. You have. Yeah. You have.
Yes.
You want this, no? You want know the truth.
Yes.
You want know this.
Yes.
That's right. It's okay. You can ask the questions because it's not a knowledge. You know this. You want truth. So otherwise, everybody want truth. Truth is not knowledge. So, Harsha, are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, Reynolds, there one second.
Harsha, I think book reading is now over. May I correct? It's not happening today also. But you see,
Book reading, I read the book, Reynolds.
What's the book?
Book 6, volume 6.
Volume 6. It's okay. What's volume 6? Volume 6. The truth of my and volume 2. Freedom from mind. Is okay?
I think so, yeah. Reynolds.
The freedom of mind. I have that book in my hand. Which page read today?
Give me a second, Reynolds.
Yeah, it's okay.
So I read page 142.
142. It's large. It's large. 42. It's yeah, it's okay.
Freedom.
Yeah, it's okay. There's discussion is there, no? Yes.
Yeah, that discussion.
There are so many questions you ask. When everything is put together, it's become only one question. That is important. What is important? It's okay. So, yeah, it's volume 5, volume 6. It's volume. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Volume 4. There's volume 3.
This is volume 6.
Yeah, I know that one. It's volume 6. So volume 5, volume 4, it's volume 3, it's volume 2. The one is volume 1. It's okay. So volume 1 is there. That volume 1 book have this explanation. So explaining. It's okay. It's very important. That's right. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think after this volume 6, I think is good is continue again, starting volume 1. Volume 1.
Okay.
Because there is the philosophy, Buddhist philosophy is there. So it's very important. I think it's Shani, you started volume 1. I think it's good, no, Harshi? Sometimes Shani have at a time, so Shani can give a message. Harsh can explain that this because Shani, I introduced International Meditation Center is there. I given her to some kind of part. So explain the foreigners this Dhamma. So he won't encourage. No, he won't experience. No, she won't experience because she won't discussing, she won't realizing, she won't experience. She's a newcomer. Harshi, do you know what I say? You
Yeah,
understood what I say? Yeah,
she can
it's
start the discussion, right?
yeah. Because
That's good.
she's newcomer. But she can speak English. Uh, how much she can is okay, no matter. So we won't explain. So for some guys, they don't know. Otherwise, there's English, especially the Italian and the France and some guys. They don't know the English otherwise. So I have some equipment, translating equipment. So we can do that. That many languages there. It's okay. But we won't know this this Adam. We won't know what's happened here. What's the truth? It's very important. I think it's very nice. Very understand. Otherwise, the her actually what's the name? Ashini, no? Ashini, oh, yeah. Shan, Shani, yeah, it's okay. Shani, how much can you try? It's okay, no matter. We won't do this best. First is understand is good. How is life feel is coming? How is all is happen here? How is coming? Shani, do you know how is life feel is coming? Can you can you uh, can you tell us how much you understood? How is life feel is coming? Do you know about that? Shani, yeah.
Alive feelings, I know it is as a power.
Yeah.
So it's actually generated from this illusion of this vinyanya, and we give it more power and think it's there, it's already there. So we
Yeah, we are Harshi. We are talking about Vijnana. Word is consciousness.
Mind.
It's okay. Yeah. Mind consciousness. Harshi, you given words list. Shani, I think it's good because it's a Vijnana and the consciousness. The sanya is a perception. So this words is no more words, no few words here. It's okay. So don't fear. Shani. It's okay, no matter. There's no problem for that. It's okay. You have a few time it's going. It's okay. You can understand this. You can. It's not problem. Problem is Dhamma. So language is not a problem. Problem is the Dhamma. You know what I say? You know what is defilements? Defilements is not it's not a language. Defilements is feel. No. Yeah. Important is that one. How is fading the defilements? Is very important. No. Because everybody know Nibbana is fading the defilements. Final tranquility is here. No.
Yes.
That's the result. It's okay. That's the effort. So very important is mechanism. How is this mind is created? It's very important. That's why I told that the True Dhamma has awakened volume 1. Very important. Every day you can start this Zoom discussion. Shani, first few page, 1 page or 2 page or 3 page or 4 page or no matter what's Dhamma there, you can read this book. It's okay. Every day. After have you any question or anything, you can ask the Harshi or other. It's okay. Harshi, you support her few days. It's okay.
Yeah,
Harshi?
Renata,
Yeah, I think it's good. It's good, I think. This discussion is very important, everybody, because this is the is Buddha's word is Mahanida. Is the important point is here. Our sense creations. It's very important. Someone know how is creating these senses, how is this mind sensor also happening, how is this consciousness is coming. The consciousness is the vinya. It's okay. Is that one is the existent field. Otherwise, no, there's a chair. We are example. We are talking the chair. Chair is a sound and form. It's okay, but we have a existent field. No, that's why. How is coming this existent field? That one is very important. The chair is existent. The other side is you are also there. No, who have chair? Is you have chair? No. How is you? Me, my mind is coming. That's existent field is coming. No. That's why you have chair. The chair, you know the chair. So me, my mind is coming like that. No. My chair. No. Chair, mine. The chair is mine. No. How is mine? My is coming. Me, how is coming? I. How is coming? Me, my mind. That's the Buddha's word is. Etam mama, eso hamasmi, ameso atta. That's the Buddha's word. That's existent field is there. Other side is alive field is there. Without existent field, you can't tell it. Alive field. You see this? One coins have two sides. Other side is existent field. Other side is alive field. May I correct Harsh? It's okay?
Yeah, Raman.
Yeah, that's good. So, Shani, you first you want to know how is this sensor created? It's very important. So, how is light is coming? How is our eye creation? So, sometimes I know you heard Sinhala Dhamma discourses. I know you heard there. It's a skanda we are talking. That speed, sparking speedily. Is effort is light. You see that? How is light is there? That's why. That's the spark, no? That's the vibrations, speed. That's a mechanism, no? Mechanisms there. That one is very important. How is light is coming, no? That's sensor creation. Without eye, you can't see. This blind guy can't see, no? Otherwise, a colorblind guy, they can't see red color, they can't see green color. How is that happening? Because that vibration is not that wave is not going more than up and down. So more up and down is red. No, little bit up and down is green. That's why it's a red, orange, yellow, white. Waves these are. That's why. This is speed, sparking. One spark is the wave. How much up and down is going? That's the power is more, is there. It's okay. That power is otherwise red. How is this, no? You see this, how is red, how we are seeing red, how we are talking about orange. You see, otherwise, kindergarten time, there's a little child, don't know red or anything. It's okay, that's a baby in the cot, little baby. It's a red in mind, don't know anything. But after kindergarten time, what happened? Teacher given the picture, eye, and given the sound is here. Is what happened that ear also is a drum inside there, vibration is there. Is a telepathy is happening. Same is waves. No, that's why sound is there. So there is science, huge science. The sensor creations. So various of living beings have various of type of ear. Dog hearing more than range human ear. No, dog hearing is a more than sounds, smooth sounds. So we can't hear that type of. So that's why various of living being have various of senses. Otherwise, there's a varieties there. So what is this world? World is a sensory world, no? The sensor creation has given us this world, no? This various of living being have various of type of world. That's why individual world or everybody is living. Have you understood what I
Yes,
say?
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
It's not outside, it's our mind. That's why we are talking as mindful world. So it's very important. So otherwise very important, I feel how is coming. Because I feel is the me, no? How is me is happening? You know, Sakkayaditi Sotapanna, we are talking, it's not, does someone understood this truth? Someone understood this Dhamma, he know everything is not real. You know, these are sense creations. So that's why is Sotapanna is talking, because he beyond the world, he know this world is not real, it's illusion. That's why Vijnana is not real. His consciousness is not real, it's illusion. So someone understood this truth, he know this. That's why you know, people in worried, in sadness and suffering, because they are thinking this world is real. No? My baby something happen, or my home something happen, or me something happen, or that's you mind, no? You are thinking. No. Where's the valuable thing? It's your mind. No. How much gold is value? It's your mind. We are talking, no? We are telling. That's mindful word. That value is how it's coming. It's our mind. Because this mind given existence, everything. Real. Right, no? Real. But it's not real. It's it's not real. It's a magic. Huge magic is here. It's very important. So how is this magic is coming? How is this magic is happening? That's why I like a magic. I say, okay, how is this magic? So we want to understand how is this I is happening? How is this light is coming? So it's happening. No, it's automatically constructing. No, it's naturally phenomenon. It's nobody is doing this. So it's like a nature. It's happening. That's a chitta niyam, is Buddha said. Yeah, you have eye, it's okay, it's creating. That's light is coming. You are not blind, but it's not real. How this? You know the mechanism. You know that's one is not real. So after your sadness is and suffering is disappearing because no value is here because everything is not real. No, this is very important. How is our LI feel is disappear? How is our value is disappear? That's ego, no? Otherwise, ego is disappear. That's a defilement. Otherwise, same. What do you think about Harshi? Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, Renvans, there was
Yeah. What do you think about? That's my explain. So, can you do you want something at? Or,
no, good and Mahas. The only thing that exists when we say existent feel, what it means is, when there's a chair, it feels like chair is out there, right? Like, even though someone says it's an illusion, you can't just straight agree to that because it feels like, you can touch it, you can kick it. That feeling is a feeling that we have. I mean, we have to say it like that. And that same feel is and also it feels like I am experiencing the chair. I am seeing the chair. I'm the one who knows the name of the chair. I am the one who can touch the chair. Right? If there's a smell, like if there's a leather smell or something, I'm the one who can smell that, taste that, or whatever it is. So that feeling is because of these vibrations, because of this, the rapid nature of these vibrations, they kind of appear, and that feel also kind of it gets extended to feel like the sense of the self. Like, even though we say it's an illusion illusion and it's a mental construct, it feels like there's a self, right? That is how that is created. I just wanted to clarify. Aaron has explained. I just wanted to add that bit to it.
Yeah, very important. This is not a knowledge. This is really happening, no? That's why it's very important. It's not only the knowledge. It's really happening because you can realize when you're a baby. No, you can understand this. It's very important. As how his chair is coming, how his table is coming, how his mother, how his father, everybody like this. It's very important. So this world, what's your world? Your world have mother, father, home, everything. You know. Now, how we are firing? Something happened. We can't tolerate because we are living this mind. We are living this illusion. But we don't know we don't know we are in illusion. We are thinking we are in reality. But we are talking about mango tree. But Sri Lankans are not telling the mango. They are talking ambaga. Otherwise, Chinese are not talking this sound. Sound is not real. Mango tree is not real. You know the picture otherwise. It's your eye. The various of eyes have a variety, various of living being. This eye is not real. Eye creation is not real. Otherwise, your sound is not real. So, that's your effort is finally is thought is mango tree. It's not real. What is the happen here? You know, mom also same. So Sri Lankan poor guys, you know, they're selling the babies, foreign guys. So the example is this baby grow up in foreigner mom. Example the US or somewhere. That baby don't know who's the mother, but baby I come in that white color mom picture. That one is telling mother. So baby is talking about mother. As a sound, mother is a sound. Picture is the white woman. But baby don't know who's the mother. But baby I is coming, you know, that white picture is there. That type of picture is the mother. Sound is the mother. But you know, actually that baby's mother is not that white woman. Really mom is here, Sri Lanka. But that baby don't know. The time is going. The studying at mother teach the baby and mother helping the baby. And many things happen. After day is coming, time is over. Mother is old. Now she is dead. Time is coming. So that baby is very, very sad and suffering because mother is dead. But whose mother? She's not baby's mother. But this mother is a pitch and sound, no? What do you think about Shani? Do you understand what I say?
Yes,
It's our mind. It's our mind.
Yes.
You are talking today. It's your mother. It's there. The picture is there. Sound also there. That is your mind. Some babies is misplacing as that. I was telling that Harshi, that example is baby is grow as a born time. Some babies misplaced.
Sometimes when babies are born at in the hospital, they can get switched. Sometimes they do it deliberately. Sometimes by mistake, babies can get switched, and this mom will take a different baby, another mom would take the baby of this mother. You understand that situation. So yeah, Reynolds.
Yeah, it's happening, but some stories that baby becoming the that's age is coming elder. That is married after everything is happening. After someone is telling, this mother is not yours mother. After that guy is thinking, this mother is not my mother. Who's my mother? Some guys are coming Sri Lanka here, finding the mother. Stories there, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere we can see. They find the mother, but they are talking, their mother is there. But they know they are grow up in, they are coming this age, they are finding the mother. There's a real mother is here. But they don't know that mother is not real, no problem. But someone is telling is this mother is not your mother. What happened to you? It's a thought, no. It's change in mother. What is this mother? What is these thoughts? That's why Buddha told every time Dhamma is everything. Dhamma vina natti pitacha mata. What is this word? No mother or father without Dhamma. You don't know the Dhamma. You don't know the mother and father. You know the Dhamma. You know who's your mother or father. It's your mind. How is this story? How we explain this real truth? Kisa Gautami suffering because Kisa Gautami's babies died, no? Died. Kisa Gautami, so coming to Buddha and telling this case. So I want my baby. So Buddha told, yeah. What's Buddha told? I can. I was telling that verse, Harshi. I can.
If you
Yeah.
to Kisa
Kisa
Gautami,
Gautami.
if you
Yeah.
I can bring the baby back to
I
life.
can.
Bring the baby back to life.
Yeah, I can bring the baby back to life. Yeah.
Yes, if she can
I can
find
give the medicine. Yeah, that's time. Yeah, I can recover. No.
if she can bring a mustard seed.
So after
from
that, after Kisa Gautami's mind is coming. The happy mind is coming. No, there's a positive mind is coming. Kisa Gautami's mind is fell down because baby is dead. But after Buddha told, no, I can give the life again, baby. No. At that time, Kisa Gautami tried. Yeah, Kisa Gautami, Buddha told Kisa Gautami, find the, what's that, arbor?
mustard seed.
Yeah. No one died. Anyway, somewhere. That's, you told that, Harsh.
So to bring
You can tell, yeah, it's okay.
to bring a mustard seed from a house where no one has died, no one related to them had died.
Yeah.
So she went looking for, went looking for a mustard seed from such a house, from house to house, and no one had. There was no such house where no one related to them hadn't died. Someone related to them died. So while she was, going in search for this particular place to get that special mustard seed, she realized that, death is like a common thing to anyone, like it can happen to anyone.
Yeah,
not
it's a
just-
normal, it's a natural one. So after Kisagotami, mind is cooled down. It's a nature. He can't change the nature. So really, there is no baby or anyone. It's Kisagotami's mind. That type, same. No anywhere, mother or father. It's our mind. But you won't understand. You won't understand what's happened here. But after you can, yeah, you won't. After you have confidence, the anytime what's happened, anything can be happen. But your inside not vibrate anything, any pain, no, because you know what is the real world. This world is not real. It's your mind. That's the confidence coming. So today, humans struggling many times because they don't know the truth. That's why I want to tell this. This truth is very important. Every humans. How animal understand this? It's not easy. But human can understand. Nobody is here. No one is here. Everybody systematically is happening. Everything is systematically happening. Sela Sutra is there. Sela Terni told this. Nahidang atta katam bimban nahidang paragatangaga. Nobody is doing this. Everybody is systematically is happening. Everything is nature. We are thinking. That's the ego is coming because more ego is coming. He's thinking nature is other one. I am doing. I am his other one. No, anybody is here. Everything is nature. Everybody is same because everybody is nature. That's the cool mind is coming. Someone know this Dhamma. That's cool mind is coming. Tranquility is there. Finally, calm and cool. Because no race is here. Why we are fighting? Why war is here? Why we are in race? Who is big guy? Who's bad guy? Who is good guy? Who is rich guy? Who is poor guy? Everything is your mind. No one is here like this. Everybody is breathing. Everybody have blood. Everybody one day die. What's here? What's happening? Like a trees. Like a nature. The trees